Hello, everybody. Max Ninja here, and of course, we have more Tekken 8 for you on the Sweets Advanced channel. Of course. Oh man, shut up, Alpha King. This is Tekken. You need to come back and play the Devil Gym, bro. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Alpha King. Don't worry, y'all. I know him somewhat. But anyway, yeah. Welcome to the Sweets Advanced, our weekly series of Tekken. So actually, you can see that here we have a matcherino. Let me go ahead and show y'all what the matcherino is right now. Hooyah. Follow that link, follow that coupon code button, follow the link, click the coupon code button, and add more money to the pot. So let me also go into what we else to do. So we have this thing called the trivia. Let's see here. Trivia. It's just we ask you a question before top 8. And whoever gets it right in the chat first wins. But don't worry about that till we get to before top 8. That's going to be fun time. And we also have our bounties. And this week's bounties are your key charge on Mac 5 times and you win that round. Guess what? That's one to the pot. I'm sorry, Mac. You won't have to suffer. But yeah. And then also if you win rounds on Wizzy, that's it. That's going to be 8 times. That's another $10 to the pot. But yeah, simple. That's more money in the pot. That's more money from Mani. So there's that. But today our commentary is going to be miasma and the regions of the wing region. So y'all go on ahead. I'm going to a shadow realm. Bah.
All right, as Max departs and heads onto the Shadow Realm. Hello, greetings and salutations, everyone. I'm KingReyJr here. We are here to come and give you a little more Tekken 8 as we head on over to EVO Week as we approach the largest fighting game tournament in the world. My name is, of course, as Max introduced, KingReyJr, and I am joined on commentary with
Maya or Miasma. Hey everyone, this has been the week of panic. The training is done, everything's set. There's nothing left to do but of course get those late night hotel matches in. But it is EVO week and all of our work has come here. This is the Master Plus event I'm so excited for. But before we get into the tournament and before we get ahead to EVO, we got to get some action done today. And of course, it wouldn't be an online tournament if we didn't chill out. We got to tell you the Matcherino link. It's right there in the chat, and we'll put it up again twice. But connect it simply with any login, your Epic Game Plus, your Steam, your Discord, your Twitter, anything. You connect it, click that claim code, and you are donating directly to the pot. Come on out and support our players. It's the easiest and best way to show us some love. And until we get all those coupons claimed, we're going to be hearing about it all day. But, Winged, why don't you tell us about the sweets?
Right, so as we are preparing for EVO Week, a good thing to remind everyone is about a lot of the communities in the FGC, the sub-communities rather, that make up the FGC, and one such sub-community is the Sweet Events. The TSC community as a whole is a community that's focused on inclusivity as well as being a welcoming community to beginners in the fighting game scene, to newcomers who are looking to find their own starting point in these communities, as well as looking to be more inclusive and welcoming to women and other individuals in the fighting game scene who are looking to make their home in the FGC. And the Sweet Event has been one of the foremost in that sort of initiative as they've been continuing to grow, continuing to foster that sort of community in the TSC, under the TSC brand. Their positive vibes, their unwavering commitment to this mission makes them a foremost leader in this sort of outreach. So as they continue to make waves in the fighting game world, right now we're here on the Sweet Esports Tekken 8 Tournament number 3 as we start to get ready for, I believe, our first match in the tournament.
Oh, and I can see one of our first players that we already have here, as we're going to check out the bracket in a minute, is good old Aaron Aardvark, a fellow baddie and someone that we've played and seen in a few different tournaments, including the Iron Main. So excited before we get in there. But Winged, we're going to start. We just had the mix-up. We have EVO on the way. Finally, we have our Lydia conversation. What'd you think of that presentation?
Yes. I thought the Lydia conversation was very interesting. I feel like a lot of the stuff that's coming with Lydia is going to be dangerous in a lot of ways in Tekken 8. We saw a lot more of what Lydia is able to do in this new system, where you see her with like this. In Tekken 8, not a lot of characters have a low homing sweep, and Lydia has one. You know, we see the damage that Lydia can do with one button. Looks a little familiar. So I'm very excited to see what Lydia can do in this system, especially with a character like Reina, who pretty much is going off of Lydia's Tekken 7 as the prototype. So I'm very excited to see, you know, how Lydia will match up with the Tekken 8 roster.
Sure, sure. And I can say, as a defensive Turtle June main, sometimes I just need to get that offense flowing, and I feel like Lydia forces the issue. Whether you played her in 7, or you're just looking for a new change of pace, or you're studying the new character because she's the new character, I think that she's going to be a breath of fresh air, and she's going to change mechanics down the road too. She's one of the first characters that's going to break through armor. You saw that with the Reina getting busted right through her. But speaking of busting right in, we are going to get into our first match. All right, so Winged, without further ado, we got a Paul and Kuma going hard.
Oh yeah, classic matchup in Tekken's history. Paul and Kuma going at it right now. Quick little trade there. Kuma's trying to get a little low sweep. Another trade, but Paul gets the advantage on that one.
Yeah, usually Kuma's the one looking for the ground set game, and I guess the best way to get into it is just not let him do any OP options, just swing. If the bear gets up or does a quick rise, he's going to get punished. But getting punished into the roll and the guard break, oh, a little bit of a desperation shoulder, but looking poised. Really great job here, Aaron.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to get him off with the shoulder, but stood his ground, blocked it, and now here we go. Aaron again with the pokes, but right there eats the launcher. It's going to take him to the wall. Does the setup with the smash, and now that's going to take him into the wall.
All right, wall Oki set up. Yes, the charge that we're used to, and just the hammer. Close it off, and yes, Kuma press, but again, really smart stuff, pressing buttons that keep everything to trade or worse.
Yeah, and right now, looks like, oh, Paul stepped in, ate the Demon's Breath, and then right now into the throw. Rolled up like a ball, threw him overhead, but Paul gets the knee right to the side and activates his heat. But it won't matter.
An even better launcher, the carry, and quickly on first set point. Wow, Aaron putting in a show.
Yeah, just immediately going for, oh, went for the delay, tried to get something out of it, but couldn't get much. There's the punish, though. But oh, dropped the combo, unfortunately.
Those are Tekken hitboxes right there. Two different forms of a shoulder, you know. A hunting stand shoulder and a bad Paul shoulder. And the lock in the corner, just push off. Here's the Death Fist. And pushing him back off.
Armors through, gets the launcher into the wall. Side roll. Side roll saving lives there as he goes for the Rage Art up against the wall.
Well, I think we're going to get the easiest version of Will It Kill. This is a nice easy one to start off our tournament.
Oh. Wow, barely survived it, but just hit him with the hammer punch afterwards to go in the final round.
All looking strong and wanting to keep that 18-game win streak.
Yeah, he's coming in with a win streak of his own. He wants to keep it throughout this tournament. That would be optimal for Paul right now.
Just a good mark of a good Paul player is knowing when to throw that shoulder. It seems it's almost a psychic Shoryuken for Tekken, just reading you were going to press.
Right, it's always a good counter blow to just throw the shoulder out. There's the 1-2 into the wall, and just like that, Paul continuing that win streak, carrying it into the tournament, and takes the first game.
Okay, so I can tell you right off the bat, we're seeing some very good adaptation, some very good change in timing here. It seemed almost like, oh, and it looks like we dropped them. But that's just Tekken Online servers being Tekken Online servers. But this is a good time to talk about maybe using that first or second round to really throw out a game plan and then change it as soon as someone got comfortable, especially a player with kind of a monotone like Kuma. There's not a lot of options that can keep up the variability. You kind of have to get a little bit of respect as we get into the replay here.
Yeah, as you see here, we see him pushing in, then we see Paul go for that. We see a quick fuzzy there by Aaron. And then Aaron's trying to swipe at him. And then Paul, we see him keeping distance, very wisely keeping out of distance, then striking in at the right moment, getting a good counterplay and taking the last round there.
Yeah, the Mishima Clan special, throwing both hands together for big damage. It whiffed about 3 or 4 times in that match, and that kind of was the key. And as soon as you started downloading it, and as soon as you started looking for it, those whiffs became huge damage, and ultimately rushing someone down for the corner. If the bear's gonna miss with that big of a hitbox, he's gonna get punished.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about like judging distance, keeping the distance in your favor, and also to your point earlier about setting out a game plan and making your opponent play to that game plan. There's something to be said about in those situations, maybe even in some cases giving up a round in that regard to get your opponent into the mindset of, hey, this is working, and then completely turning it around in the ensuing rounds. We've seen players do that in other tournaments. It's a strategy some players would like to do, where because their opponent gets so accustomed to this is working in this round, it kind of plays another mind game onto them as opposed to just leaving it all in the hands of the video game. It actually does the mental stack of, okay, this is working, why isn't it working now? It makes the other player think, and maybe gets a little more in their head as the matches go on.
Sure, and I do like to point out, as a competitor, some of my favorite round starts always seem to come from a bear player. There's a lot of people who want to take the aggro risk. There's the starting off with armor right off the bat. There's going into hunting stance to avoid a high and then immediately starting their offense. There's a little bit for everyone, I'm sure, but specifically with the Bears, with the hitbox and a little bit of a slower swing and a bigger risk game, it's really fun to see the way they start rounds. Tell you a lot about a player.
Yeah, bear players are always so wild with how they start rounds. I think bears and Yoshimitsu's are like my two favorites to see round starts from, honestly. Like sometimes you never know what you get out of like either one, and bear players are just again very wild, very you know it fits the character. It honestly fits the character. You don't know if you're going to see a claw swipe. You don't know if they're going to maul you right out the gate. You don't know if they're going to try to throw you. You just don't know what you're going to see with a bear player at round start. And it's always very interesting to see the sort of personality of the player being translated into the character, the sort of player expression coming through in that sort of situation.
And even if we take the round start out of there, maybe you do the smart safe thing. You just start off, you backdash, you create some space. Especially when you're in a long range, you'd think against a big body like Jack, against a big body like Kuma, that maybe there's not really going to be a long range poke game. But these characters have safe launchers and quick jabs that confirm into launcher. How many times have you tried to dash block really quickly and a jab turns into a launcher, especially against the Kuma, especially against the 1-1-1, just wildly across the screen? It's infuriating, but it's part of good spacing and good game plan.
Right, and then also let's not forget in Tekken 8, Kuma has an electric. That is a tool that Kuma has in his moveset now, so that's something that players need to be more aware of. I mean, we've been playing Tekken 8 for several months now, but it is still something that is, if you're used to legacy Kuma, if you're used to like old style Kuma, you now have to be very mindful that there are more Mishima moves in Kuma's moveset than, frankly, how some Mishimas play at this point. So now you have to worry about moving in, closing space, then eating an electric, which is a sentence I never thought I would say when it came to a bear, but here we are. Bears have electrics.
Yeah, one of my fellow baddies training partners kind of jokes, and we kind of agree with it. With a good learning Kuma or just a good one that's pressing their game plan, there's only one combo once they're in heat. It's 2 electrics and a fish. Now, you can do anything you want with heat. You can do anything with that mix. But with the frame pressure and the distance that it creates with the pushback, it's almost always 2 electrics, and I'm either letting it rip or I'm going to hold on to that electric for 2 more electrics.
That's fairly accurate, and that's a fairly strong assessment when it comes to Kuma. I feel like Kuma's game plan is, again, like I said before, very befitting the character. You just don't know what's going to happen, and if you're not careful, you can get mauled like a bear would do to another person in the woods. You could get mauled in that sort of situation. It's a very scary position to be in when you go against a Kuma in that sort of predicament and you just don't know about the matchup, because Kuma, we see more and more Kumas and we see more and more Pandas. Even let's not forget Panda's place in all this as time has gone on, and even though we're seeing more and more of them, there's still that lack of matchup recognition when it comes to those two characters. They're still very much in that weird spot of we see them more in higher level play, but we don't really see them in that sort of, I guess you could say, training bracket, so to speak. You don't really see them a lot in just regular play, I feel.
Yep. We actually saw that last week where you may be playing a lot of Kuma players, and then suddenly a Panda player comes and you think, oh, there's just a few frame differences. But no, there's completely different moves, there's completely different pushback and properties. And we saw the Paragon tournament, we saw a Panda absolutely upset folks just with using just the strings that aren't available to Kuma. You know, her own version of, sorry, Dirty June main here, but, you know, like her own version of a White Heron. You know, low, high, low strings, and basically you can mix up high, low, mid anyway, and then it suddenly turns into a fiasco because if you don't know how to interrupt the string, you're gonna have to eat the 50-50 at the end.
Right, and that's, again, that goes back to, you know, goes back to legacy knowledge in Tekken, and in regards to that being something that you see in these tournaments in Tekken 8, where Kuma Panda used to be the same character. Then, you know, just as a palette swap. Then you saw, like you said, frame differences. Now they have totally different moves. They have totally different setups for each other. So with that now being a thing, you see players who are stuck in this Tekken, you know, 3 through 6 mindset where Kuma, Panda are the same character, and not really adapting quickly enough to Tekken 8, where Tekken 8 is a totally different game across the board. Not even the Mishimas feel the same as they used to. I mean, Devil Jin is basically an anime villain right now. He is not, you know, Tekken 3 Jin with eye lasers. Now he's got, you know, flight, he's got a psycho crusher, he throws chains at people. You know, we see a lot of these move adjustments coming into Tekken 8. A lot of legacy characters are not even the same. Kazuya has a power geyser in his moveset. No one is the same anymore.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I mean, I'll throw myself under the bus. I didn't play much 7, so I went from 6 to 8, and I'm like, Zafina's the same thing. And suddenly her arm is purple and glowing, and I have no idea why I'm eating all this damage. But speaking of damage, we're going to get right back into the Death Fist itself. Remember, this is Paul up 1-0 against Aaron, but that Kuma took the first 2 rounds last one, so let's see how this goes with the Captain Falcon fit.
Yeah, right now, try to low sweep. Nice throw escape there. Quick pokes. There we go. Gets the launcher into the demo man. Just true to the name, blows up the wall.
Ooh, didn't take that full explosion damage. And there's the frustration going into hunting stance, and you know it's punishable, but if you don't go mid, you're gonna get launched.
And that damage that it did just off of those 2 moves, and like I said, like a Mishima, Kuma grabs him, goes for the stone head, and takes the round.
I wonder who does it better, Reina or Kuma?
Kuma has to grab you. Reina just bonks you in the head. As we see now, Paul with the shredder kicks, gets the launcher, pops him up into the burning hammer, and now we see him continuing the offense right on wake up with the punish.
Good punish. Again, Paul is ready for all of these Oki options from Kuma, not even letting him stand up and swing, hitting him before anything comes out. Booty time is our first booty of the tournament. You know it's for real now. Oh, and missing the head follow-up, and that's the punish he needed. Oof.
Oh, just like that, that little moment, just mistimed it and then nailed the punish to take the round. But right now, Aaron, not intimidated, continuing the push, and then uses the charge up, but doesn't get the follow-up they were hoping for.
Getting full charge. Even against the God of Destruction, we all get paralyzed, and that was a great dominating round Aaron needed to do to dictate the pace.
Oh, immediate throw to start the round by Paul.
And then do it again. No, I like it. It's kind of what we've always said. Show me you know how to break this. Show me I have to change my tactics, because there's no reason to go into the arsenal if what's working's working.
Right, but look at all this gray health that he's eaten in this entire round.
Got eager for a booty, but I knew it was not the right setup.
Yeah. Activates heat. Looks like he's going to try to set something up here. Goes for the Death Fist. Oh, no.
Is there
pressing?
Will this kill? I wonder. I wonder.
I wonder. With the pixel. And there it goes, sent flying as they drove a fastball down the center, and with the salmon sending it out of the ballpark, it's a home run by the Kuma.
I like it. Paul have to be in his face, much like Claudio. He struggles when you're really point blank putting the frames on him. He needs a little bit of a mix-up game. He needs a little bit of time to do the big things. Otherwise, you get shoulder ball, death miss ball, a bunch of things that are highly punishable, but high risk, high reward. But when you have a bear that does not care and will press those buttons, that will keep Paul from pressing anything at all. Really great adjustment from Aaron. Let's see how this works in the final set.
Oh, we went from Captain Falcon to Guile. Paul's going to try to tell the bear to go home and be a family bear?
I think, well, Kuma's been trying to be a family bear for the past, 7 Tekken games.
This is a true point. As we see here, gets the throw, sends it launching across the screen. Oh, there's the headbutt pushing in now.
Oh no, this is leaving a mental block. That was that same throw 3 times and now a new throw to change it up.
Yeah, he's starting to make those adjustments, starting to add some things to his arsenal, but there's the, you called it before, the 1-1-1.
It's just so insulting. It's a slap, a kill, and a paw to win the round. But yeah, just moving their arm up and down in a lazy chop, and that gets a free launcher. Sure, it's punishable.
Sure, but in that moment, can you? And right now we're seeing also that Gray Health is adding up again. We saw it in the last round too. Gray Health adds his own mental sack. There's the electric I was talking about before, just uppercuts him, and there it is, getting the perfect sign seal delivered. Aaron to Paul, taking that second round, going into set point.
Looking strong and not changing the pace up at all. Still swinging a little bit out of range, but I like the decision making. And there it is, a 5th time in this set. That throw is paying bills.
5th time, and also perfectly timed too to get the punish, and then keeps the momentum going, and then return to sender, just sending those letters right back at Aaron as we look, and Paul's not out of this yet.
Now, I like it. The double death fist gonna keep him locked down. Again, this bear taking swipes has been a problem, so you might as well get back to Pokey Paul.
Right, just going back to the fundamentals here. Nice heat activation, but no, doesn't get much out of it, and goes right into the demo man. Low sweep into the mid, and right now, final round of the set.
Especially because you can slightly delay that hammer into it. It gets all of us, even though you know it's the option.
Yes, those little difference in frames.
Oh, great interruption.
Really, really nicely timed. Yeah, woke up, timed the interruption on that guard break setup.
Oh no, didn't go mid again. You know you're at the disadvantage. You know you want to hit something, but a high swing when he's in hunting stance means it's going to whiff, and a free launcher, and Aaron Aardvark shows the bear how to get it done. What a great way to keep it. Every single time we went up 2-0 as we look up the replay, just was looking dominant, getting those 2 rounds back, and then it started right there with the 1-1-1 interruption. The combo, running, not afraid to swing, running, not afraid to swing, and just your brain, your muscle memory, everything you learn says that move is unsafe. I know I have to press something against it, but it just happened to be a high, and he's in hunting stance underneath your low and gets a free launcher if you're not blocking. And that absolutely was the trickery. And I mean, I got hit with it last week from Aaron, so it's great to see it paying dividends. And it doesn't matter what skill level you're at. Sometimes your brain knows you're at an advantage, but you might still press. Wow.
Yeah, that was a really smart play there. We saw that he was going high with a lot of his offense, and then, like you pointed out, the hunting stance brings it low, profiles that entirely, pops him up, and then gets that full charge swipe low off the ground and just finishes him off. And again, we pointed out before, the last time they did it in the set, the damage that does, it just pays so many dividends if you can get that off. And we've seen it pay out twice in that set. Really smart play there. Good awareness to go low as they went high, punished them for it, and took the set. Smart play from both players. Really, really strong opening match for this tournament. Both players really showing their stuff, but at the end, the bear proved that they were the king of the woods at this scenario.
All right, we're about to get right into it. Oh, a running joke, 69, and good old soft and wet. 2 players that love to play with their name. But we got a Victor and a Lars matchup. Both are very much offensive committed characters, and we connection timeout, which is going to give us just enough time to talk about our TSC local events. We were just so hyped with the Bear comeback that, we just got to push it in. But we want to remind y'all that we are the Sweets events. And one cool thing about the Sweets events is they support your local community. There is nothing. You could bash your head against ranked online for years and years on end. I know I do. But nothing will level you up faster than playing at your local, getting to see your community, getting long form sets in, or just having someone next to you saying, that's unsafe, right? But the Sweets events, they do throw pot bonuses. They do contribute to local events. Check their websites, thesweetevents.com, and see if you can get in on some of these. Or if you have a local event, you should collaborate, reach out, let them know. I think it's an amazing thing because it's very easy to throw some money at a Matcherino link. It's very easy to throw some money at some sponsorship or some players. But to throw it at the local event, to keep people thriving, to make sure that players are getting the respect they get, peace people. I'm from the Boston and the New York scene, and every week we drive out, and to get these players a little bit of a pot bonus when they make it there every single week is something I really appreciate.
Right, it's a wonderful thing to see this sort of thing in the FGC, this sort of grassroots aspect of the FGC, these communities coming together, and as you mentioned with the Sweets events, sponsoring and throwing money toward the pot bonuses to the local events, sponsoring events, giving to charities for these events to allow younger gamers and younger individuals to get into these tournaments and to get into these events and to provide for these players as well, and making sure that they're able to compete in these tournaments. It's a wonderful thing to see in the FGC as a whole. thesweetsevents.com. Go check out their website. You can see the tournaments that are being run and being sponsored by them. And if you are a TO, then maybe perhaps you can get in touch with them and see about getting your tournament sponsored by the Sweets Events TSC.
It's free real estate.
It's free real estate.
All right. Well, I know that we lost our connection on that match, but they're already in there queuing. But tell me, what do you think about a Victor Lars matchup?
We're going to see two characters that are going to fly all over the screen, and we're not going to realize who's hitting who until after we see the health bars have been depleted at that point. Both characters super fast, super quick with their game plan. Lars being more of the forward aggressor we've seen since Tekken 6, and that has not changed in his game plan. Victor with the sword stances, with the teleporting. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. Two different styles of high-speed play in Tekken 8.
All right, soft and wet and good old running joke 69 as I like to colloquially call them, immediately getting the wall pressure and the push. Lars keeping him there with the lockdown. Ooh, but that armor, safe and annoying all day.
Right, and gets a good heat activation off of that. Trying to kind of poke engage distance, but Lars not letting him do that. Oh, nicely done, went low, and then a Desperacción went overhead.
Ooh, and the heat dash into the weight. Great patience, but not biting. Really good poise. Maybe it looks like they have a little bit of knowledge of each other, and a good round closeout. This is going to be a close one.
Ooh, yeah, this is going to be really close, it seems like. Like you said, both of them seem like they have some awareness of, at minimum, the matchup right now. Right now, Soft going for the low sweeps. Nice, catches them out of the air.
Really smart using the wall standing moves of Victor. Victor's lows only come in damaging and more damaging, so to see stuff in baiting a crouch position, that's some high-level Victor right there.
Yeah, and he's using his mobility well. We're seeing that, I was about to point out, we're seeing the sidesteps, and just like that, he sidestepped again, and now activates the heat, blows it though, and now it's going to get punished. This is going to hurt. This might take him to the wall and some big damage here.
Oh, patience again, showing just a lot of movement, a lot of micro adjustments, and then suddenly nothing because they don't want the other to bite because they're very reactive to this. Oh, and speaking of, just the launcher to take it. Oh, had the carry wrong.
Immediately pushing in, goes for the low. As we see 69 try to get into a stance, but Soft is just not letting him do it. He just keeps poking him.
Oh, even if oh no, go ahead.
I was about to say, even if he's blocking, it's making him have to move, which forces him to not go into stance.
he's been comfortable all match. And is this going to be enough with, especially with the weird sidewall? The sword signs it, sends it. But yeah, no, I was going to say we're seeing Matcherino links coming in. Thank y'all so very much. We're going to take this moment to say, please, if y'all see the Matcherino link in the chat, go ahead and click it in. All you have to do, let's check out this replay. We were talking about the dangerous lows and going right into armor and just keeping the pokes.
Yeah, and right there we see that little trade there. We see him go low and then go overhead with that Desesperación, goes a little bit past him. And right there we see the stance and unfortunately ate the launcher, and that spelled his doom as he finished him off right there at the end. Just one mistimed stance from Lars, got launched, ate the punish, and that was all that was needed.
I like using while standing too as a keep out tool. That's very smart actually. You know, if they run in and swing, it's a launcher. If they don't, it's safe. But it also leaves you in that awkward swing, and you can go into down back 1-1, 2 hits. And, you know, it's about putting Victor into this pressure game, and holding forward, you know, can put you into Perfumer and all of his different options. And if you don't know how to jab check it, or you don't know how to, you know, have the answers or which ones to duck, especially after Stomp Sword, it's just a nightmare. And that can lead to, of course, what Victor wants, which is a little bit of mash. And of course, he's got armor in stance, so he's got an answer for everything.
Yeah, Victor is one of those weird matchups where you go into the situation thinking one, but Victor has, like you said, has an answer for almost everything. He has that close range parry. He has that close range offense. He has the while standing 2 launcher. He has the Desesperación. If you go low, he'll just flip overhead and just clock you for it with the intense damage that it can do. Got a little checked in the recent patch, but still fairly strong in what it can do. Victor has a lot of just smothering offense with the teleport mix-ups, you know, the high-low, and then teleporting in and out of range. There's a lot of things that make Victor a very, very treacherous opponent to deal with. And one of the things that you have to do is make sure, and this applies to Lars as well, is make sure that you keep enough pressure on Victor so that he cannot get the mix going, that he cannot get into his stance, he can't get the teleports off. You can't, you know, in the case of Lars, he can't get into, you know, his infiltration stance, or, you know, his interception stance rather, and you can't run the risk of allowing them to get into the position where they can start their blunder.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to point out, like, the specialty that was his nerfing slash changing. Like, usually when we're talking about balance adjustments, especially at that time, all the adjustments we had been from a monthly basis before we got a little bit of a break recently, Victor had such a massive sweeping change and a nerf. But this is one of the first times where not only did we see move properties get tweaked, but he kind of got reworked as a character, which I'm glad to see even this early on, is a little bit of a direction change, adding brand new moves, and just kind of changing the way he works is very interesting.
Yeah, it's something that I would have expected to see later in Tekken 8. We didn't really see much of that in T7, barring in the arcade version of Fate of Retribution. And then, like, I believe Season 4 in T7 was when we started to see new moves being added and, like, wholesale adjustments of this sort. But in Tekken 8, early in the game's life, year 1, a few months in, already seeing character reworks. Victor got reworked, June's got reworked with, you know, her Kazuma power properties. Kazuya got reworked in some of what he can do, and he also received new moves. It's an interesting thing that the Bandai Namco is willing to make these adjustments, you know, with Harada and Michael Murray at the helm, to make these adjustments this early in the game. And I feel like that shows that there is confidence in their balancing team to be like, okay, if you need to adjust the character wholesale this soon, go for it. Just make the adjustments and we'll deal with it afterwards. And in my opinion, that doing it this early with Victor, smart move, especially with him. It was a very smart move.
I like it. It also changed the way he played without ruining his core, and I think in the beginning we were just asking for nerfs for, you know, a flipping sword in the air. You could practice that and you could lab that 9 times out of 10, and it is still incredibly difficult to sidestep. It was still a possibility, especially if your timing was perfect. But there were so many times, even high-level players, I remember, you know, JDCR doing it to Casho and then side-walking it for a day and still getting caught by the blowback of the explosion.
Yeah, that was always like one of the weirdest things. It was a very nice move to do, but it awarded the player too much for just throwing it out there with the expansive hitbox and the sheer damage it did.
I
It's
think
so
you used to be able to get 3 of those in one heat charge, right?
yes, yeah, that was the other thing. You used to be able to just burn out like 3 of them quickly and just evaporate an opponent's health bar.
I
And
think
Victor
that
already
was like 60 damage or something like that.
yeah, it did ridiculous. And I think it was like 55 or 60 damage for each one in heat that he would land. And Victor already had a lot of things that made him, in my opinion, a strong example of a character made for Tekken 8. He had the buffs that the heat system gave him, as we just referenced, with the Dispersion doing so much, more damage, and having the expanded hitbox in heat. He had the I believe one of the other big things with him was the pressure game, which also again goes into Tekken 8's playstyle, and how much of the pressure game he benefited from in regards to that with the teleports. And he had ways to shave away gray health. We've seen a lot of Victor matches. You and I have called a lot of Victor matches through different tournaments that we've seen. How many times has gray health really played a factor in those Victor matches? To me, it's incredible to see. There's a Victor player by the name of Gray that I've made the joke that the name is fitting because his matches have all been just 50% of the bar is Gray.
Okay, we're gonna get into our next match. We got Mr. Sandwich and oh man, Timbogoblin.
Timbogoblino. Yeah, Timbogoblino against Mr. Sandwich. Mr. Sandwich dressed for the occasion, it looks like.
Oof. And especially with an Eddie matchup and a Brian, these are both awkward characters looking to kind of dominate their offense or be as evasive as possible. So I think we're going to see a lot of trading of offensive momentum and then suddenly sitting back waiting for a big hit.
Right, and we already saw a little bit of Brian throwing out a few homing moves, expecting Eddie to sidestep or expect that mobility. Ooh. As Eddie just goes vertical and drop kicks him through the wall. Ooh, doesn't get the balcony break though.
Yep, depending on the amount of hits, you could practice that combo, but it is hard to land in a tournament, especially with this carry, especially with side interactions, and especially with a robot hitbox.
Ooh, there's the front kick though. That's all they needed to get that break. Into the combo, into the finish, spun right through, it took him out and takes the round.
Oh, Ryan just falling off and giving QCF one good little opal and a punch and stopping Eddie's swing back, but getting floated out of it. Wow.
And right now gets the stack going. Oh, but there's the Superman punch. Heat smash, knocking him straight across, and then gets a quick launcher, but doesn't get much out of it.
Really smart. Knew how to interrupt that string. Didn't even want to play the game.
No. Want to avoid that at all costs as he keeps the pressure going to start this next round.
Well, no punish on this full commit, but that's going to lead to some big damage. I love the lazy tornado kick.
Yeah, it's such a good animation, honestly.
See, now we got a step backs and some swings, and again, another really good float.
Yeah, right now it looks like distance is the name of the game this round. Trying to keep some pokes, trying to get something going, keeping some distance. Tries to get a little bit off to the side, trying to move himself off axis a little bit.
Yeah, normally I'd say Eddie would be comfortable setting up this distance, but Brian is just so dangerous from that 2-3 dash range. Any of his buttons duck, any of his buttons snap in, and of course the good old orbital paying bills right there.
Oh, and as we see, immediately gets the launcher to start this round. Kicking right through, gets the stack immediately, but no, Brian activates the heat right away.
Oh, so frustrating to get hit by the sidestep launch round start. Just changes the pace of the round.
Starts to get in your head really early. As we see here, he's pushed up against the wall now. Mr. Sandwich keeping the pressure going, then gets that overhead kick and then sweeps it up to clean the round out.
Keeping it cheesy with a little bit of bread. Oh no, knows that relaxed stance is punishable. See, yeah, there's definitely some Eddie knowledge here from this Brian. Definitely knows how to play that. But oof.
Oh, Eddie knowledge doesn't really help when he gets knocked in the air into a launcher, but this time armors through, activates heat, decides to answer back with a combo of his own and sweeps him up into another launcher.
Yeah, those are the best times to throw a really long frame snake edge. They're moving, they're worrying about their Oki, they're looking for your next move, and what's he doing crouching on the... Oh my god, that's my entire health bar.
That is the name of the game for Brian Fury. It's that perfect setup as you're trying to get up, that he can either, you know, hold out on something and then pop your guard, or he'll just go for a snake edge as you're getting up. As we see the replay here, Mr. Sandwich pushing through, getting the combo going, but then we see him activate heat, armors through, gets the setup, and then goes right for the snake edge to take him into the wall, into the Superman punch, has him backed up against the wall, and then blows it up, finishes him off really quick, takes the round. And we go right into match.
Is so scary. Your back's against the wall. You know a frame later of a charge, and it's done diddy. Oh, and starting off with the snake edge, just feeling confident. Did you press the button? That was the wrong answer.
That is something. We talk about mind games. That is something that's going to be a mind game. Doing a snake edge at the start of a round.
Now let's pay attention to what happens at the start of the next round. But, you know, Sandwich is still in this one right now. But, ooh. Getting the forward smack and ending that heat, but with authority.
Just getting nailed Mach punch at Mach speed. But right now, Mr. Sandwich not intimidated by criminal threats here as he continues to keep the offense going. Finding the spacing, staying out of his reach a little bit, but TimboGoblino is trying to find the opening. There it is.
All right, let's see how this one starts. A little bit of fun. Yes, I don't want to play this game. I'm going to safe armor.
Yeah, smart move. Did not want to have to deal with that at all. And goes right into the throw that activates his heat.
I love that move, and especially having the option whether or not you want to go into heat, but especially with this lead, halfway to life, I will take that heat and I will get that aggression.
As we see here, well, tried. Oh! The Mach punch didn't connect, just off. And as we see Mr. Sandwich trying to keep the pressure going, using the long limbs to sort of keep him at bay, but Timbo's going to try to... Yeah, Timbo looked like he was looking for that opening, rushed in, and then ate that kick. Mr. Sandwich takes the round.
People were saying Victor's armor is a little cheap, but I think Eddie's is in the same boat, almost the same frames too. And it's just full screen, dash in. Well, if you didn't dash block, you're getting hit by it. Oh, landing the heat smash, good pushing on Timbo. Again, knowing to poke out a handstand stance. You know, Mr. Sandwich is going to have to look for either the armor enders right away or the quick 13 frame.
Ooh, and right there just kept the combo going, got the launcher, followed up, and then took the round. TimboGoblino now on set point.
Yeah, I do like this style of play, especially even if it's going to take damage, even if that armor move is coming, it's that you need a quick answer, and I'm not letting you stay or be comfortable in stance. Because remember, in the last set, Mr. Sandwich started getting leads when he could get into relaxed stance, could get these hit confirms. Now he is just blocked because of jabbing Brian, no orbitals, nothing fancy, just lockdown. Just lockdown, and a quick high-low string is all he needed to get the job done. Changing his style up, really smart stuff.
Yeah, the jabs paid dividends, like you pointed out. Kept him out of the handstand, kept him out of his stances. It was something to be said about like the relaxed stance. If you let Eddie get into that stance, where it felt like the player was getting relaxed and comfortable, as we see on the replay here. Going for the low sweep, gets the stack on his install. Mach punch missing. The bit of the game here was a lot of the long reaching moves missing, not finding their mark. But as we see there, simple, jabs into the low kick. I like to say, give it a little kiss. Mwah, keep it simple, son. And just like that, TimboGoblino advancing, taking Eddie out with the quick little jabs in the low kick, making sure he couldn't get relaxed, couldn't get into a handstand, just kept knocking him away from it.
Yeah, and I will point it out, like we saw it in the first set, there was 3 orbitals back to back, there were 2 snake edges. Yeah, we started the first round off with a snake edge, but suddenly the Brian counter hit trickery went away and it became full aggression when he needed to close out that match.
Yes, yeah, and it goes into the point that you made earlier about establishing a game plan early and then swapping it later on. We saw that a lot in that whole set, opening around with the snake edge, and then Mr. Sandwich answering back with the front kick heat activator, or the heating gauge rather, and then he said, okay, you know what? No snake edge. I'll activate heat to start this round, and then the next round just started with the elbow smash to activate heat that way, and we saw all those adjustments coming together at the end, where the game plan by the end of the set was completely different than what we saw at the start of the set, in my view.
Heat activator just sounded like a move list thing for someone's rage art. It's like the name of Brian's rage art if I didn't actually know the name of it.
Yeah, he pulls out the machine gun and does the heat activator.
It just sounds like another move that costs a little bit of bar, but
Yeah.
So this is Evo week. I am stressing. I am flying out tomorrow night super early. I'm not going to enjoy Vegas. I'm going to sit in my hotel room and I'm just going to grind. I'm going to try and act like one day of prep is going to be everything I need to make it out of pools. And then I'm going to realize that there's 2 more pools after it. But all the work is done. All the training is in. All the labbing is here. Have fun at Evo and have fun at all your offlines events. I know we have a few coming up. I know we have Defend the North coming. I know we have Beach Episode in Boston. And I know we also have another TSC event coming up in September. I think it's my birthday weekend. So shout outs to that. You want to get your girl something. But for the TSE, Max, I think we got that display up because it is coming in September 7th and 8th. It is a 2-day event. All right. But yeah, I'm also saying maybe I'm going to see you at Defend the North as well. Oh, I'm talking to Wing.
Ooh. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. You know, you never know what could happen in these events. It's one of those things where, you know, traveling and all the costs associated with it, but you never know. You never know.
It's your backyard, and also they got VF, and you got to show the VF community some love, especially because, I mean, it's Evo, right? We're going to get surprise announcements. I'm going to get my Anna DLC announced, no Craig Murdoch, no Fakram. We're going to get all good things. We're going to get a new VF announced. We're going to get a new BlazBlue game out of nowhere. We're going to get a Tatsunoko vs. Capcom 2. We're going to get everything we want.
We're going to get a Marvel vs. Capcom 4. We're going to get every single thing that people want is going to come out at Evo. I don't know what anyone's talking about. Evo's just going to be Christmas for everybody. I don't know why anyone's doubting anything. We're just gonna get everything. We're gonna get a Capcom vs SNK 3 at Evo. Okay, that's what we're gonna get.
There's also a local bet that we have for somehow, some way, even though it's kind of a copyright nightmare, someone's gonna announce Injustice 3.
Oh my goodness. Oh man. But as we head into Evo week, we have an event in the future for the TESC, for the Sweets events, and it's called Sugar Rush Rumble, heading your way September 7th through the 8th.
Yeah, the Sugar Rush Rumble, September 7th and 8th. That's in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm so excited for it because, I mean, we're getting Tekken love. We're getting the Street Fighter love. You know that's happening already. But on top of that, we're also giving Mortal Kombat some love. And the GOAT, my favorite game for life. Come on, Third Strike will never die. I'll be that one screaming in my chair. Okay, Grandma, let's go. Let's go. No, you don't understand. I won with Necro and 12. 3S for life. Every time I go to Japan, I act like I still got it, and then remember that these people still play every single day. It is a religion. It is a cult.
Oh man, Third Strike itself a legendary game. Good to see it back in the spotlight, especially with Evo. And then we got Sugar Rush Rumble having the Third Strike with the pop bonus. Third Strike MK1, Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6 at Peters Creek Parkway in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and September 7th through the 8th. Very fitting, your birthday weekend, Maya, with Third Strike being there, your game, your main game. So, you know, very kind of a little birthday present your way, I guess.
Ah, if only Street Fighter. Well, I mean, there is a random, so to speak. Maybe not if you're running full arcade runs, but like, if there was ever a way you could run Third Strike with a Mokujin character, that would be my character for life.
Yeah, because in my head I was thinking 12, but it's like, no, that's a super. So yeah, there is no real Mokujin character in Street Fighter Third Strike, unfortunately. I
We
mean,
get
that
a
would
ROM build where you just start off with X copy. That would that'd be a hype tournament.
that would be fun, honestly. Having like a something where 12 I mean, Street Fighter 5 has 11, right? Just make a ROM copy where 12 is basically 11. You could do that. That would be an interesting sort of thing for, you know, a fun side tournament. But as we go from that, we go into our next match here. A Leo versus a Dragunov. Okay.
Oh, I believe. Oh, what is this custom? The raincoat pole?
Right now we have Watzit Tooya versus Ko, I believe, or Zo? XO?
Oh, XO is a lovely Leo. I had the chance playing the past two Paragons. Really, really great stuff with the mix-ups, the back 1-4, and having really great punishes. And it's actually showing us what those punishes can do. Getting the wall explosion and just the easy closeout. Could have taken a lot more wall damage, but that's Leo's game.
Yeah, as you were describing the punishes and the timing, we saw XO just take them to the wall and just obliterate them. Really nicely done there, but Dragunov still the threat with those kicks. You keep those quick strings into the tackle and just breaks the leg. It takes it with them to get the perfect to clear the round.
I didn't even have anything to say other than that was a perfect round right back. That wasn't an adjustment, that was a beatdown. Oh, great sidestep. Ooh.
Little off axis on both players' ends as we see the
Yeah, they
burn out
both
of the
have
heat.
great sidesteps. Maybe both of them just the side to commit just went so bad it went past them.
It seemed like that way. Both kind of just went past each other. But right there, we see Watzit Tooya just doing the wall throw and then getting the finish there, going into round 4.
What we call in the local scene is winning around with that is taking their lunch money because you beat them down and then you come back for more.
Fitting name for that throw, as we see Watzit Tooya just taking to the wall and just like that, just going for their lunch money again, digging into their pockets, going into the combo continuation. Oh, but doesn't get the tackle.
I like it. He knew it wasn't going to kill, so he wanted to set something up, and it's easy to sit here and comment to it, but the combo into tackle, you know to launch it, you know to hit him out of it, you know it's untekkable, but your brain has so much Tekken on the brain that you think that sometimes that you can just tech it, and oh no, it's Dragunov in heat.
Oh yeah, so much mental stack adds up in those situations, and Dragunov is someone who does so much damage and has so many tools. You kind of find yourself mentally stun locked in a way dealing with Dragunov in those situations. As we see here in the replay, Dragunov going for it, and as we were talking about the tackle, whiffs, but XO unable to follow up with the launcher. See your good sidestep there. Tried to activate their heat smash, try to keep pressure going. Quick jab to get them to back off, and then just like that, the pressure goes right back to Watzit Tooya's favor, taking back all the momentum as we go into Game 2 in this set, as he comes in dressed as everyone's favorite joke character.
I was gonna say, it's either just a really nice color or we got the Dan Hibiki love.
I think we got the Dan Hibiki love going into this.
Ooh, going for the back 2-1 into the throw mix-up, but smart little fuzzy there. Getting it, and the crouch cancel meanness, the hammer rudeness, just everything Dragunov does is rude. I don't think there's a single punch with love.
Oh, not at all. This is not, to bring it back to Street Fighter, this is not Marisa who is punching you out of affection. Dragunov wants to hurt you in these situations. As we see Leo answering back with the low sweep and then the stomp to finish the round, making sure that he couldn't inflict any more pain.
Unscaled damage stomp does wonders.
Really good low strike, especially even if they get up, you can still get them low with that. It's a really good tool for Leo. So we see a nice little micro adjustment there.
Yeah, EXO's using really smart dudes, using the popular known strings of Leo, but only using the first hit. So you kind of sit there and wait to punish it, and then they don't follow it up. It's like flip kicks with June, where you just do the first one, you don't actually finish it. People are waiting for that second hit to punish, and then you get away with something even more unsafe.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it adds to that mental stack factor, where it's just now a thing where the person's just going to fake you out all game, but Watzit Tooya is not appreciating any of this as they go for the punish, pushing in, keeping the offense going, but EXO stopping their momentum only momentarily, however.
Step back, down back 3. Really good avoid and really good pressure is going to take this. A little bit of a sidewall interaction, but we take those.
Right.
Allowing
Sidestepping, following them too.
Yeah, I was going to say, giving him a whole time and the gracious amount to let him stand up on his own. And here's the stomp. The unscaled damage, again, is what made the difference there. And just like other thing, we all want to be his friend. And I would be after that beatdown. Really great round back.
It'd be a good friend to have in that situation to learn exactly how that went down as we see the replay. At the death, basically, just a pixel of health, perfectly timing that really high launcher kick, going down low, low profiling, and then catching them right underneath the chin. And then this is one of the things you pointed out. You get like good wall damage from Leo. Not as much as you used to. Again, we talked about the patch, but still enough to make the difference there, getting them against the wall, then getting the low stomp to close it out, tying the set 1-1.
Yeah, muscle memory from being an old Tekken 6 player. I still end with the wall standing 1-4-1. It just looks better. And ooh, even better was a starting off with the read and the low parry. Almost got the wall carry, but you know what? We'll just take the reset. We'll take the new damage.
Right, and here we see Dragunov answering back, clawing his way out, pretty much in true fashion to his cosplay right now, clawing his way out like Yori Yagami, trying to fight his way down, going for the low sweeps, but EXO keeping the distance.
And shout outs to Max for putting up the cosplay names. That's a next level TOing right there.
Gotta make sure everybody is aware, but right now, EXO doesn't matter if it's Dan Hibiki or Yori Yagami, just sending them into the wall and taking the round, cleaning it up real nice and smooth.
I gotta make an Ash Leo. That's gonna be one. And there is my favorite move in the wall, the free grab, the cheap stuff. Not letting him get up.
Just like that, about 50%, if not more, off of that. About 60% of their health off of that one exchange. There we go. Crush, kill, destroy. EXO pushing in, trying to get the momentum back. Gets the throw broken. Activates heat. The pokes. Both players wisely. I was just about to comment on that. Yeah, really smart movement. And there's the opening that he was looking for. Gets the launcher. This might come close to kill. Oh, never mind. It does kill. It just goes straight for the finish. Very nicely done there.
I think from wall to wall, from Coliseum to Coliseum, I'm sure that even without heat, there's some weird way a Dragunov can carry that wall combo wall to wall.
Oh, there probably is. Dragunov has an intense amount of tools. I would not be surprised.
Oh, stuffs the running too with a running hop. Love it. And the tackle, like we said, there was a little bit of movement, but oh, really great break, not letting it happen. And here's the lunch. Oh, no, never mind.
No, instead, opting to keep the pressure going. Doesn't get the wall throw, and then gets the throw broken there. There's the low sweep into a launcher. Ooh. Seemed like they sacrificed the combo for a bit of wake up, but to no avail. Gets their leg broken for their troubles. So Watzit Tooya is on set point.
Really great play by EXO though. The counter hit sweep and knowing that it counter hit and adapting it into a scoop combo, because getting the crouch cancel from that is very, very hard. And Leo, just as famous as Dragunov for being a wall carry master, and taking that for the setup and the heat. Oh, but he didn't get up, so he didn't get the full hit on it. But really smart, looking to try to get more damage off Oki.
And look at that gray health, but also important to note with the heat smash, that heat smash gives Leo a distinct advantage. Leo can keep the pressure going from that heat smash. I think that's what EXO was going for, and it paid dividends at the end of that round as they keep the momentum going into this round with a devastating wall combo into Lightning Glare. It's still going.
Oh, I couldn't even get it out there. It was just the dominating round. EXO needed to take that match. I liked it. It started off brave, just the down forward two. I'm going to start off with a strong launch. I'm going to get a long, strong carry. And you know what? I'm not going to respect you on wake up. I'm going to go for the wall crushed one. Everyone thought it was coming. Yeah, that replay is going to be the whole round because that's how quick it was. You know, great Leo carry. Gets the wall push, but this time we're going to set up for some Oki. Really smart. That wasn't a key charge. That wasn't a charge for disrespect. That was a setup because one more touch was all they needed and easy wall splat and easy looking win, but nothing about that was easy. Trust me, it may have been a perfect, but it was through the rope, and that's kind of the way both characters kind of work. If, you know, Dragunov's plus framing you to death, you don't know when you could press, and then the one time you finally press, that's your death right there. And Leo, so tricky, so evasive, and then as soon as you're in the air, we're going to the nearest wall. Take your pick.
Yeah, I could have said it better with Leo's game plan as a whole there. There was a lot of things going on there with setting it up with the launcher, setting up the wake up, and then getting the lightning glare as a just in case they needed to do something else there. And all in all culminated in a fantastic, just dazzling display on that final round, threading the needle perfectly and taking that round from Dragunov. Again, really nicely done. Watzit Tooya just wound up on the wrong end of a really aggressive, smothering Leo offense, just battering him from pillar to post.
And I just, I see another match queued up, and I'm personally excited. We're going to have the master of the baddies themselves. It looks like we got Trojan queuing up, and we also got a Mean Bean Jack players pulling up. And we got some Mean Bean God of Destruction, Oscars. It's going to be a barn burner. I'm so excited. All the matches have been hyped so far. I don't think we've had anyone really run away with it. We've only had dominating rounds, but they've been handing them back and forth.
Right, we've seen like rounds go back and forth. We've seen like a perfect get answered back immediately with another perfect, which to me speaks a lot about the inherent skill level of the players here that, you know, you run into those situations in matches where a person gets a perfect and then it gets into the other player's head and then it just starts leading to a snowball effect. And we're seeing it in this tournament that these perfects are leading into, in my opinion, a lot of times better play. They see the perfect happen and then they're like, okay, how can I adjust to not let this happen again? And we've been seeing that very well so far in this tournament as we go into Jack 8 versus Lily. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, always blessed to see Trojan's Lily, one of the fun combo queens, and also just as you're about to see, very tricky using Lily's moveset non-standard ways, as you can see, or just being brave or online enough to start off with the flip.
There's a whole different mindset when it comes to online play versus offline play sometimes, and right now we're seeing that Oki just gets smacked right out of the sky for their troubles trying to do that a second time, and that time Slump just said, no, I'm not allowing this to happen.
Alright, now we'll get back to some, I guess, traditional Tekken. Jack's throw game's messed up. People always tell him it's hard to throw on. I think it's the other way around. Seeing those big arms is hard to focus on.
Yeah, it's really hard to like figure out, you know, the throw break sometimes with Jack, but we see a good launcher, but doesn't get the follow up there, gets a spring kick for their troubles.
Oh, yeah, just great whiff punishes have already made the difference only in 2 rounds.
Yeah, and right now the pokes are coming in as well. Nice sidesteps. Didn't
that is
that one.
Lily special. She's got a move that Harada made, and it's called Lily Sidestep. It's different from every other sidestep. It's just better.
Everyone must play with the cards they are dealt with. Hers are just better. As we see, immediately taking Slump into the wall and answers back with the heat engager.
really active and then smartly changing up the timing, backing away. That's going to pay dividends, causing a little bit of hesitation and allowing him to set up Jack offense. But really good presence from Trojan, not swinging in the string, stepping back, and again, really great whiff punish. This is going to lead to even more damage and some annoying Oki setup. Oh, opting to take the guaranteed damage, doing a little feisty rabbit, and finishing it the feisty way.
Yeah, just as you called it, the Oki setup on Wake Up, making sure that they moved as Slump moved, answered them immediately. And now we're seeing this one a little more trepidatious from both players being a little more cautious in their approach. There it is.
And as we see it, we just see big risk, big fun, and big damage off the flipping kick. And this feels like, you know, kind of Trojan's feeling comfortable in it. And this is the scariest Trojan you can see again. Are you swinging those slow robot arms? I do not care. I'm 20 feet in the air.
I feel like Trojan is clocking what Slump is doing 2 times in a row, just flipping over their head to land that. That's telling, and now sidestepping.
Special. I was going to say it last round, but the Trojan special is the psychic sidestep and the big launch.
The Trojan is starting to understand. Trojan's beginning to believe here, finding the moments. Oh, but that time gets their throw broken. Are we going to see another crazy evasive move? Not that time. There it is. And just like that, answering back, flips on their head, flips them onto their own head, and then kicks them on their head, taking the round and finishing the match. Well played by Trojan.
You can say what you want. You could say it's styling. You could say feeling it. And that move is incredibly viable, especially when you read someone's timing. We're looking at the replay. Just was feeling themselves each and every round a little bit more comfortable with this matchup, knowing that if Jack was going to swing, just got plenty of time to go into the air. And even the other Trojan special, the sidestep, Matterhorn, all working really well. This is going to be dangerous. Let's see how the first 2 rounds play out in set 2, because a Trojan feeling happy and feeling bouncy means they're going to take even bigger risks. And if you get hit by them, you're going to be very far behind.
Yeah, we'll see how the round starts. See if Trojan's feeling froggy on this one.
Yeah, Slump just trying to keep it in check, and then finally taking a big swing back. You know what? I love it. Not going to play small Tekken when big Tekken has been the thing winning them rounds.
Right, and then answering back, going to their flex stance a little bit, but doesn't get really anything out of it. And right now, Trojan with the pokes, trying to enforce the fundamentals here of Tekken, the small Tekken as you put it. Oh, and ate the blaster right to the ribs, and Slump takes the round.
And the hop flip goes through that giant hitbox, but ooh, dropping the combo. We'll just call that an advanced Oki setup. A little bit of the heat engage and the push homing for the wall. And spring kick has worked 3 times now so far. We're gonna note that for the future. Very launchable that close.
Yeah, it seems to be something that's not being completely clocked in this situation. Oh, but Slump spinning their arms around, deciding, you know what, if me punching directly wasn't working, I'll just spin them around and nail you for it. Now getting the opening to activate their heat. Trojan fighting out of the corner, getting themselves out of a bad position, and then just jabbing into the hop kick. Caught them looking at the jabs, hop kick launcher into the wall. And now we're going to see that, yeah, tried for the stomp, but side rolled away.
And our signature move of this tournament match, again, the flip, the fun, the 3-4 time. Gonna take the heat dash for one more mix-up, and yes, the down forward 3 was the right answer, hitting mid.
And then using that hop step to shadow them as they got up, catching them perfectly against the wall, and we see Trojan. Ooh, Trojan tried again, but this time made a spring kick for it.
That is, again, that is just another level of character mastery, using the handstand as a whiff punisher into a nice launch, sidestepping around the zip code and back. Ooh, really smart staying down there to avoid the follow-up.
Yeah, good play by Slump there, and there's the sledgehammer sending Trojan into the sky as we go down into the final round as we head into the next part of the stage.
Yeah, we saw 10 jabs locked down into a launcher, and Slump just says, I don't need any of that. If I just swing big, that's the only thing I need, even though all he needed was like 20 damage.
Yeah, it just needed a little bit. But was like, no, I must destroy this child. As we see Trojan trying to fight back and paying dividends with the little pokes here and there, going for that low kick. Activates heat. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this one.
The heat pressure. Oh, and the
There
movement
it is.
into the armor with the right timing. Trojan sidestep down forward one, sidestep punch, no buttons. Oh, and then the frustration builds up. So we're gonna swing big. Oh no, she's armoring. That is some really, really good play there on Trojan. Let's look at this replay here.
Yeah, as we see here, Slump trying to fight their way out of that position, and we see Trojan positioning themselves to kind of follow them on Wake Up, activates Heat, sidesteps to make that adjustment, sidesteps again to make an adjustment. Slump is backing away, goes for a jab, that gets complete sidestep, and then Trojan armors through their attempted offense to take the round and close it out. Name befitting this player, because it seemed like in that game they got inside Slump's head really badly and just proceeded to just let loose at that point. Trojan with the flips, with the evasive maneuvers, flipping overhead when they went mid or low. Really, really well done. We saw bits of it, what seemed like Trojan downloading Slump as the time went on, and it again paid dividends in dominant fashion in some of those rounds, being able to time when Slump would approach, time what move Slump was doing, flip overhead, kick flip onto them, take them out of that situation, and now goes into Slump's head even further, and then you have to factor that in going into the future rounds. And as we see, Trojan played their game expertly and forced Slump to play their game, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, but no slouch. Slump did an amazing job, and the swings through almost all of their launchers connected. They weren't sitting back like a ranked match, just down forward twoing, hoping something would work at range. No, they got in there with Jack, and it is hard to keep offensive pressure on Lily, especially because, as we saw, literally a jab, a two from Jack got sidestepped all the way to his back with enough time to launch. It is some scary thing to see that girl run.
Yeah, and especially with a player like Trojan at the helm. And right now we're going into our next game with Asuka versus Yoshimitsu, it looks like.
Oh, Debaser. Okay, so really interesting matchup, and kind of like every time I play a Yoshimitsu online, we go in with the dash block, but it unfortunately gets launched with the down forward 2. Oh, and just playing the kick pressure, going in and out of stance, showing they will they or won't they, and flashing before they could even have to choose to deal with the unblockable or not.
Right, and as we see here, activating heat, but gets spun out, and then there's the heat smash.
Yeah, and Asuka mix-up, especially after heat smash and the positive frames, you know, if you crouch or you don't crouch in that moment, that is just the big mix.
Right, as we have the match here, I don't believe the match is being broadcast currently. I don't believe here. But
oh, they're just looking at your pretty face.
There, either mine or yours, mine.
Oh, well, you just saw an Asuka round. She's a defensive character, except for when she swings for the fences.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it just turns into full offense as we go into the final round, as KingReyJr getting lowered across to the other wall. Debaser answering back, deciding to go for the low sweeps here. And now keeping the pressure going. Both players now keeping distance. Oh, and ate the poison mist as she stepped in. Oh, and right now, keeping the offense going, and then gets the launcher into the wall. Follows up with the launcher again. Nice. Activates. Yes, goes for the heat smash, and then activates the floor with it. Doesn't get the finish here.
And the swing and the high. Oh, Naniwa Gusto. Also, another character that got a bigger fundamental change in recent updates. You know, giving her a brand new swing and giving her harder hitting things in her install. That's why we say the Naniwa Gusto.
Right, right. And now with Asuka being where they're at now, there was that weird sort of time in the previous update where Asuka got buffs, but none of the buffs from a lot of Asuka mains really mattered in that regard. And now we're seeing Asuka being readjusted into, in my opinion, much more of a threat. And now Asuka feels a lot more normalized into what they could do in both a good way and a more balanced way, as we see KingReyJr going into this next game with the momentum on their side. But right now, Debaser just stopping that dead in his tracks.
Yeah, smart Yoshi counterplays, really good stuff. And again, like I was saying before, Asuka, normally a defensive character, then you have to look at the name on that nameplate. This is KingRey, who plays a little bit different and a little bit more of offense oriented. But you know what? Debaser not worried about it at all. We got the counter hit sword slash, and that was all the offense he needed to dictate that entire round, and getting a launch to start round 2. This is looking like a good recovery.
Yeah, Debaser not intimidated at all. Look at that mobility, using Yoshimitsu's built-in techniques to get completely out of KingRey's offense, but KingRey answering back. Naniwa Gusto stayed down, avoids that. Good call.
That is a beautiful strike. You know, using the string to cancel, then do the devastating ground punch, which leads to a free charge. And then once you get that free charge, you think that move is out of the inventory, but he runs right back up to your face and does it again. And speaking of doing it right in their face, again, the down forward 2 works so well to start off rounds for Debaser. Why not keep it going?
Yeah, and right now Debaser, again, just showing that they can just stop KingReyJr's offense. There's the flash activate heat. Yes, he does. Gonna keep it into the wall. Gonna keep the pressure going, but KingRey trying to answer back.
Grab.
Spin out, not that time.
Takes the safe one on the 50, but just keeping the offensive. And then here's the charge up and the swing. New to step it. Also adds the heat dash. And the sword is gonna be enough. Debaser looking like they found some things out. What'd you see there?
Yeah, it looked like some really good adjustments there. It looked like Debaser seemed like the main play from Debaser here was to not let KingReyJr get comfortable, was to not let KingReyJr's Asuka build any sort of offensive momentum and sort of dictate the pace themselves. It's one of the things that Yoshimitsu is really good at with the stances, and what Yoshimitsu can do is to basically determine the pace of the fight themselves here, as we see using the spin out to try to create some distance here. But KingReyJr answered back appropriately, fakes out with the low sweep, and then goes for the charge up on the heat smash, but Debaser sidesteps it, takes Asuka back into the wall, and then cleans out the round. And now we're tied 1-1 going into game 3.
Oh, and starting big and getting the counter, but not on the combo, but that still sent a message. And suddenly Debaser's not looking for those keep out tools as much, and that's exactly what KingRey needs.
Ooh, yeah, and right there we see spring kick and then try to follow up with it, but Debaser just spun out quickly and launched into a quick punish. Spin out again into the heat engage. Yeah, this is, uh-oh. This is gonna hit. No! That was smart. Very smart. Flashed the Firefly stance, canceled it perfectly, spun out of the way, and then punished the Rage Art. Really smart play there by Debaser.
I was going to say, I've definitely Rage Dart, and a Yoshimitsu player has blocked out of the cancel, but to step it and punish it that perfectly, wow.
Yeah, there's some really big brain plays there. Like, there's no other way to put it in that sort of situation.
Oh no, spinning, but no room to spin to. That's going to be a costly error. We don't drop these, we get the follow-up kick. I don't need the install, I just need the damage.
It's the clear out there off the ground as we go into round 3. We'll try and answer something big to start the round, but Debaser blocking it appropriately. Firefly stance. And Debaser gets the launcher into flash.
We're staying upstairs. Could have had an extension, but oh, the hits still go through. I thought that was going to spike him down.
Honestly, I thought so too, but Debaser just a little bit faster on the button and just wound up getting the perfect win on that one.
Here's the ground punch mind game. Yep, we take
go.
the install. And oh, knowing perfectly to scoop that with the string into the wall hits.
Debaser answering back with the Firefly Sense into the throw, and then activates heat. Gets the wall combo. We're going to get over off of this. Go for the spinning lows. Spin sweeps. Indian stance, back turn. Ooh, almost, but KingRey just out of reach and punishes with a launcher.
And that was the first defensive pinwheel kicker back 3 that we saw, and that was perfectly timed and saved and finishing the high-low-low string, and suddenly we're on a final round.
This another final round in this tournament so far. It's, again, a testament to the level of play that we're seeing here. Good use of the reach there from the sword.
KingRey not even stepping into that.
Ooh, and this time eats a launcher. It's gonna take to the wall. Yes, it will. Oh, ooh, awkward collision with the wall there, though. Nice follow up by KingRey.
Huge risk to take the low option. It's launchable if blocked, but nope, feeling confidence, and that's the risk he needed to take. Suddenly he's dictating the pace, but no, knows to block it, but the sword low comes in, and that's going to be enough. Yes.
Wow. Nice. Nicely timed there. Both players an expert in their timing in this game.
I was going to say, you know, KingRey changed it, took 2 huge risks. I need to see this replay. This is where we're at. A little bit of an awkward sidewall interaction. There's the clench and taking the low, getting the install, pushing it off real quickly, taking another defensive back 3, but ready and no punish. And it just seemed all KingRey. And finally, you're going to hesitate. Well, that's Yoshi's favorite part of the game. And that was the moment he needed to set up the unblockable sword swipe. You see it coming. You're got, oh god, press any button quick, and it better be a lightning quick jab. Otherwise, you are getting swept. And that is a full combo. And we brought it home to the town. And we even had heat and swords to bring it on there. Really, really great stuff from Debaser when it seemed all KingReyJr in the first set.
Yeah, Debaser made some really strong adjustments. Made adjustments to the offensive pressure, kept it going in the second game, and then in the third game, seemed to sort of meld the 2 styles together a little bit more, started to also plant more of their setups there, as we saw, you know, what took that last round, the setup into that low sword swipe, and then finishing the round with that. Debaser really smart. Both players really well played with their timing. Both players were really strong with figuring out their spacing, figuring out what they could do and when. And it just, in the end, Debaser just had that extra moment or 2 where they took it the utmost advantage. Really well played by both players.
Yeah, and, you know, it's kind of been the theme of a lot of these rounds now. It's like world's most one-sided fights caught on tape where we are going in, we're seeing someone just pull in, get 2 perfects, and it looks like it's all in hand, and then suddenly someone gets, I don't know where people are getting this coaching, but godlike coaching from everyone, because round 2, adjustments, and then we're brought to a final round in a final set, and almost every single time. These have been magical matches.
Yeah, these have been really strong, fantastic matches, and for those of you who are watching the stream right now, if you want to contribute to the prize pot for this tournament, there's the Matcherino link in the chat right now, and if you click the Matcherino link, you'll have the page for the tournament. You can log in on the top right corner of that page. You can log in with your Google account, your Facebook, your Twitter, your Battle.net. We're still waiting for a MySpace update in the coming times. We're waiting for everything to be supported, but almost everything is supported right now at Matcherino. So if you've got something on social media, you can log into Matcherino right now. If you got a Discord account, if you exist on the internet, you can log into Matcherino. And once you log into Matcherino, there'll be a nice blue button on the right side of the screen that says claim code, and you click that button, and at no extra cost, you contribute 25 cents to the prize pot. There are codes for that you can redeem, and just like that, again, no extra cost, 25 cents get added to the prize pot. It's a good way to contribute to the prize pot for these players who are applying their craft with Tekken 8, and to let players know that you support their endeavors, that you enjoy what you're seeing right now with some great Tekken matches here tonight on this beautiful week leading into EVO.
It keeps coming. Dawn of the next day, 2 days left, 3 days left. It's coming. It's here. It's real. It's EVO. It's time. You know, normally, EVO's kind of the event where it's, 5 monitors up, watching million pools games and everything, but being there is a completely different beast. Not to rub salt in the wound, but, for those of you who aren't able to make it, do not miss it next year. Do not hang. It's always a great time. It's more than just getting O2'd in pools. It is a community come together. It is where people hype out the most. I've seen $1,500 and $2,000 bet on a single coin flip. I've seen money matches for video games that I didn't even know human beings could money match for. I've seen Densha to Go money matches for $1,000. Like, Evo is the spot where if you've got a lucky hand and a little bit of hubris, you will put money on it.
Yeah, there's so many like fun activities that take place at Evo week between like the side games that people play. You know, like you said, games that people didn't even know existed. Like people realizing, I believe it was last year or 2 years ago, realizing a Sailor Moon fighting game existed, and people were like, "What? There's a side tournament for a Sailor Moon fighting game from the SNES?" You know, things like that. Like people discovering different fighting games, maybe even new fandoms as a result of these different fighting games. It's always interesting to see what comes out of Evo weekend, and to see, you know, not only from, you know, the side pots and the side games, but also the main stage, the pools from the main games, and then seeing the top 6 for the main games, the announcements that might be coming from Evo week in general is always a huge thrill, you know, for the fighting game community. It's always amazing to see how far Evo has come in regards to the proliferation of the scene, as well as just the enormity of what Evo has done. It was ran out of it's gone from being run out of a basement to Mandalay Bay Event Center, selling out, you know, or filling up rather you know, an arena of that sort of stature. It's amazing, all told.
Yeah, and one of the favorite things that we were talking a little bit about was, you know, the throwback tournament, this year being Third Strike, previously before, and like it's kind of just makes me think about the past more than it's about whatever current fighter is the current fighter. We'll have Tekken next year, we'll have Street Fighter next year. I'm sure it might be a different name or a different update, but like it's really about what's the old game that's going to get love. And while we go through some of the heavy hitters like Marvel and of course Third Strike, it's going to get to a point where we go through enough throwbacks that we're going to see some really weird games maybe get that throwback. You know, I would kill to see a CBS 2 throwback tournament to bring all the old heads together. Is there a game that you'd love to see throwback from the community?
I think you named it right there. I would love to see CVS2 brought into like the throwback side of things. CVS2 in general would be a really fun game to see as a throwback event for Evo. But as we go through that, as we head into, you know, the next set of matches, we want to take a quick little break here to give ourselves time to recharge, refresh. For those who are watching the tournament right now, it's a good time for you to get up, stretch, hydrate, you know,
And
and
fill out
sort
that
of
Matcherino code.
Yes, take the time now. This is a good time to log in. You won't be missing anything. Log into the Matcherino, claim that code, do your thing. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes.
All right, and welcome back. You are here in our weekly event, and just to let you know, we have a bounty board and it is still active. First one may not be the big one, key charging Mac. We are here to stop key charge shaming. I'm a big fan of popping off. It's like a bat flip in baseball. But more importantly, the man who cannot be stopped. I can tell you, I faced him in 3 different tournaments, and getting a round feels like winning a match. But can we, as a group here, take down Wizzy for 8 or more rounds? That's cumulative. And if we hit that, then we're going to get some bonuses for the pot and everyone here. So again, this is through the entire tournament. Wizzy just needs to lose 8 rounds. Even if he wins his match, moves on to his next match, the next few rounds, they all count. We got to take down as many rounds as possible. This is war.
Right, you got to rack up the scoreboard on Wizzy, get those 8 rounds on Wizzy. And the key charge on Mac, look, Maya brought up an amazing way of putting it. I'm a big fan of bat flipping in baseball. I am not a fan of the unwritten rules in baseball that say you can't celebrate that you can't flip your baseball bat. So by comparing the key charge to the bat flipping, you know what? I'm here for it. I'm all for it. You have single-handedly won me on this. Key charge is the new bat flip. I'm fine with this. I'm perfectly okay with this now.
Stop key charge shaming, because genuinely, if you are happy and you are feeling good, it's not always to BM or insult the other player. I know that's like legacy Tekken things, even back 5, 6, 7 days. But hey, that's why the magic mirror exists if you got a problem for it. But also, there's about half the cast has unique button taunts, and we're not talking like Brian taunts. We're talking Reina just has a taunt. Lily just has a taunt. A bunch of characters just have taunts. And I guess that sends more of a message. But again, maybe I'm just an old cat, but like ever since Third Strike, I end every single round with every character's fierces, which is just like a taunt. Because in Street Fighter, characters got some kind of crappy bonuses, unless you were Q. You became a completely different character. But, like, the taunt was just mashing the buttons and doing things, and some people just feel all sorts of way. But you have to kind of look at it. If you're being affected by someone happily charging themselves, there's also some beautiful people that we've seen that have made this viable. KingReyJr is someone who showed us that key charging is a very nice way after an Oki setup to set up can-cans, which normally are a counter hit launcher. But if you key charge, run up to someone and they have to eat a 50-50 mix-up, and that mix-up hits low off a can-can, that's a free launcher. So it's actually a smart thing that you key charged. Another thing, being a fellow June main, seeing Rick Stars do it in a bunch of different matches, but if you knock someone away with June's 10-frame slap, you have just enough time to go into a key charge, and again, you move in, you go in for a quick attack, and then suddenly that's a guaranteed counter hit, and that's a guaranteed big damaging combo, and that's exactly what you need to get under someone's skin, not BM them, but to get damage.
Right, and that comes into legacy of other fighting games too. Other fighting games have systems where you do things post-round that look like a taunt, but actually build things up for that character. Shanti in Virtual Fighter, you take a drink at the end of the round, those drinks carry over into the next round. That builds Shundi's power and adds more things to his moveset. You have Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, famous for those taunts that, in the case of characters, they give power boosts, and other characters, they allow setups. Dudley with the famous Rose Throw, being able to use the Rose Throw after a knockdown to set up something coming up. And now we see it in Tekken, we see viability in those sort of situations, as right now we have Xiao Yu versus Brian.
Oh, PLing, all right. So
Yeah.
we're going to see a true Xiao Yu specialist against an already proven Brian, both with different styles, but starting with the dodge and the quick hop kick.
Yeah, and we were talking about taunts and setups, and these are two characters that have maneuvers that are, used in that manner. Brian has a taunt cancel in his moveset as well. But as we see, PLing not worried about that at all, just kept the pressure going, did not let TimboGoblino get any sort of momentum going, and then continuing that pressure into the second round with this launcher into this wall carry.
But PLing showing us where Xiaoyu's most dangerous, setting up from AOP, setting up from stance, especially with her advantages from heat. Opting for the sweep multiple times, just trying to leave that layer in there. Gotta respect the lows.
Right, using the AOP to low profile as well. Trying to get something going. Timbo trying to poke, trying to break the can open, but doesn't get in. There's the throw. This is going to set up some heavy damage for the finish.
Well, I like that adjustment from Timbo. Like, that was what he needed. You know, Xiaoyu was getting comfortable, being evasive, being in stance like you're seeing right now. Timbo just needed to play some compact Tekken to keep her from pressing those buttons.
Oh, absolutely. And just like that, we see here trying it again, but PLing going into AOP. And again, using AOP 3 consecutive times to evade and to follow up and punish. Really, really nice reads there by PLing.
Yeah, and for if you're not sure, like, PLing is, you know, one of the masters of Xiaoyu. If you're looking at NA gods as you're playing a great Xiaoyu, I mean, as we look back again, that was a really good replay from KingReyJr's match with Debaser. Again, just awkward interactions turning into sudden rush down, but having the patience and saying, wait, I can press? And then getting the sword sweep into there. But yeah, this Brian matchup here, it's going to have to do something here, but PLing is very, very gifted with Xiaoyu, can be extremely evasive. So sitting back and trying to play orbital, like I was going to say, is not going to be the answer, but almost sensing it, PLing just swinging off with the launcher to start.
Yeah, and immediately keeps the pressure going, and just doing it again. That front roll kick, low, goes for the, oh, tried it, but Timbo, nice blocks. Oh, didn't have enough patience for the end there. Tried to go for the opening, but that back kick just sealed his fate, and PLing gets the perfect, and second verse, same as the first, taking it to the wall.
Yeah, this time the snake edge comes from Xiaoyu, not Brian.
Oh no! The characters. Oh no! Speaking of snake edge, this is what happens when a person's expecting a snake edge and blocks it for the punish.
7 golden letters, you showed us, you delighted us, but this is gonna be set point now for PLing. Oh no, and the hop springs and into the combo, but letting it fall out. And another orbital swing, and is gonna get punished, and this is gonna set the dangerous stances up, and a great block with patience. And no, that normally crushes mid, but AOP is something special, and that crouch is even more special. She can't get crunch, he can't get that low, and PLing dismantling Timbo with some amazing Ling mastery here. You gotta look at the replay again, because it was the entire round.
Yeah, I was honestly a little worried as the way this round started that this was going to look like a triple perfect off of the last 2 rounds, then going into this sequence here, into this wall combo, into the setup. I was afraid that this was going to hit and then launch, but Timbo blocking that, but it didn't matter in the end, just getting the heat engage, popping it through, and then landing that extra palm strike to take the round. PLing just a force to be reckoned with, dominating and taking those 3 rounds in a row. Well done. You know, there's a lot to be said about Ling Xiaoyu and matchup knowledge. There's a lot to be said in regards to understanding the way Ling Xiaoyu can approach these sorts of matchups, the way Ling Xiaoyu can move, what Ling Xiaoyu can do in those given situations. And it seemed like Timbo in that situation just really couldn't find a groove in any of that. Really strong play there by PLing.
Yeah, the first, so in the second set, the first round, it was a dominated round, but they were getting their throws out. They were having a little bit of a poke exchange. And you know what? Dominated, but it's okay. There's round 2. Then round 2 starting off big with the snake edge sweeping Brian right out, taking him to the wall. And you could tell that there was definitely some poise, trying to not make a mistake in the beginning. Not Brian counter hit swinging, because PLing showed very, very good defense and movement that whole time. But then You get 3/4 of your health gone. Your back's still against the wall. And then we saw an uncharacteristic freeze up, not stepping away from the wall, not aiming for a little bit of movement, not going for armor. And then suddenly there's a perfect round 2. And then the brakes went off the train, swinging big round 3. And then you're behind. And then you have to do something to keep your tournament hopes alive. And an orbital comes in and it gets punished. And then a low swing comes in and it gets punished. And then crushing elbows coming in from Brian. And somehow she got lower and lower and limboed underneath that mid strike and punished it for the win. That's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, we saw, as you pointed out, trying to keep his tournament hopes and dreams alive at that point, just trying to scrap in that sort of situation. And that's kind of the best thing you can hope for if trying to be defensive isn't helping, because at that point, if you play defense too much, you're letting the opponent get comfortable in their own set play. There is that thin line between smart defense and being too timid in your defense. And there's a point where if you're too timid in your defense, the opponent can just take advantage of that and just set up anything that they want to do. And we saw PLing feel very comfortable in those situations. And Timbo, I feel like it was a smart move, in regards to that, trying to scrap out of it, trying to stop them. But at that point, PLing, again, super comfortable in their own skin at that point. They knew they had it dead to rights. And then he just sealed it off with the palm strikes at the end. It was nicely done. Smart play by both players there. Tim was, again, fighting through it. But PLing with the Xiaoyu, just amazing poise, amazing confidence. Just a whole other level of comfort in that matchup.
And as I've been taught, and as I've seen, especially through this game, older Tekkens, it was about the KBD, the movement, the defense first, maybe offense comes with it. You take calculated risks. In 7, 100% about movement and making this as long a round as possible. And then now in Tekken 8, as we've seen many, many, many times, offense is the name of the game, having tools for it, having ways to get through it, having even better changes to armor, heat, everything. And, if you allow someone to dictate the offensive pace, in previous Tekkens, you could sit back and really enjoy it and work with it and maybe even download your opponent. In this Tekken, as Speedkicks put it, if you allow someone to go on constant offense, all they are going to do is put you in more and more unfavorable situations. They're going to put you in situations where you're going to have to eat the next Ming or the next positive string, or you're going to have to take a defensive checking tool as a desperation piece, or use your offensive heat, or use any of these things, which now, with recent updates, even at the end of round, pressing heat just to get out of jail free is no longer as safe as it was when the game first came out. You could almost predict that someone was going to throw out heat at the end of the round with no life, but now you can actually punish, or you can even counter it, or you can even armor it before they even swing, absorb it, and make them look silly for it.
Yeah, in my opinion, one of the very welcome adjustments to Tekken 8 is that change to the, throwing out your heat activation and what have you. It's a really smart way to sort of balance the new system into Tekken 8 and making that adjustment so now you can't just throw it out and be like, oh, I can just armor through this. That's no problem. And in regards to, that sort of playstyle with, again, Xiaoyu with the mobility, which what Xiaoyu can do in that sort of playstyle, it sort of lends itself to that sort of situation where you want to be more offensive, where you want to poke, because we've seen it in other matches. We've seen Eddie Gordo, we've seen Victor, where you poke them out of stances. You can just do a quick poke to try to get them to stop their momentum. And speaking of stances, we're going to have a Hwarang versus the Debaser Yoshimitsu here. Now, this is going to be interesting. 2 stance-heavy characters going at it.
I was going to say, those who follow your sidestep chart, you could look up Hwarang, but the answer is which way is his legs facing?
In those situations, you're trying to play through the game, you're like, wait a second. As we see here, Debaser immediately getting the wall combo, but nice blocks the low and starting to try to heat up. Pushing in, goes for the low sweep defense. Bins to create some space.
As Teo kind of says it in our scene, it's how long is this Hwarang going to be a normal martial artist before he turns on the ham? So we have seen oh, and that's going to pull through, and I think that's going to do the job. So like we were saying, it's how long until this Hwoarang can only know one thing, and that is endless offense. And those are sometimes the most thrilling parts that we could see. And it didn't kill. Oh, but the homing sweep. When you're talking about homing sweeps, there's one right there.
Well, there's one right there. Yeah, good, nice homing sweep there. You know, from the low spin. I'm just wondering, did they nerf the rage arts all of a sudden? This is the second one. Are we just rusty at calling these?
Well, also the damage changes, and remember, any properties like a tornado or a wall touch will change the damage, but I guess even more than we have, just to put a little bit of commentator's curse on the commentary.
Yeah, well, usually pretty good at calling these, but not today, as we see Debaser keeping that pressure going up against the wall, activates heat, keeping the pressure in, and then just a quick kick to end it.
All right, so this is where the restrictor plates are taken off, and this is where we can get full flamingo Hwoarang, maybe?
Ooh, maybe a little bit of that in the adjustments. Here we go, some flamingo. Oh, but Debaser with the low sweep. He's gonna get a combo off of this. Swords in the sheath. I know what's coming here. Gonna do some slashes. There it is. Gets the full overhead swipe at the end. Tried to flash, but doesn't get it there. But doesn't matter. Follows through. Is gonna keep this going to the other wall.
Oh, and doing the optimal carry, knowing that he was one extra rep away from getting the full wall splat and getting that damage to close out on it. And I was going to say, especially being a character committed to the stances like Hwoarang, it's really tricky when you get your legs clipped. Most of us get clipped on maybe a little bit of a dash block going wrong. Oh, and we can take a look at that. There's a full push and the carry and getting the sword confirm. Spring Kick's just doing work this tournament, but here's the full carry. 1, 2, 3 times, and the 4th with the tornado is just enough. Normally would fall out in any other rep, but great awareness and great presence of mind showing us why he's here. Cdai gonna need to change a little bit up in order to get this round back. We are getting so close to top 8 now.
Yeah, we need to see if Cdai is going to make the adjustments. We're going to see a little more, you know, like we said, flamingo offense, a little bit more of the stances there. Oh, we're seeing a little bit there, but the Debaser's ready for it. Answers back with a heat activation and goes in a firefly, and there's a good launcher from Cdai.
Yeah, and against this stage, I've seen Hwoarang carry wall to third wall. Oh, and missing the heat clip.
Unfortunate drop there. Cdai answering back. Oh, both players wind up off axis. Is he pressing? Not quite.
So really interesting round there from Debaser, holding on to their heat, taking the sword slash, not heat dashing it, but really not even using the rest of their heat. Maybe there for the mind game?
Maybe so in that situation, but you see Cdai was able to clear the round there. Unfortunately, Debaser not able to take advantage of those moments, as right now Debaser uses the long reach of the sword to try to create some distance here. A little bit of a different game from both players in this match.
Yep, as we start in on heat, and he's just gonna opt to take the quick lockdown. His back is against the wall. I like the heat dash there, and yes, the quick kicks, not even enough time to start up on heat. You never want to die with heat.
Right, you at the very minimum you want to at least try to blow your meter to at least get something going, but Cdai was enforcing their pressure here, but Debaser answering back with their own pressure in this round. Just keeping it going, keeping Cdai against the wall, spinning out to avoid the consequences, flash into heat activation.
And Smart just wants one more mix-up, one more touch, and then finally stop with the stances, a jab and a sword, getting back into this set. I was going to say, normally we were having landslides that are going in each direction, but Debaser could break this curse.
Right now, Debaser playing a little more defensive and eats the low sweep for his troubles. Raw heat activation there by Cdai, and then eats the rainbow drop. As a result, Cdai answering back, trying to get something going, but Debaser with the spin kicks.
Oh, really great heat dash into the scoop, and great adaptation for the wall proximity. We got the fake wall, the real wall, the side wall. Add a combo for all interactions. That's a really poised Hwoarang player. Really great job taking it back, and now we're 1-1.
Yeah, just like that, we were hoping to see Cdai make some adjustments, and we saw those adjustments get made as we consult the replay footage here. We see here, taking Debaser up against the wall, activates the raw heat, but gets caught with the rainbow drop for their troubles. Wakes up, goes for the low, goes with Flamengo. Debaser stops that immediately, and then immediately as they tried to step forward, ate the front kick and the combo. That was all she wrote, as we go right now into game 3.
Yeah, I think this patience from Cdai will actually prove to be a really great tool, especially for when he, rainbow drop interrupted anything I had to say. I was going to say, it's going to give him probably some end of round poise to just go for it, unlimited Hwoarang action.
As we see here, Debaser tried to do the Firefly stance, but Cdai just with a quick poke got him out of it, and there's the low sweep into the launcher. Now we're going to get some damage out of this. The flash.
The step back was great. I thought it was going to be the thing. You got to make a Yoshi player be very afraid to flash, but no punish on there. And there's the mix.
Nice mix there. Yeah, good call out to go right into the throw to get some good damage off of that.
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
And the step back launch. I love it.
Yeah, very nice. Cdai starting to get a grasp on the spacing, it looks like. Made Debaser miss the flash. That's a rare thing from a Yoshimitsu.
Embracing it, taking the throw, hasn't used it all set, and then uses it right to stuff the heat dash. Really smart, and wants to keep the pressure, knows to block the low setup, but unfortunately going into sit down stance and just coming right back out. That is so tricky. You want to press, but so many options could cost your life, just like a skyrocket.
Gets the skyrocket, but doesn't get much out of it. The Debaser answering back with a launcher of their own, saying that I can get more out of this launcher without getting you just as high. And Cdai just went, no, I'll try again. And Debaser sidesteps, is like, no, I insist. Let me show you.
Ooh. Walked a circle around him, got the back 3 and the wall combo and the heat dash, and I wasn't going to say it, I was going to wait for it, and there it is. This is going to be match point for Cdai, turning it around.
Really well played by Cdai, and gets the launcher to start this round. Continuing where they left off, comboing them, activates heat. Gonna keep the pressure going. Already about 50% of the health gone.
I like the choice. Opting for the heat against the wall, it absolutely could just end this match on his terms, and still has a get out of jail free card with a little bit of a heat dash, a little bit of threat pressure here, but is gonna have to hold on to it, especially with Yoshi's return right back in heat.
Right, and as you see here, keeping that pressure going just to try to keep Debaser. Oh no, try to keep Debaser on their back foot. 3, 4. 4 of those in a row just to get the finish, and that takes us to the final round of the set.
Great sidestep, and we're just gonna get heat engaged this time. Oh no, and doesn't get the float off it. That could be the tournament match right here.
We'll see if Cdai can make up for that one. Oh, there's a good launcher. Gonna take into the wall, gonna get some wall damage. Doesn't get the fall up there, but does an empty heat activation. Good cancel there.
Oh, and the quick low ending the match, using the rainbow drop for positioning, even though it got broken, but he just did not care. Cdai came in, and like we said, feeling the offensive momentum pressure. I got counter hit, I got sidestep launch, final round, it doesn't matter. It's time to live or die by the kicks. I really, 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 really liked it. Saw it coming, and it was exactly what he needed. I dropped my combo, I got sidestep launch. You know what? No, it is going to end on my terms. Missed whiff, you sidestep me. Normally that would be any person's launch and punish. Nope, I'm gonna hop kick that. I'll break your throw, I will heat dash you, and I will do the predictable low. It doesn't matter. When you feel it and when you're on the pressure, sometimes you overthink things, and a quick low is just what the doctor ordered.
Right, and we saw Cdai show some really strong awareness there. They realized that the combo ended at the bottom of the wall. Yoshimitsu was getting up, activated heat as if to try to continue the combo, but realized just at the right time that, wait a second, this isn't going to hit, and canceled the heat activation into just an empty, just regular heat activation instead of doing the actual follow through with the attack to activate the heat. And again, really smartly played there by Cdai, strong awareness there. And then Rainbow Drop gets throw escape, and then from there, Cdai just follows up perfectly. There was a little bit of an interesting interaction there that goes back to what we're talking about in tournament situations. There's so many things that we can say that we shoulda, coulda, woulda in a lot of predicaments, but nothing can prepare you for the pressure cooker that is a tournament environment. And we saw, I think, an example of that where Cdai ducked perfectly under the Firefly, the spinning slashes from Yoshimitsu, ducked perfectly underneath that, but did not get the launcher off of it. But Cdai, we saw, very aware, very in tune player in that sort of situation, was just a quick, like, I could jab them, wait, no I can't, that sort of weird predicament that in a tournament situation, in the split second you have to react to it, you just don't know how you're going to react. And later on we see Cdai again with the awareness to not go through the heat engage and to instead take the raw heat activation and then follow through, breaks the Rainbow Drop, goes for the finish, and then cleans it up. Well played.
That was just great, and you put it wonderfully. We are queuing up our next matches, but again, like, we have so many great people. We can just shout out people that are in this, and we'll pull up the top 8 bracket once we get there. But we are in top 16, so close to closing out that top 8. A lot of names that we're used to. We already saw Debaser and Timbo already go in. Some other people that we saw, KingReyJr, EXO, the amazing Leo player, Trojan, Wizzy, and yeah, Cdai, and the dominant performance by PLing, looking like the person to beat right now. But there is still a bounty out for Wizzy, and we have not seen any rounds with Wizzy yet. So, top 8, top 16, this is the chance to get those rounds in and get those bonuses donated. And speaking of bonuses to the pot, do not forget, we have a Matcherino link in the chat. Please, please, please click the Matcherino link. You can tie it to any login, your Steam, your Discord. I was thinking of a throwback, your old Zonga, your old Angel Fire website. That integration's coming soon. You can show us your GeoCities or your Lycos page. Yes, I'm old. But yeah, click the claim code link and donate directly to the pot. That number is awfully low, and I will throw some money down. We need to show these players some love. It is the week of EVO. This is big money, big prizes. I love it. Go ahead, click that Matcherino link.
Yeah, that's right. We got to load up the Matcherino link. We got to make sure that these players know that they are being appreciated for taking their time here to apply their craft and playing Tekken. For, again, they're getting their reps in the online scene. Some of these players go to the local events as well. Some of these players may, in fact, be heading toward EVO, in regards to what they're doing. And tournaments like this are a good way for these players to get practice in, a good way to show their stuff, a good way for players to be noticed in their scene. It's a fantastic way to sort of show appreciation to those players and show appreciation to what they're doing. The claim code is absolutely free, adds 25 cents into the prize pot. Log in with anything you've got, pretty much anything. We see in the chat loading up Netscape. There you go. Log into anything you've got, and you can make your way into that Matcherino and add those 25 cents in there. And, it's again, great way to show that these players are appreciated for what they're doing.
Only RuneScape Classic logins, please. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, RuneScape Classic. Oh boy.
I mean, there is a modern, but no one plays it. We do it so that we can say we like the old one. It's like having 2 McDonald's. We go to the good one, not the bad one.
Oh my goodness. You have the choice of this one or the good one.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one. Don't worry about it.
We don't talk about the other one. No, we don't want to talk about that one. No, we just, why would we do that?
And I can see we're queuing up our next match. Very excited. Always a pleasure to watch both of our players play. I see Trojan, again, the Lily that put down Slump with a fun flipping performance against a man who's not happy in flipping, but Dragunov and Wizzy. And Wizzy with our round bounty. Let's keep track of how many rounds Trojan can get. I feel like Trojan's going to do some work to that pot.
Oh, I think so too. Trojan playstyle. Jeez.
Oh, and you know it's Lily, so that's going to go all the way to the wall.
There wasn't even a download process, and there was a low parry to start the round. Trojan's something else already on the games here. Both players try to adjust and find their spacing.
Yeah, and then suddenly now we place that slow-paced Tekken, and then a hop kick out of nowhere. And the push, oh, and this is an early way to go down, and that's going to take the first round. It's very rare that we get through the gate and all the way down, but we've opened up the floor.
Yeah, like you said, the slow-paced Tekken, but there's something to be said about the explosivity in that. The slow-paced Tekken all of a sudden giving way to a ton of damage. You see here, Wizzy just unrelenting in their offense, keeping that momentum going, getting the tackle, and then crush, kill, destroy, getting the perfect there, and already up 2 rounds to nothing.
Just demoralizing, just running up to you, not even waiting for it, and just ripping the full heat smash, and it hitting hard. And suddenly now Trojan not pressing buttons, not being as active as we once saw before, knowing that just Wizzy can blow it up. And Wizzy, as I've seen from my own rounds with the 7 golden letters done quicker than I could even point out, Wizzy absolutely has a beautiful guard and really, really as close as you can get. I know people were arguing on Twitter earlier that maybe a human can see a 12 frame low. I don't know how one would ever claim that, but Wizzy is on the border with absolutely amazing low blocks and absolutely amazing control. Let's look at that beatdown of a round here. Taking the kicks, getting the heat dash just to keep more oppression against the wall, getting the full combo, the follow-up, and yeah, that kick wasn't good, but I will just realign, frame the picture, and put it there again. And Trojan needs to do something. I'm rooting for it. I want to see the Lily dance on this man. We need some rounds.
Yeah, that was a stifling offensive onslaught. It looked like it was going to go the other way for a minute there, with Trojan with the early low parry, immediately just reading that situation. But then Wizzy just answered back, is like, okay, you got one read. Let's not get carried away here, and just ran away with the rest of it.
All right, we got Warrior Lily here, then that's going to make the difference in all the damage. And getting, again, untekkable when Dragunov is in heat, so you have to guess what button will get you out of that tackle.
And right now, it looks like they're both keeping this, and there's the opening Trojan was looking for. Wizzy running in, gets the launcher. Excuse me, Trojan gets the launcher on Wizzy. As right now, Trojan's keeping their offense going in a complete carousel of chaos in that regard as Trojan takes the round. We got 1 round up on Wizzy.
Hey, that step back punish last round was exactly what Trojan needed to show. They had Lily's great movements is still the answer, and once you start creating hesitation like we saw the beginning of the round, and like you just saw now, a quick duck and while standing launcher for Lily, huge in changing Wizzy's pace. Suddenly he's not on the kicks now, he's just playing traditional jab pressure, taking the string into a heat dash, and playing that poke, and oop, looking for another quick launch, and the sidestep Matterhorn not working this time.
Wizzy now trying to create distance of their own, but Trojan activates, he gets the low sweep, and just like that, making this look a lot more even than it was just 2 seconds ago. Into the launch, and now Trojan's in the lead, but just like that, gets blocked, and Wizzy takes the round with a quick kick.
There is something magical about Wizzy's low blocks. They just seem to there. And even when it looked like he was a noob online crouching for 2 seconds, that was the calculated block to block that end of round finish from Trojan.
It was a really smart time too. It's like they called it just so far out into the future. But Trojan now gets a good throw, sort of realign this as nice sidestep. Trojan's been really good with the movement.
That's exactly what we needed to see. And then a little bit of lock pressure. I like it. And the down 1-2, and suddenly Trojan is back on here.
That's 2 rounds off of Wizzy.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got back into the match. I forgot to take yes.
It's all right. Got you covered. We got 2 rounds off of Wizzy right now. As you see here, the floor is lava. That's going to probably come into effect. I have a feeling it's going to come into effect in this round. As I say that, Trojan does the throw and activates the floor, taking Wizzy into the wall. Activates heat. It's going to keep the pressure going. Does the jump to follow through, shadowing their wake up. Gets the throw, not broken.
Oh!
Ooh. Oh, isn't able to finish though, but gets the sidestep. Trojan's moving, gets the sidestep, and then he gets the flip kick over. And just like that, Trojan takes 3 rounds on Wizzy.
I was going to say 2 things, but there were so many interactions that put through it. It was huge. What a great win from Trojan. Not afraid at all. Let's look at this replay because you miss, again, the feisty rabbit right here to go from behind, set up a back turn, getting that follow-up, getting the throw interruption, getting the heat dash off the Oki, just not getting any pressures or buttons, thinking Dragunov was going to swing there. But it doesn't matter if you're one of the best players like Wizzy. It doesn't matter if you're a orange rank just getting into this game for the first time. One lesson we saw there is not to die with heat. Dragunov could have easily won that match in just 1 counter hit or 1 launch, but not ripping your heat will keep you from being on that offensive pressure. It keeps people from pressing, or it makes people want to press, which is what Dragunov wants sometimes. But it is 1-1 now, and can we get some more rounds? We have 3 under the challenge.
That's right, we still have that bounty going. 8 rounds against Wizzy. Right now, we've got 3 up. And we see if Trojan's gonna take any more off the table.
Oh, and great fits. Again, Trojan maxing out the custom slots just like me. Love to see it.
It's the heart and soul of a Lily main, as we've come to appreciate and know. As
It's
they
the
sidestep
outfits.
around. It's the outfits, yeah. It's the outfits. That's what gives them power. As we see Trojan pushing through, sidestep took their back earlier and then kept the pressure going, followed them through and got the finish, unable to just lay off of them for a moment.
Trojan is magical. We're already halfway through to that bounty.
That's right, 4 rounds out of 8. Ooh, nice throw break there. Oh, there's
pressure. Yep. And into the hatchet kicks, been holding on to it. All of these tackles have been landing. I want to know what his secret is.
It's got to be that sheer timing on those tackles, finding a good opening to kind of push them out, making them think they're going to go one way, then goes for the tackle, and then gets that throw off when they need it, as Trojan's trying to find something going. Ooh! Oh, wow.
Up to follow up, but actually just stepped into the kick. And I was going to say, just really good spacing and backing away and quickly KVDing so that they didn't even have to deal with any back turn mix-up. And again, 5 times tackled, all of them working out.
Right. And it's important to know with that tackle, the throw that Wizzy uses erases great health as it comes. So it's a real, strong play to use to erase any hope of a comeback the player can make, as in this situation. Quick little boot, they had no help to recover even though they activated heat. So with that, Wizzy just takes the round.
Yeah, Wizzy on match point and getting, almost like we saw the past 2 rounds, the kicks right into a heat engager.
As we see now, Trojan trying to push the offense here. Wizzy with the kicks. Dashes from it, goes for the throw escape.
And knowing to punish the back turn, and just as quick as Lily could move into back turn, he's slapped low in the down 2, taking the match back. Again, Wizzy showing the dominance again after a very, very good showing by Trojan. So what did you see in that match? And it seemed like Trojan was figuring things out, and then it just went back to basic Dragunov.
Yeah, it seemed like in a big way we saw Trojan in their previous match where they were basically telepathic at points. They were flipping overhead, they were sidestepping with utmost precision. But in this match, we didn't see a lot of that. We saw Wizzy being able to change levels, change position, as we see here, where they're trying to find their spacing. And here, Wizzy keeping the pressure going for the punches, going for the throw, gets broken. Trojan still keeping the movement going, but Wizzy finding the timing to stop their movement. I felt like it culminated in Wizzy just being much faster on the draw, seeing what Trojan was doing, seeing Trojan's play style, finding ways to just stop him from initiating that dance of death. And eventually, as that kept going, Wizzy just kept poking away, and there was nothing really you could do about that at that point. You can't really flip out of that. If you get poked, you get stopped. You can't really do anything out of it. So in that regard, I feel like Wizzy in this situation was just faster on the draw and was just quicker at stopping and realizing what Trojan was doing. And off of that, not much you can do. Again, both players solid players, but at the end, Wizzy was just one step ahead on that game.
Yeah, but Trojan having such good things and great reputation for, let's not just sit here and jab you out of it. Wide risk for such a low reward when we saw in the second set step back. You know what? I think I know your timing. I'm going to hop kick. You know what? I think you're going to swing after the second time, sidestep Matterhorn. Even though some of those didn't even work out, that was kind of the pressure you needed to stop Dragunov from this relentless offensive pressure. The plus frames mix up into more plus frames is kind of the staple that we see. You can nerf Dragunov to heck and back, but he's gonna kind of still be as dangerous as we've seen since the beginning, albeit with reduced properties. It's just he's got a solid beatdown game plan, and you either have to be gutsy enough to go through it, or you have to be gutsy enough to block everything, and blocking everything is only going to lead to more Dragunov mix.
Right, and that's the scary thing with Dragunov, the mix-ups he has and the power that he has once he gets that going. It's one thing to go through, a mix-up and then being able to take little bits of damage here and there. Dragunov hits like a truck. And that's one of the that's one of the best things that Dragunov has. He has some of the strongest pressure when it comes to that because of how hard he hits, because of his strings, and his heat smash doing what it does to kind of force a player on their back foot. Dragunov's a dangerous opponent regardless of the situation. And again, even with the nerfs, it's one of those things where because it's fundamental to how Dragunov plays as a character, you can nerf him so many different ways. If he keeps that game plan, he's going to still be a threat.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, shout outs to both players. Even though we got default Dragunov, we also got fit Lily. But speaking of fit lilies and looking their best, you should always be looking at your best, and you should rock your crew. And I know that we've got some things from the Sweets events. You should run on over and check out their merch store. They've got a whole bunch of things, and as we say, they're not just a normal merch store where you just get t-shirts and stickers. There's backpacks, hats, bags, full swag attire, and actually one that my partner is already asking to look at. There was that cool black and pink backpack. Oh, so that's the Street Fighter TSE. There's the backpack. Those are actually really sweet. I need a new stick bag anyways. And they got a whole line of shirts and everything galore. And also my favorite was the hats we saw at the end. And the Lily Luna cats. Like, all those are pretty dope, actually. I'm going to rock some of those. But yeah, check them out. thesweetsevents.com/shop. And you can get all of your stuff. And, if there's nothing we need, it's more Tekken clothes, because Street Fighter's been dominating the fit game for years.
Right, we're seeing a lot more of the, shall we say, a lot more of the variety in regards to like the clothing lines with the different fighting games. Like I said, Street Fighter's been all over the place for so long. Tekken hasn't really made that penetration in regards to the fashion sense, and now we're seeing a little more Tekken. We're seeing a little bit of Street Fighter.
We're gonna see the Nikes, the Kazuya Nikes that look like
Kazuya Nikes, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Kazuya being the original sneakerhead for Tekken. Not many people realize that until they play Tekken 8, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa. He's a sneakerhead, and it's like, yeah. So now we're seeing a lot more of the merch, a lot more of the shirts that we're seeing, buttons. We saw the baseball tees for the Sweets events. We saw the backpacks looking really spiffy for the Sweets events. The shirt designs looking nice. Some of them very very basic to really show what fandom you're a part of. With the Jin tattoo on the shirt, really stands out in regards to showing like, yeah, this is what I'm repping. This is Tekken. We see a lot of that sort of variety with the Tekken merch, with the Street Fighter merch, with the merch regarding to the Sweets event brand. And if you're looking for, new backpack, new t-shirt, new baseball shirt, new windbreakers as well with the designs on the back, if you want to represent your crew, you want to represent the Sweets events, you want to represent your favorite game, with an easy to wear, very, very good to wear shirt for your favorite, fighting game events, or even just outside, just something that's very, wearable outside. Sweetsevents.com/shop. go out there, check out the merch, and go find what you're looking for.
I was gonna say Kazuya, has started an international conflict, but for family, for bloodlines, Heihachi, no. I honestly think he just did it to overthrow StockX. He was just mad the sneaker game wasn't in his favor.
Kazuya could not get in line to get the new Converse, and this is what happens.
Well, like a man deprived is fit, here goes Air Force Ones and a bucket hat for a double Leo mirror. We got XO coming back for another match, and we've got Akemi to place up against it. Who will win the Battle of Leos?
Ooh, this is going to be interesting. We're going to see probably two different play styles of Leos here, with the low sweep into the smash into the wall, but doesn't get the follow-up here.
Yeah, you're going to commit to that full back 1-4. Hey, I'm a Leo main. I know exactly how to walk circles around that.
Yeah, and oh, there's a good timing for the heat dash. Gonna push all the way to the other wall. Yes, they do, but doesn't get the follow-up on that one either.
Yeah, literally a pixel that kept away from certain unscaled that probably would have been death, but no, the full sweep, and especially with the install, we get the free plus at the end.
There we go. Really good. Oh, I was about to say, with XO, really smart play there, but Akemi tried to do the heat activation, but XO follows up with a good punish and tries to get them on wake up, but doesn't get the follow through.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, this rank doesn't matter in this type of match. You both have two very proficient characters, and when you do your mirror, it doesn't matter who's got more experience, it's who's reading each other the better that day. And especially because if you know all your characters move, you have to be really creative, or you have to be really risky and go for the hard stuff.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing both Leo players. So, as I was about to say, showcasing, how much risk they're willing to take. Akemi goes for the low sweep, gets blocked and punished for it, and loses the round for it.
Yeah, that was 2 sweeps blocked and punished in that round. This is good pulls. And you know what? We'll go the opposite way. This time, I'm not going to stomp. I'm going to go to the air and kick through it.
Very nice timing on the hop kick. And there's the stomp. Yeah, just had to follow up at the end there. Nice. Go for the mix up there. Got to keep the pressure. Goes for the knee. Yes, they do. Low hit. Using their stances to create space, but gets the sweep and then gets the while running 3 and takes them out. Taking the round and then taking the game. Nicely played there by XO. Good timing and good awareness, because again, it's a Leo mirror match. They're both capable of the same things.
Almost the same way that when you see a Law mirror match, it really does look like a Kung Fu film. It's the same thing here. When you see two Leos just going in and out of K&K cancels off of every moves and, having to be more creative, like we're going to see on the replay here, getting the unscaled damage there to finish it off. And then again, back 1-4, forward 4, just right into it all the different ways we can, doing the sidestep shoulder into K&K, stepping back into K&K, and then running up, and you thought it was going to be another mix-up. Nope, good old hell sweep. Really good stuff. Again, just have to show something, and I like the note here from our Overlord Max. The Mac hat is doing wonders here. Let's see if it'll turn the match around.
Well, right now they're starting real strong with the wall rising, but again, the low sweep gets blocked. XO's not letting that happen. XO does not want to let that happen, and they are showing they are willing and ready to block that.
Yeah, there's just more variability in the mix-up and going for the hop kicks and going for the launchers. That kind of risk, whether it paid off or not for XO, is just leaving a mix and leaving confusion from where to block for Akemi.
Right, and here we go. Akemi gets the throw that gives them the wall. Nicely done. Good awareness to use the throw to alter their positioning there.
Yep, and putting it right back. The thing about that throw, again, whether it's teched or not, it will switch sides, which will get you out of the corner really nicely. And hey, if it gets the throw with a wall splat, hey, that's just more icing on the cake.
Right, and just like that, tried to catch them as they moved in. And now Akemi's trying to assert their own dominance here, trying to get their pressure going. So right now, XO answers back with a good knee, but doesn't get the follow-up.
Yeah, and not punishing that. You're letting them go for hop kicks. You're letting them go for full launchers unpunished, and that's going to make them really dangerous down the road. But Good playing, good getting this round back. Akemi showing that they're not going to go down.
And as we see here again, Akemi gets the early heat activation, but EXO ready to go low as needed.
So much respect when going into stance and getting the low counter hit and that really hard scoop I was talking about before, the knee. And is it going to wall carry? It's Leo. Of course it is. And opting for a setup instead of the stomp.
Ooh, nice fuzzy there. Ducks under the throw. But Akemi tries to answer back with a throw of their own, gets throw broken, and just like that, EXO with a low parry and gets the combo, just barely getting the kill with that one.
That was a good adjustment too, knowing it was going to hit in the
good.
next few hits and just getting the full hits.
Yeah,
hits,
very
the hits,
smart.
and the hits.
All the hits and the hits and all the hits. As we see here, EXO trying to get some pokes in. Seeing a very different EXO in this game than we did in the last game, and it's working out really well, switching their game plan.
Yeah, I find in a lot of mirrors, usually there's just someone who suddenly just becomes the aggro, and instead of having this pace back and forth where we both know our characters, there's usually someone that just says, no, I have to break the mold. I have to bring the big Tekken into this. Oh, and again, another Hell Sweep blocked in a full launch all the way to the wall with this stomp. That is more than half your health.
Yeah, again, the low swoop just getting blocked. Now EXO seems like they smell blood in the water. The offense has suddenly picked up, and just like that, goes for the low and takes the last round there, going up 2-0 to take the set.
Yeah, the low strikes hit so hard I'm dropping my bottle over here. I can't even keep up, and the stomp's earth-shattering. Wow, Leo is just nodding, and when they are in the mix and when you let them go into stance this much, oh, they are just too dangerous. There's the slap, there's the stomp. I'm gonna go into stance. You may have hit me out of it, but I'm just not gonna stop. A quick forecheck, up, cancels into stance. Not done yet, realign, and there's the low you were waiting for with a little bit of built-in hesitation. That is some masterful play.
Yeah, some really strong play there. I feel like seeing Akemi step back there for a minute, I feel like that gave EXO a little bit of added confidence in that EXO's pressure was starting to overwhelm Akemi. You saw a little bit of that step back, and then you see immediately EXO was like, wait a second, they're stepping back. They're not pressing on this. They're not trying to do anything. They're not sidestepping. They're not trying to jab me out of it. I can overwhelm them even more. And then they just kept pushing in on them. And then that's when we saw the EXO that we saw in the previous game come out at the end of this one, kind of going back full circle, taking the stuff that they used in the first game. It was like, okay, this is what worked last time. I have them against the ropes. I'm going to use this to take them out in this one. And we saw it. It paid off. EXO takes the round, took the game. EXO advances.
Yeah, and just looking at the matches we've had here, we had PLing and Timbo, with PLing taking it pretty convincingly. We had that great close match with Cdai and Debaser, and then we had Wizzy and Trojan. Trojan making adjustments and finally feeling their stride. But again, Wizzy showing us why their defense reads and why Dragunov is still considered a top tier no matter how many nerfs you may give them. And what you just saw, an amazing Leo mirror match with Akemi and EXO. And don't forget, Akemi is still in this, just going to the losers bracket where they will meet the others. Again, Trojan in there, King's Robot, KingReyJr. Geo did play Debaser. Unfortunately, Debaser has already won that one. And Code Red and Timbo still fighting for their lives. Code Red, a mainstay in a bunch of tournaments here from Iron Main to TSC and Paragon. So yeah, really, really great seeing some names and some new faces. We are so close to the top 8, and as we get closer to that top 8, I think it's almost time for a little bit of trivia action.
We're gonna do trivia, hooray, yes. Anyway, yes, let me go switch to our trivia. Okay, rules are simple. All you gotta do, I'm gonna ask this question. And after I'm done asking the question, explaining the question, that's when people can answer questions. So, you have a minute to pick, it's a multiple choice question. You got a minute. The first answer you speak, No trunk. I ain't no cat talk. Stop it. Anyway. But anyway. The first answer you give is you're locked in. No like, I pick C. Wait, no, I pick A. No, you stuck with C. You go with your gut. Anyway, I'm gonna ask a question. Don't answer till I say you can, because if you answer when I don't say it, that don't count. Anyway, yes, Lee May is a baddie. She's the best, especially when she was in Deception. Yeah. Anyway, let's get on to it. Right, Toad Chip Pip. Okay, this should be an easy one, maybe. Or be evil. How many games are in the Tekken series? Now, I'm talking about major releases. Major releases. How many? How many? How many games are in the Tekken series? Major releases. How many? So you got a minute starting now. Go ahead and guess. Okay.
I mean, do we count the PSP demake that everyone's making so that people could still play Tekken 8 on a PSP?
9.
Oh wow! I'm not gonna lie. I am really impressed by
Shut
that
up, Dandy.
project.
Death by Degrees does not count for
That is
anything.
not
right?
a Tekken game, bro. That's Death by Degrees.
Death by Degrees, inspired by the events of Tekken. Oh,
Okay, y'all got 40 seconds left.
I mean, the movies kind of count like a game too, if you.
Nope.
I mean,
You get to see Anna choke out Xiao Yu, and that's what I've always wanted.
I mean, you're right. I can't disagree with that. Okay, you got 20 seconds left.
the first Tekken live action movie gave me Kari Tagawa as Heihachi Mishima after he had played Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat. So I'm like, you cannot say anything bad about the first Tekken movie.
Yes, I can. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, y'all ready for the answer? The answer is... Oh, wait, there it is. D. It's D. D's the answer. Yeah. Wanna know why it's D? Okay, so we have Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. And then we have Tekken Tag 1 and 2. That makes it 10. But Max Ninja, what makes it the 11th game? Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection. That's the 5th. That's the 11th one. Don't yell at me. That's what I got off from Wikipedia. It's 11. So let me scroll through the chat to see who said D first.
Who got the D first?
Oh, phrasing. Kids are great. Kids are great. Got the D first. Oh God, now I'm saying it. Yeah, kids are great. Okay. Anyway. No, the Street Fighter Cross Tekken is not it's Street Fighter Cross Tekken. It's in the name. You're not about to change the rules to my trivia questions. Anyway, here's a credit.
Do we count 5.0 PS2 release from 5.1? Like, what are we doing here?
But anyway, yeah. Don't blame me. Blame the Wikipedia
The
page.
Greatest Hits Edition Tekken 4 count as a unique game.
This Tekken Advance erasure shall not be tolerated.
There was mild alcohol references removed for you history buffs, so that's a different game, different properties. Less rooftop garage bounce infinites. Yes, I'm that old. Shoutouts to Tekken 4 players.
Tekken 4, yes. Oh man, I have the original copy of T4, so I didn't see the greatest hits changes.
I still have to say, it is one of the coolest mechanics that I would love to see return in a Tekken, as long as it wasn't like permanently in the normal mechanics, but like running up to a human being before a round start changed the way that rounds went so many different ways, where, you know, Nina's already in your face explosive. What if she starts the round off by running inside your hitbox for 20 seconds? Like...
Yeah, like that was a whole, like, Tekken 4 was really a product of a lot of, I guess you could say, Dead or Alive-isms being put in there. Dead or Alive had the movement before rounds start. Dead or Alive had the uneven, you know, match playing field. There's a lot of DOA-isms being implemented in Tekken 4 that at the time were unique and interesting for Tekken. And then Tekken 5 went back and was like, let's level this out again. Let's keep the walls, but let's make this feel like Tekken again. I feel like Tekken 4 is a very interesting game in Tekken's history, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, it will forever kind of be the wicked stepchild of the game of the Tekken series because yeah, there were so many things that were done once and never again. Some with for good reason, but just some unique things like who decided to learn combo routes off a freaking phone in a phone booth. You know, who decided that Lei
Right.
Wulong of all people could lay down before the round even started?
Okay, five.
Right, doing stance set play before round start.
Yeah, but I mean, we could sit here and we could reminisce about Tekken 4 all day and all night. But as we're about ready to get into the Tekken 5, the top 8, the Tekken top 8 for Tekken 8, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we're going to get back to you. I am Miasma here with Winged Regent, and we hope you're enjoying this Sweets event, and we will be right back. And we are back at the esports, the Sweets Weekly, again sponsored by the Sweets Events, and this is a look at your bracket. We are now into the nitty gritty. We are in the top 8, and it's just all names that you'd love to see, and probably names that you're all familiar with. PLing, Wizzy, EXO, Code Red, Debaser, Trojan, and of course KingReyJr. And this has been a great tournament so far. I am looking, and just for your point, we are going top to bottom. So when we get back from our break and get all our players together, we're going to start off with PLing and Cdai. Wizzy, again, the challenge still open. What was it, account? 4 rounds. So we're halfway through our pot donation bonus here, that bounty. 4 rounds taken on Wizzy so far. And again, for those who haven't seen the bounty, it's anyone who could take 8 rounds on Wizzy as a community together. So if in his match in XO, there's 4 wins on their side, we are going to put into that pot on the bounty. But let's say Wizzy wins all 6 in straight sets, he could still lose to PLing or Cdai on some rounds. And it is the work together as we get all the way. And yeah, and I will say shout outs, this is a very pretty background. It's got Empress vibes. I love it too. I am Maya or Miasma, again stressing, freaking, hoping, waiting, and wishing. It is the dawn of the first and last day. We are days away from Evo, and I just still can't believe it. Can you believe this game still has not been out for 6 months yet? We are getting so close to it, Wing.
It doesn't feel like it's been like, it feels like a lot has happened to Tekken 8 in a short span of time because of all the patches and the updates that have happened. We've had Eddie Gordo released, Lydia's coming out next week. So we have 2 characters already in the pretty much in the roster being added. The balance changes that have happened. This game has seen more balance adjustments than some games have seen in a span of a year, and Tekken has seen them in about 3-4 months equivalent. So it's very interesting that it feels like Tekken has been out for a long time. It feels like it's been out for a long time, but it's really only been, what, 5 months, 6 months at best?
Yeah, and a few players have pointed it out, but I love pointing it out to people who don't have that perspective. But this is the first time that we are getting a Tekken game live with what we would call the arcade release. You know, normally, you know, you get a named version. In Tekken 5 days, even most people didn't even get true 5.0. They got the PS2 version of 5.1, and they've got patch versions. When people say Tekken 5, a lot of them are referring to Dark Resurrection and not actually OG Tekken 5. You know, yellow or yellow orange health bar instead of your green blue health bar. But yeah, you know, there is so many adjustments and so many small patches. Remember in the early ROM days of Street Fighter that we would have a million quiet and subtle tweaks and arcade updates that you wouldn't even know that the version of Street Fighter, you know, Double Impact or Third Strike that you saw was not the first build that came out when it was released. No. It went through a lot of changes, but we are seeing that in real time. I actually was going through my video footage from all of my game captures since the game came out, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's not a thing anymore. That's not a thing anymore. June can't do Miari loops. That doesn't work anymore. Oh my god, this is a completely different game.
Yeah, it's already gone through like major revisions in regards to character balance. Like you said, like I bring up the same point as well when people talk about the balancing of Tekken 8. It's like this is, like you said, arcade release 1.0 on console. We've seen it in other fighting games. We've seen it with Street Fighter. We've seen it. Street Fighter 5 was version 1.0 on console release, all the way up through, you know, Championship Edition and then version 5. We see it with Street Fighter 6. It launched version 1.0 on console. Tekken 8, now the first Tekken game to launch 1.0 on console. Tekken 6 launched after the Bloodline Rebellion update, so Tekken 6 on console was based on Bloodline Rebellion. Tekken 7 on console was based on Fated Retribution. Tekken 5 had 5 PS2, and then it had 5 DR as well. And then as you go back further, it's still a case of the Tekken games were arcade first, then feature complete on arcade with their patches, and then they came to the console. And as we see going into the next our next game, we're seeing Dragunov and Leo, two characters that really got adjusted in this sort of patching, I don't want to say culture, but in regards to the patching adjustments that have been made in Tekken 8 based off of it being 1.0 to start with.
Oh, speaking of advantages from a 1.0 perspective, can you imagine if Dragunov stayed Legacy? Oh boy, Wizzy would be even more dangerous than he is.
Oh, I don't even want to imagine that right now as we start our top 8 with a dangerous Dragunov, but EXO looking to add another round of the bounty, and just like that, EXO taking round 5 on the bounty, round 1 in this set.
Let's go. We are 3 away. Baji Quan is the answer.
Wow. So it seems right now, but oh, Wizzy's starting the poke game, starting to keep that offensive pressure going. Yeah, just poking EXO out of their stances, not giving them the opportunity, and doing the string, doing the 10 hit?
Hey, especially
It
stopping your
works.
10 string midway, a lot are viable. Feng's 10 string is viable, Claudio's
Yeah.
10 string is viable.
It's good to have a 10 string in a pocket because you never know if the opponent. To me, 10 strings are the true knowledge check. How well do you know this matchup?
Oh, it's also a thing too where, especially being a better player, you might want to push yourself to do the low parry, and then you miss the low parry and you have to eat a few hits.
Right. Good call there. Oh, right there with the kicks, and then going in with the low hit. Wizzy takes round 3, taking their second round in the set, as now the floor is lava.
Yeah, Wizzy very comfortable to take these rounds with a more defensive and smart pokey style, but then when the brakes are off after losing that first round, a total aggression style, showing the Dragunov we see online, the scariest of Dragunovs.
Right, and as you said, the brakes were off. EXO activating a break of their own, the floor break for that matter, but that doesn't matter as Wizzy. Oh no! See EXO answer back, but is it going to be enough? Has lightning glare, pops their heat. Wizzy goes for the low, and just like that, opens them up with the kick, and Wizzy takes the round and takes the game.
The simple stuff is often the cheapest. You gotta just sit back and wonder, and then maybe get caught in your head. Is he gonna do? Is he setting up? Is he setting up a beautiful? Oh no, he's just locking me down. And just all those hesitations is all he needs to just get those pokes away. And anytime he tried to move, he was +5. And he tried to move again, not the right answer. Oh gosh, I need to get away from this wall. Swing it. Swing it was the answer that time, but Dragunov sitting with the poise, the quick down 2 check, and then the pokes until it cracked, and it did. But we are going to move on to the second set. I think EXO kind of had explosive wrists to kind of start it off, and that's probably what he needs to get this back in his favor.
Yeah, it needs to find that sort of offensive onslaught that Leo's capable of to try to get that out on Wizzy, try to do something explosive, make the most of the opportunities that they get. Because Wizzy doesn't leave very many openings. The blocking, there you go. The blocking expertise from Wizzy is something to be feared. But EXO finding those openings, the heat smash to create an opening. And there's the low parry. Uh-oh, Wizzy's going to take this into the wall.
Well, while we try and find random network things, I was going to point out, we lost our connection spectating, so it is up to the gods. Oh no, we lost the Wizzy. Well, I was going to point out, we had Trojan with the 10 jab lockdown against our Jack player, and then we saw in this round, we saw down forward 1 lockdown, just simply doing checks until the checks became offense. And then the checks became so hard that maybe he just, while running 2'd him off the server, maybe.
Yeah, enough checks, and all of a sudden the check bounced at the end of that one. It just all of a sudden the connection said, "We're done at this situation. Let's just close the bank. No more cash out." And right now we're waiting to see if we can get that match going. But talking about what we saw in that match, we saw Wizzy starting to, or I shouldn't say starting, continuing to keep the momentum from the previous game. The pokes started to make sure that EXO didn't get comfortable, started to keep EXO kind of stuffed there, just like you said, kept checking and kept jabbing to make sure that Leo couldn't get the stances going, which is a very smart play when you go against Leo. The thing with Leo is that you always have to be aware of the stances and the options that Leo has from those stances, and you want to keep that in check. You know, we have many characters in Tekken that are like that. Xiao Yu's like that. Victor's like that. Lars is like that. Leo's like that. You want to make sure to not let them get comfortable into the stances, because then if you let them get comfortable, you're adding to your own mental stack of having to worry about they're going into this stance or that stance, they're going into high or low, they're going to try to push mid, things of that nature. And Wizzy was very well aware of that, did not want to let that go. And then we saw XO start to answer back, start to fire off, get some of their own offense going at one point. Wizzy withstood the onslaught, got their combo off, and then that's where we're at. That's where we're left at right now. We're trying to get our match back, trying to see if we can get both players back into it right now. But
I was going to say this was the perfect introduction to talking more about, kind of the layer 2 play when, you're both high level players and you both have already established that respect. You've had some back and forth, some rounds going both ways. Leo is a character that's hard to understand, easy to pick up, hard to master, and facing against them, it can feel like an endless assault of, onslaught stance mix-ups, and then suddenly they become just as evasive as a Xiao Yu or a Nina, just stepping back, down back 3, ducking under highs, launches, and then suddenly, getting a little bit of a dominating set from Wizzy early on and having to change up their play. And then kind of going into the Leo tool bag of a lot of strings that they chose not to end, like, the running up forward, 4-3, or just doing one empty kick and then letting the combo fall out. Going up for feint, going into K and K into nothing. There was a lot of great variations to finally maybe throw Wizzy off their game. So I really hope that this doesn't mess with their momentum or kind of way they were game planning. I hope they can still lock it in.
Yeah, it's always that rough situation, especially at online events, where something like this happens through one reason or another. Various things could cause this sort of situation, and you run into that sort of icing the kicker sort of situation where someone who's had momentum, they're white hot in that moment, and now it's stalled. Now
You made me think of the one moment. Sorry to interrupt. It was just the one thing I was actually going to bring up was, we heard about it at DreamHack and we saw it, and JDCR being right at death's door, being not one round away, not being one combo away, literally one crouch jab, one sidestep hit, one poke check away from winning the match. And of course, having it reset, being brought back to run it again, but just the time waiting, especially not knowing what's going to happen. And you know what? I've seen so many great and gifted players go, that's fine, I need to get in the game. Like, yep, all right, cool, it's reset, let's just get back into it. And then suddenly you're waiting, and that builds frustration in the back of your head. And then you're like, okay, I just want to play this match. And then suddenly one of the two players' nerves have changed, or their mind state has changed, or the adrenaline, or the 3 Red Bulls that we had before the match roar off. Any one of these things can be a huge factor. It's why playing in the moment, locking in. It's why we have subtle time checks. There's been a lot of conversations about coaching, and coaching is fine to an extent with some rules. But when coaching turns into an hour-long study session with the man whispering in your ear, that's, of course, hurting the other player who just wants to hit retry, but we all have to go to stage select.
Right, at that point, it's, coaching should all be, well and good on that front. Having a brief moment to have someone, pat you on the back and be like, hey, get, quickly to kind of get your head back in the game, or to let you know something that they may have seen. Like, that's something that, in my view, goes back to like locals, arcades, playing, at your friend's house or something like that. And in the fighting game community, keeping that sort of grassroots aspect, to me, is a very welcome event. It's very welcome, as long as, like you said, it's regulated, that there's time restraints, that there's some sort of ruling in regards to, like, okay, 30 to 60 seconds and then done. You have that sort of thing in those arcades where you're playing and you got someone next to you playing with you, and then you're like, oh, I lost this game, and then you got a buddy who comes up beside you who's like, no, did you not see that? You kind of get that sort of pep talk going in the actual thing, and I feel like it's really good in regards to that. However, there's something to be said when a tournament grand finals turns into an on-the-spot metafy session, and that is not what the coaching should be used for in that moment. You had the opportunity to pay them for their metafy time before you got to the event. They are only there for 30, 60 seconds. That is your lifeline. This is not the time to turn this into metafy. So that's kind of that balance as we're getting back into the game. It looks like Wizzy and EXO getting back in. We'll see where we go from here and if the momentum remains.
Living in New York during the Marvel eras, it was basically an hour-long meeting in between every single match, every single round in Marvel. But something that won't hesitate is this matchup. Again, we got Wizzy, a wonderful, dominant, and I believe we're at 5 rounds, right? On the bounty.
5. Yes.
All right. And EXO coming back off. Won 1 round in the first set. And now we're just going to take it into this second. But, oof, there's the Dragunov pressure we were used to. It's like we just unpaused the game. Great block on the string on the low. And here's Leo's turn. This is an all-out with Heat Leo. And Wizzy just sitting back and getting the wake-up grab like he earned it. And the Heat Smash rip working. And, oh, like we said, Wizzy just has unbeatable reactions to lows. Can see it coming, think about it, get himself a ham sandwich, and block your low and punish.
Yeah, to him, it's basically just like moving in slow motion. He's able to respond, and the offensive onslaught from Wizzy here, making the Leo back away in regards to how quick he's able to jab and throw things out, pushing forward, but EXO answering back, but then eats a shoulder tackle. It's interesting to see Leo eat a shoulder tackle, but Leo answers with one of their own. Trying to get some position go, and there's the bounce. EXO's going to take this one with the bounce and the combo. Good call, and that brings us to 6.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think that was kind of a bonus for him. We kind of studied and went, wait, that down 2 hit? Oh, well, I guess I'll take this round.
Right.
There's the throw, again, just to change directions. The bonus is an actual throw, but we don't need those. We just need good positioning and a good wall break. And this is Leo, so of course we're going to drop out the combo as soon as I get ready to say wall carry.
The commentator's curse is still alive and well, as we see. Ooh, and Wizzy following up perfectly with that heavy damage, taking the round as we go to the bottom floor of the Sanctum, descending into the inner Sanctum. Wizzy at set point.
Oh, really great bravery, setting up to it. You know what the big risk is, you know what the low risk, and he still took the hop kick and didn't get full capitalization. And here comes the lunch money. It is taken, it is stolen, and opting for the Oki and opting for the Heat Dash and then playing patient. Wizzy just showing he can play every style of play.
Right now, EXO Heat Smash, good pressure. We have
good profile.
We have a profile, okay. And EXO takes it as the inputs pop up on the screen. We see the digital rain. We have entered the matrix. This is fine.
We are 1 round away from claiming that bounty.
Right. That was round number 7. Can EXO claim it on this one? But EXO gets the throw into the wall. Is going to follow up perfectly. Runs up just in time to get some of the follow-up. Gets a nice follow. Opts for the mix-up. And Wizzy answers back with the heat activation.
Stepping, but there is no escape from that tracking tackle.
As scary as ever, and erased what little health EXO had there. And just like that, Wizzy keeps the offense going and takes the round, and Wizzy advances 2-0.
I have to say that match was incredible, especially off the adjustment of the waiting period. EXO, what an amazing job there, and that easily could have gone either way, especially with 2 specially timed hop kicks. Maybe if one of them came from the kicks of the lockdown, that would have easily brought us to another set, and that would have claimed our bounty. But it's okay. We are only 1 round away from claiming that bounty. But you know what, Winged? You got to tell them, there are more than one way to donate to the pot, and I think it's the Matcherino code. Can you tell us about it?
That's right. We have plenty of ways to contribute to the tournament, and the main way you can is by claiming a Matcherino code. There should be a link to the Matcherino, !Matcherino in the Twitch chat. That will give you a link to the Matcherino. You can go to the Matcherino page. Top right corner, you can log into any account that you have. Google, Discord, Facebook, Twitter, battle.net, Twitch, any account that you have. There'll be something there. We are looking for Angel Fire, Geosites, AIM, Yahoo Messenger, MSN, Skype. We're looking for all the other ones now. MySpace still looking to be added. Looking for all those different pages to be added there. But you have an account on anything, you can log into Matcherino. Once you log into the Matcherino, you go to the blue button on the right side of the screen and you click Claim Code. When you claim that code at no extra cost to the contributor, you will add 25 cents to the prize pot, absolutely free, and that goes to the players playing in this tournament.
All right, ICQ numbers in the chat. Let's go. Before we start this match off, we have PLing against Cdai, a very, very strong Xiaoyu versus a very, very strong Huarong, who's had the aggression mix when it counts.
Right, this is going to be an interesting, almost a legacy match between two Tekken 3 debutants, so to speak here. Xiaoyu and Huarong both having evolved plenty since their Tekken 3 days, as we see here. PLing flipping into the AOP, getting the wall pressure, and then following up with the back kick, but keeping the pressure going, and completely flummoxes Huarong in the corner. PLing going up 1 round.
I feel like they've both matured as characters, you know? Huarong wears a shirt now, and then iPad for no reason. Xiaoyu no longer eternally 19 years old.
There's a little bits of lore, you know, here and there, little updates here, as Cdai takes the perfect on that previous round, and PLing answering back by just completely turning the momentum on its head.
Shoutouts to the Matcherino codes. We will shout out any names or avatars we see on there. As we got the profiles up again, yes, we know he's got an 86 defense.
We're seeing it on display right here, but PLing taking that round. Nice sidestep, but doesn't get the follow-up, and PLing answers back with a throw. Oh, the back turned into the sweep, and that's going to launch them into the wall. Heat activation. Going to push into the wall, going to keep that pressure going. They are absolutely going to keep that pressure going. The poke, the low.
Into the Matcherino code, what a combo.
The Matcherino code coming in, and PLing answering the Matcherino code for 25 cents, landing the flip kick off the ground and taking the round. PLing continuing this strong run that we've seen from them. We saw it against, I believe it was Timbo previously, against the Brian Fury. Now we're seeing it against Cdai. PLing just amazingly efficient with their Xiaoyu play.
Yeah, it's a time where you see budding and growing Xiaoyu players maybe overuse the AOP mixes or try and make avoidances out of anything just as kind of a defensive tactic. No, all of PLing's movements and evasive Xiaoyu moves come out of a read and an understanding, and that next layer, that next level is having the presence to know exactly how to punish it after a great avoid.
As we go into this next game, immediately PLing just continuing where they left off the last several games, honestly, as Cdai trying to fight back, trying to force this offensive onslaught to have an end. Nice throw break by Cdai. Ooh, the launch by PLing.
Oh wow, I was just blown back by this comeback round from PLing. You know, just a quick hits, adjustments, and said, okay, you know what? Time for the stances.
Yeah, went into the stances, went into the OTGs, got some good damage off the corner. Sidesteps the skyrocket. And just like that, PLing, again, just keeping that pressure going. Uses the Hypnotist to keep following them as they try to sidewalk. That is really strong maneuverability there by PLing.
That was a masterclass in showing just how linear Huarong can be.
Right. Good. Uses AOP to low profile the kick. This is some real strong matchup knowledge here that I think we're seeing.
Oh, and the duck under the launch, and that's going to be a combo. We don't need that wall. We dance alongside it. And now, here's what Cdai needs. They needs the Huarong mix, but going low underneath it and jumping for the launch. Is this going to be enough? No. But her pokes and her strikes are deadly, looking really dominant. PLing just had every single avoid and every single answer on there. Wow.
PLing really showing how scary a Xiao Yu at this level can be. As we see the replay here, we see them getting the wall carry here, going for the lows, and then just like that, they low profiled with that back kick, popping them up into the air as Cdai tries to answer back, scrapping their way through. PLing armors through it. Cdai activates heat, but in the activation of the heat engage whiffs off of PLing's maneuverability, sidestepping through it, goes into AOP, and before Cdai can answer, pokes them to take the round. PLing just showcasing just a masterclass of Xiao Yu's maneuverability and just near unstoppable pressure, the mix-ups, the mind games, everything coming together, and then just leaving their opponent just completely in the dust. This has been an impressive showcase so far by PLing. As you called it before, when PLing showed up here and showed what they were doing with Brian Fury, PLing might be the player to beat in this bracket.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we need to bring the concept of a character button back into the conversation because, with most characters, you just kind of learn what works for you, how to set up your offense, how to set up game planning and everything. But then there becomes special moves and special adaptations. If you look in the Tekken library, there are moves and then there are answers to really specific set of moves. What's your answer for when you get death fisted by Paul, but he's got enough pushback to not get a normal punish? What's your answer when this girl crouches underneath lows that are even lower than the sun? What happens when Zafina becomes a spider? Like, you need to know what is your character's specific answer for it. And then that becomes a little bit of a mind game because, maybe when Zafina's about to crawl up and do armor on you, you can do your power crush to her, but then she could just sleep low on counter hit and then get a free scoop combo. Well, PLing saw you setting up, saw you running out of health, and we were talking about heat becoming a liability. Well, if you don't want to die with heat and they're on the offense and you activate heat, that was just what PLing wanted. Let's crouch down to the side, get down real low, and hop kick the universe out of you.
Right, and very well said in regards to the player and character specific matchups in order to figure out the best answers for those options. Really well said, really well put together there. And we saw prime example of that with PLing just fully taking advantage of everything that Xiao Yu's capable of. As right now we have our first two players to advance from our winners semis, I believe, in our top 8, as I believe we could take a look at our bracket right now for top 8 to see how this is panning out so far.
Yeah, you missed it when we took a look, so let's take a look as we played a little bit through it, and just again to look at kind of how we got here. We see KingRey already ready to go, that Oscar more time, but looking at the bracket, I can tell you for sure that the two people I would have called at the beginning of this tournament are the two people that we are still seeing in winners, in the winners side, and that is of course PLing and Wizzy. We haven't seen Code Red on stream yet, but we unfortunately are going to have to wait a little bit longer as we see KingRey. Trojan and KingRey are going to be our next match. And XO losing to Wizzy, but still waiting for the winner of Code Red and Debaser, and Cdai just waiting now to get their revenge and to get that mix back for the winner of Trojan against KingReyJr.
There's a lot of exciting matchups here in this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see PLing versus Wizzy when we get to that match. I'm very intrigued on how that match is going to play out. To see the sheer offense of Dragunov come into the mobility that is PLing. I'm really curious to see how that's going to play out because we've seen the unavoidable tackles paying dividends before. Maybe that'll prove to be the difference maker in that sort of matchup.
And Tekken's definitely the game where it's definitely not surprising to have pocket characters, especially to cover your weaknesses in such a feel-heavy game and a knowledge-heavy game and a frame data-heavy game. It's really, really, really not uncommon to see some top players have 1, 2, 3, 5 different mains. The struggling journey of Arslan Ash finding a main, starting with Nina, going 18 characters under the sun, and currently now with Victor. And everyone, you see Kira, run from Alyssa main to a June main to a Steve main to a Kazuya main to an everything main. It's really interesting to see just such high level play, and to be able to put your entire tournament on a completely different mindset character. A June doesn't play anything like a Paul, and a Paul plays nothing like a Mishima. So just being able to change yourself, and something that's not really brought up a lot is that every character, both move speed and move input, moves a little differently. If you're trying to learn how to KBD, if you're trying to learn how to backdash, well, whatever character you first learned with is probably going to dictate your timing until you learn how everyone goes. Did you pick a Mishima and you also accidentally learned to wave to dash? Or did you pick someone who's got the slowest dash under the sun, where you actually have to wait a few frames before inputting a KBD? That's a really big thing.
Right, it's something that has become a thing more in Tekken, I believe, since Tekken Tag 1. I believe that started becoming more of a thing. Weight differences, size differences, mobility differences in Tekken started becoming more of a thing in TTT1, as I recall. And as the games went on, we started seeing a little bit more of it making a difference. Not to an extent where, let's say, as a comparison with Virtual Fighter, where characters have entirely different weight classes and you need to address them
You were going to
accordingly.
say it. You were explaining it to me, and I'd love to hear more about it. But the first time I played Virtua Fighter 5, and I'm like, I love Eileen. Why is everyone juggling me for way more damage?
Right, and it's because Eileen is so, tiny. She's such a, small, lithe figure in Virtual Fighter that she will get launched higher, unfortunately. She is the lightest character in the game, if I'm not mistaken, so she gets launched naturally higher. Also results in it being easier to ring her out in half-wall stages, and conversely, you have, the heavyweights like Akira, Jackie, or the mid-heavies like Akira, Jackie. You have the heavies like Wolf and Jeffrey, and then you have Takarashi, who's in a class all to his own. In Tekken, it's not something that matters as much as in Virtual Fighter, but it still matters in the small ways because of bigger hitboxes, bigger hurt boxes, a slower mobility. You have certain things where, as a good example, as an anecdotal example, I should say, big discovery that I remember making when I was playing Tag 1 was I would do, Kazuya's, uppercut into his, his standing 3, I believe. You do the uppercut into 3, he does the uppercut and then lands with a kick. And then discovered that characters like Jack and Kuma can be hit by the kick even on being hit by the uppercut, which is not how that move is supposed to operate. And that was the moment of like, wait a second. Characters can actually get, hit more because of their hitboxes being bigger or their size being bigger, so they don't go as high. And Tekken 8, we see more of that. I feel like there are more situations in Tekken 8 where that comes to pass, especially with Kuma, Panda, and Jack 8 being as large as they are. We see that a lot more, and we see a lot of weird hitbox interactions with the smaller characters like Xiao Yu. We see it a little bit with Nina, where, because the characters are a little smaller, certain things that would work on a normally sized character, or like Zafina, some moves that would normally work on a character that's, more, standard build, like let's say, a Jin or a Kazuya, just won't work on them because they are small enough that they'll just whiz right by them. So in Tekken, it doesn't exactly have a weight system, but more of a body size system in that regard. And you get like combos that are, as pointed out, that are bear exclusive because of, the bigger hitboxes. They are bigger characters, but in Tekken, it acts more along the lines of a bigger hitbox. So you get stuff that only works for a bear, only works for a Jack 8 in that situation. And in the case of Xiao Yu and Nina, you have things that miss because of their size. It's a very interesting thing that does merit some form of lab time in Tekken if you really want to be a master of your character, to not be caught off guard by those situations. And it's one of those very minor things in the utter minutia of Tekken 8's gameplay that really is at like the upper tier of, I believe, players of the game that are well aware of that sort of situation and know what to do when they're facing any of those particular problem characters.
Yeah, you said it best. And it's really interesting too, because even being a part of a bunch of different character discords and kind of looking at guides and just trying to study and lab all these characters, universally, whenever we see guides, usually combos are recommended for 3 things: everyone, Ling, and the bears. That's
Bears.
usually your three. I need to look at these different combo routes and the way that these kind of interact. But then as you get deeper and more into the minutia, you have to look at things like, if you didn't know, Reina is also a small hitbox, but also a
Yes.
awkward hitbox.
Awkward,
So that's
yeah.
also something that you have to lab. And then with certain characters, there's some characters that specifically have male and female character hitbox oriented combo routes. So, I mean, you said VF may have been more complicated, but I think we're catching up in Tekken Land.
It's starting to be, yeah. It's starting to hit that way, especially with characters with different default stances, like Huarong, the way he stands, Reina, as you pointed out, with an awkward hitbox, the male and female body type, sort of hitboxes and what have you. It's starting to add up in regards to how complicated it can be.
And justice for Leo. All right, I want to shout this out while we're waiting on the second player to queue. I'm going to shout justice for Leo, them be icon of the universe. But I want to just say, Harada, you got to make a pick. What? You're telling me that Leo can't wear the women's top and can't wear the men's wrestling top, but they can't wear the women's pants, but they can wear the men's pants. And then you go into the next DLC pack, and Leo can be half of a ninja, but not a samurai. I just don't get how any of the clothing options work for Leo. And then when you look at their generic custom sets, they're all male-oriented, with a few exceptions. Can someone just make an NB category or an NB custom sets? It's not that hard.
You would hope that they would, and Harada did pick a side with Leo at one point, and then they have since walked that back. So I don't think we're going to see that ever again, unfortunately. They did pick a side with Leo. I believe it was back during Tekken Tag 2's development. They did pick a side in a press conference, and then they walked it back. But unfortunately, Leo has that sort of situation. And right now, speaking of, blood vengeance, we have two old rivals here in Asuka and Lily. KingReyJr. against Trojan with the Warrior Lily setup. And just like that, immediately trading as we start off the next fight of this rivalry in Tekken history.
Yeah, there's no other way a grudge match would start. Usually I think it would be Asuka with the frustration swing, but you know what? Laylee knows how to punish it. And another Maturino code, thank you so much. We are so low on our claim codes. If you could just hit those and please donate to the pot.
Right now, KingReyJr. tried to cans, got blocked, but then Trojan answering back. Heat activation, gonna go for the heat dash, they do. Ooh, they get the wall on that one, that last hit. They actually landed it.
And looking for the unblockable setup, canceling it into the swing, but amazingly timed tech roll. And that's what we were talking about. They had Naniwa Gusto, they had the offensive pressure, but you know what? I'm still gonna run right up to you and do a hard, risky low punch. That is some really good guts.
All right, and we saw KingReyJr. with some adjustment. That was an interesting trade. One trade went that way, one trade went up ways. As we see Trojan trying to keep their mobility going, starting to get something going. KingRey does the charge, but no, Trojan just flips overhead.
Oh,
and see the
and
block into the kick.
Yeah, not biting on the back three. It is very punishable with most people, but it's just hard to get that right on reaction, but waiting for it and knowing at the end of the round, really good punishment.
Very good punishment. Trojan ducks underneath that roundhouse kick as KingRey gets the Naniwa Gusto. Oh, just shy of the distance as Trojan answers back with a good launch and a combo of their own. Keeps the pressure going. It's a poke. KingReyJr. with the cans, but Trojan gets a good little flip kick there.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect going on with these two players. They seem to know each other and how big they can be with their offense. There seems to be kind of no stepping, quick poking until there's commitment end of round. But hey, when there's less than 20 seconds left, anything can happen, including winding up. And yes, it doesn't matter if it's a touch, it doesn't matter if it's a throw. One tap on Asuka's Rage Art means full damage, and that will definitely kill. Even more than a full charged up, that is counter hit damage.
Very good call there to blow the Rage Art. just to catch them as they were pressing. Felt like Trojan was getting comfortable and then decided to stop that as KingRey answers immediately at the start of this round with a strong combo to take them to the wall and gets a ton of gray health off of it, but that's not going to matter if they get the full combo from this. No, they dropped it! Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Trojan now answering back, keeping their movement going in the combo, but there's KingRey answering back and then booting them across and then booting them again.
Now see that's the rivalry we were used to. There's the disrespect. I won the match, and clearly I'm still angry because I'm Asuka. What are you, Jin's sister? No, I kick you in the back.
Just immediately, just the brutal offense, just booting them twice, as we see on the replay here. They drop the combo here. They don't get the proper follow-up, probably off of the wall interaction, messing up their timing, messing up their placement there. But as we see Trojan answering back with the onslaught, and then KingRey knocks them through, heat dash, boot, spins through, and then boots them again. Kick once, end around. They're like, no, I'm tired of you. And they kick again to send them flying. And right now, KingReyJr is up a game.
I love it. It was a 360 disrespect into a 720 disrespect.
Double the disrespect between Asuka and Lily.
All right, we're skipping the intro and we're skipping nice friendlies. We're getting right into it, and swinging hard Trojan to start the round off gets the heat engager and just needs to change this pace up.
And right now, KingRey. Oh, wow. KingRey with Nani Wagusto just immediately keeping that offensive flow going. A ton of damage to start the round. Trojan trying to answer back. Sidestep. Trojan gets KingRey against the wall, but going toward the other wall a little bit with some adjustments here.
Oh, I'm just standing there with bated breath. Even I couldn't say anything in that moment, waiting for the elbow swing. And great duck, great flash, and great punch, but that's not going to be enough. I thought it was.
Yeah, both players, they're really trying to maybe not psych the other one out, but trying to find their spacing. And KingRey finds their first opening, and there's the kick to start round two. But doesn't get the full combo. Instead, Trojan wakes up and answers back with a launcher of their own.
Trojan said, I'm not going to drop this. Give me that golden opportunity any day of the week. And with a godlike Lily sidestep, her best move in the game.
Her best move, and maybe the best move in the game. We're answering back. Nice. Oh, Trojan.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Whoa! The Tekken 2 strat with the hop punch over anything you could have wanted and launching it, getting the full wall carry and almost feeling the disrespect and adding the 360 no-scope kick and the Nani Wagusto angered around it. Now KingReyJr is pissed and on match point, and another hop to throw back, but Trojan don't drop those.
Oh my, Trojan trying to start this round hot, but here we go. KingReyJr with the hop of their own.
Do gliding into the do glide.
Oh, KingReyJr just... KingReyJr is starting to like hop a little bit more in this round, starting to keep pressure going. Gets the launcher off the hop.
The hops are on point, and so are the ducks, and you know what? You can charge up all you want. I'm going to slap that back. Really smart. If you really are taking that time, I will take that damage.
Oh, that was an interesting previous round. Maybe KingReyJr trying something different here, but let's see if KingReyJr changes up in this round.
Oh, the quick sidestep counterpoke. That is punishable, though.
Right. Oh, and there's the kick into the wall. Trojan answering back, getting a good combo off of that.
Stepping with it, and again, the bully shove. We saw it with the Rage Art, said, stop that, I know your game. And again, stop that, I know you're against the wall. Really good.
Very, very good. We see the trade. Oh, and Trojan activating heat rather quickly here. The pokes jumps over. What are we seeing in this game?
That feisty rabbit turned into feisty Takuma. Oh, and jumping over. Never mind. No time to talk, just time to punish.
Oh, the immediate deflect and taking them into the wall. Gonna get some damage off it. The unblockable setup. Jumps over, completely whiffs. KingRey Jr. with the string.
Oh no!
Activates heat. Naniwa Gusto, the boot. Gonna go for it again. Nope, but gets the low sweep at the end, and KingRey Jr. closes out the round and takes the set 2-0. What a game.
That was a very fast interaction, and with all the fallouts and just the awkwardness, something basic like a 1-3, a high-low string that a lot of characters have that's usually used to close out a round, normally would get low parried, but again, when you just flipped, when you just got comboed from your back and then you got wall splatted early, then you tech rolled thinking that your round was over, and then suddenly someone's already swinging on you. You don't have time to think. We don't have time to play by play. You just have to eat this mix. And again, that was just a wonderful match. You saw Trojan clawing and figuring it out, and once Trojan had them against the wall, KingRey didn't have any answers. But when the shoe's on the other foot, KingRey showed just how dangerous he can be.
Yeah, that was an impressive game there. Trojan, we saw previously being very good at reading, player movement, player momentum, and being able to try to turn that on a dime. And we saw in this game how some of that got turned around by KingRey Jr. as he found ways to time that momentum to kind of play that against him. But that one moment in that round where Trojan was just backing up, just slowly backing up, stepping back, and then KingRey Jr. uncorks that axe handle smash, that home run swing from Asuka, and then Trojan just jumps over it.
Yeah, but I do have to give Trojan a bunch of credit. Shout outs, Batty Nations, but more specifically, there were 2 times in that last round where Trojan read the move, knew exactly what to do, and went twice for the flipping kick that we saw work so well. Some people thought it was a joke, against Slump. Some people thought it was maybe styling or anything. No, it is a movement option. Oh. It got me away from a mix that most people have to eat. Asuka going into Rage Art, if you're not confident in your sidestep, you just have to eat it and take her plus frames on a full charge. Trojan said, I'm out of here, and maybe just a hair off. If Trojan backdashed once and then immediately did the same thing, they would have been spaced perfectly to punish that. Just leads into an aerial combo, and that would have been the match. And then again, backs against the wall, knowing that they're about to swing, had their number and had their timing read. But again, the flip was just too close and ended up being a back mix. And you can be a top-level player, you could be an EVO champion, you can be as good as they come, but when 2 backs are against each other, wild swings happen, and sometimes it works in your favor, and sometimes it gets you wall splat.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of, honestly, both in that matchup there. We saw a little bit of how it worked in one player's favor, a little bit of how it worked in the other player's favor. It was a very exciting match in regards to Trojan. Seeing KingRey Jr. answer back on that front has been really, really impressive as a whole. Again, shout out to both players. Trojan, like I've said before, very, very, as I said before, their name is fitting because, like a Trojan horse, they just get in someone's mind and just stick in there. As a prime example, you mentioned the thing with Slump. People would think it's a little stylish, little, show off, but it works. It is actual strategy for Lily. That's how you use Lily's moves for mobility, to dodge certain things and to set your own stuff up. Victor has similar tools. Lars has similar tools. For players, it looks like it's a little bit of a show-off sort of situation, a little bit of stylishness, but there are those scenarios where you do it at the right time and it gets in your opponent's head and it does something to them. And then at the same time, you're setting yourself up. And from there, again, Trojan showing themselves really, really strong in the evasive maneuvers and knowing how to work Lily's more flashy moves into her main repertoire. Shout out to Trojan for that play. KingRey Jr. is a beast unto himself as a player, and well-earned victory as a whole. Fantastic play there. But again, shout outs to both players and shout outs to Trojan for the effort. Well played, honestly. Really, really well done.
I've seen a lot of Lily players. I've seen a lot of dominant top tiers. But again, every match with Trojan, whether it's a small casual or a tournament match, is always special. You can just see the creativity in their play. But speaking of creativity, another creative Leo main that I've loved watching this entire tournament, we have XO against good old Debaser, who has been solid and killing giants.
Oh yeah, Debaser has been really strong in this tournament. Yoshimitsu as a character is a whole other beast unto themselves, but we've seen Debaser just uncork amazing combos and really strong with their Yoshimitsu set play as XO keeping the pressure going with Leo, and that's what they need to do. Keep that pressure going up against the wall with the double elbows, with the wall rising, and just like that, XO takes round 1.
This feels like a kind of match where it's going to be even more momentum based than we've seen in previous matches. You know, when Yoshimitsu's finally ready and setting up, when Leo is finally ready to set up K and K cancels and K and K cancels and K and K cancels all the way to the wall, you know, just normal Leo things.
Just a Leo thing here and there, and there's another K and K cancel, and there's the doesn't get the full combo there, but the Debaser gets the sweep, and that's gonna set up their own.
What a beautiful flash duck to Fuzzy that. Beautiful.
Very nice. Yeah, very good call there.
Again!
Under the Firefly. Round 3. Just like that, XO's up 2 rounds to nothing against the Debaser.
Oh, I had to stand back in awe. It wasn't just a gimmick, it wasn't just autopilot, it was knowledge and practice, and that's what drilling does.
And right now, nice, keeping the pressure there.
Great low
There's
block.
the launcher. Yeah, low block into the launcher. Debaser activates heat. Pokes, quick pokes, low sweep.
Not afraid. You know what? I love that from Debaser. You know, you may have launch punished me on a stagger, but can you really do that again? Because the time that you blocked my L sweep is going to be the most amount of time before it comes again. Why not just do it now?
Yeah, and just like, Debaser with the sidestep. Debaser, another player here who's strong, who has shown strong mobility there. Excuse me, almost misspoke there. But XO immediately picking it up as they catch Debaser on the ground. Activate heat, nice. Nice awareness of the stage, activating the heat up against the wall.
Going for what I call the original Tekken 6 wall ender, the wall standing 1-4-1. Always love to see it. And the wall break with the wall master, and still going wall to wall. But this move has been winning tournament matches for him like crazy. The sword sweep.
Okay.
That breath. It is a keep out tool and a keep in for the win.
Oh my god. Oh, the mobility on that last round was impressive. That was really nice to see from both players.
This game is perfectly fair and balanced, but Yoshimitsu's so cheap.
Everything is all right except Yoshimitsu. We hate Yoshimitsu. And just like that, Yoshimitsu takes the back, but XO answers back. Activates heat, gonna try to keep the pressure, activates the heat smash to keep that going. And just like that, shoulder charge them into the wall and takes them out to close out the round. XO up 1-0 to the Debaser.
You know, Leo doesn't really show a lot of emotion when they play, but I saw anger in that round, I swear. I saw a flash of frustration in it.
It takes a lot to irritate Leo as a character, and I believe Yoshimitsu would be one of those people that would do that to Leo, given previous interactions. But as we see here, the sidestep here, XO gets their back taken, as the Debaser then tries to follow up, but XO answers back with activating heat, goes for the heat smash to keep the pressure going, and the Debaser unable to answer in that time. XO answers back with some added pressure up against the wall and takes the round. Good play, good smart pressure play by XO, using what Leo's got that's brought Leo to the dance, so to speak.
Yeah, it doesn't even need the grappling hook to carry you wall to wall.
Thankfully not.
But again, speaking of stages and long wall carries, we are one of the biggest carries in the entire game. This is the Coliseum, just like Yakushima. It is hard to get to the wall, but with Leo, the will is the way.
Yeah, Leo's one of a few characters that would do it. Leo, Dragunov, Victor, but Leo's got intense wall carry and intense wall damage. We'll see if it comes into play here as the Debaser gets the low sweep into the launcher. Ooh, gets the flash, is going to push in with that, and just like that, gets the low swipe for the KO. As we mentioned, You rarely see the wall in this stage, but ended it right at the wall.
And that sweep, you know, Debaser last set and for this first round of the second set has again and again gone to that low, finally getting punished for it, but I don't think that's going to change. That's going to stay as a foundation of their mind game.
I think so as well. It'd be smart if it does as well. There you go. There it is. There you go. It goes for the jump, goes for the Firefly, but armored right through. Spins out and avoids the heat activator, but XO, not daunted, heat dash and gets the poke to end the round.
That wasn't a bad decision, though. A frame earlier, and that would have actually been a great sidestep punish.
Yeah, very true. Just a little quicker on the draw if they had more of an opening. The low spin kicks, answers back with the shoulder charge into the lightning glare, but it gets blown on the whiff. XO activates heat and using a bit of their heat to... Ooh! They use a bit of their heat to pop some of the lightning glare, which they keep in heat at the cost of half their gauge. Try to activate the heat smash, they got punished for it.
I love how that heat smash was still trying to track. It was trying, but it couldn't make it there.
It was trying at like 45-degree angles per hit. It was trying. Now Debaser with the flash, getting a good combo from that, getting some decent wall carry here. There's that low sweep again. Flash.
And there's our wall combo.
There we go. Took long enough, and it was Yoshi to get the wall combo. And just like that, from the wall combo, from the center of the ring to the edge of the Coliseum, signed, sealed, and delivered from Debaser to XO.
Tournament point here for Debaser, fighting for their life. XO living to fight another round. And getting it the up forward too, which leads into more, and playing it safe and getting the heat carry. And all the way, oh, misses the connection, but that would have been a wall hit. Oop.
Right now, Debaser answering back and got some of their got a lot of their health back off of the heat activation.
Ooh, fell out early.
Oh,
great step, and then the move that has frustratingly paid the bills at the expense of every opponent Debaser has faced. The sword sweep. It is so seeable. It is a flash. Your body crouches to meet it, and then you just have to press literally any button, a crouch jab, anything, but oh no, it's already too late. And then the other thing I was going to say in this replay, the thing that connects it, oh, I'm sorry, you had advantage, you had good heat pressure, you have good wall pressure. That's great, 8-frame flash.
You know, no, that's nice. How interesting. It's mine now. You had advantage, it's mine now. You had all that, it's mine now. That's interesting. Nice story.
We were talking about the differences between early and new Tekken. Early Tekken, Flash was more of an offensive tool. Hell, off a jab confirm, you could get 75% health off of Flash. Now being nerfed, I guess for the way it's intended, air quotes, you know, as a defensive option for punishing you for ever thinking of pressing a jab, silly you.
How dare you think about trying to press a jab against Yoshimitsu? Here's a flash. It's what it boils down to. Like, Yoshimitsu has these tools that you wouldn't think are that defensive, but it makes him one of the better defensive characters in the game with his stances and the flash, as we see here. Getting the pop-up into the launcher into flash, but then Yoshimitsu now has the sword sheath. We could expect an over. There it is, as I say it.
Yeah, I was just admiring the footwork. Really, really, really great spacing there. Definitely a tempo change, and it's now starting to come in Debaser's favor. But this is exactly what we saw in EXO's previous round. This is where the aggression Leo is unrestricted, and the empty Leo is even more dangerous.
Right, and here we see EXO pushing in on the offense, trying to get Debaser up against the wall. There's the lightning glare, getting the mid, and now keeping that, got something off of the sidewall at least. Very good interaction there, very good adjustment by EXO, and then gets the low tap to end the round.
That movement and that shimmy was intimidating. I usually think of Dragunov or someone else as the shimmy, or maybe Nina, but no, the Leo shimmy was scary.
Yeah, the Leo shimmy is one of the scary things you got to worry about, but as EXO goes low, Debaser sees it coming with the low parry. wrecks the wall with the Firefly, but EXO answers back with the heat activation of their own.
And great block. Just felt the signature move was coming and has always been ready to punish that.
Right. Oh, but just like that, Debaser gets some movement of their own, gets behind EXO and punishes there as EXO trying to close out this round, and just like that, they do with the throw.
Leo just wants to go in their own direction. It's happened pretty much every set so far. Leo is just going to keep going that train forward, whether there's an opponent there or not.
Leo sees the opponent like, no, I'm going to just do my own thing.
Oh, great
Leo.
float.
Yes, yes, very good flow. Oh, and we're going to see, goes for some more pressure. They do. And land the heat smash. Nice. Into the wall running 3. And just like that, EXO takes the game, going up 2-0 and advancing in our tournament.
As we say in the Deer community, you know, sometimes there's rounds where you just got to run a person over. And you know what? EXO just felt it there. You know what? We've been paced. I've been stepping. I've been showing my Yoshimitsu studying. How about I get in there? How about I get in there and I run it? And yes, never mind the score. That was 2-1.
Yes,
EXO beating Debaser. I was just lovely to see. You know, we were talking about if Leo really stays angry. No, Leo stayed angry that round, and that was all the move they needed to channel to win that one. What'd you see there?
Yeah, I saw a lot more of EXO keeping the offensive pressure going. Like you said, staying a little angry, as you put it, making sure that Debaser couldn't get much of their offense in as they did before, but also a little bit of being well aware of what Debaser was capable of doing. We talked about the flash being such a quick move, and we saw that EXO was aware of what flash could do at any given moment. So therefore, they were more... I don't want to say... They were definitely not timid in their approach, but they were definitely more cautious in their approach, more aware at how to pick their spots. And Debaser was trying to formulate their own game plan around that. It seemed like they're trying to make adjustments on the fly, whereas EXO had already made those adjustments. They were finding their spot, they were finding their range, and by the end of it, EXO was able to pick their spot just enough times that Debaser wasn't really able to answer. And with that, EXO 2-1, beautifully played match, well done by both players.
And yeah, you know, we talk about momentum and just, you know, the flair feel, and our commentators feel not always right, you know, as the commentators' curse will dictate. But, you know, I saw that heat smash hit, and everything in my gut and power said, oh no, this Leo has run the train. It is now time for Leo to smell blood. And you know what? I need maybe 1 or 2 more hits to close out this entire match. I'm not going to just sit here and look for a quick low poke. I'm not going to sit back and look for you to hang yourself. You're going to be dangerous. You're going to go Clams Casino, and you're going to try and hit me with everything you can to turn that momentum around. So you know what? The best defense and the best way to close a round off is an even harder hitting Leo, and that was really smart work there.
Right, and that's exactly what we saw there. Just harder hitting, faster pace, trying to keep the pressure on, trying to keep the stove up from underneath Yoshimitsu. They tried to go Firefly, but Leo tried to prove that their fire burned just a little bit brighter in that situation.
Those ducks, best ducks in the business right there.
Yes, yes, those ducks, the fuzzies too. Really, really nice. It showed that, in my opinion, that EXO was adapting and learning as that was going. The fact that they could duck and fuzzy the way that they were doing by the later matches was impressive as a whole. It showed a lot of awareness and adaptation on their end.
All right, we're about to get into our next match with Cdai and KingReyJr. Just a reminder, we are only 15 codes away from getting all of our Matcherino codes. You've heard us talk about it. We're almost at the end of this tournament. We are getting closer to the finals. Help us close out those last 15 codes.
That would be great to see these players get paid out more in this event, as right now we see KingReyJr and Cdai. KingReyJr going with the Dragunov this time. That's going to be interesting here. Instead of going with their Asuka, probably realizing what they need to do against Cdai's Barong to keep the pressure going. But Cdai answering immediately with the launcher as they found the opening, pushing through, going for the unblockable setup on Wake Up and smashing them with the axe kick.
Cdai.
up 1 round.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cdai is showing this aggression, showing me you gotta pull out that Asuka. You know, normally Dragunov is the dominant character and dictates the pace of play, but I think Cdai has seen a few Dragunovs in their day. I want you to pick your stuff, and I'm gonna show you this mix until you show me that you really mastered Dragunov.
Cdai just taking it to school at this point, just taking everything he can, just doing all the damage he can. But oh, Cdai gets launched. KingRey gonna take him to the wall. To borrow your phrase, taking some lunch money out of his pocket in that situation, and Cdai spring kicks back up.
It's the worst part. He takes your lunch money and then he still axe handles you, and he still gets a wall combo.
He takes your lunch money, then he wants more. He's kind of greedy in that way.
Oh!
Cdai taking it back with the skyrocket, doing the heat activation, gonna heat dash, gonna try to get the wall. Doesn't get the follow-up there. A little bit of a weird hitbox, and KingReyJr. crush, kill, destroy to close out the round.
Great confirm, right into the crouch cancel. May not have finished that combo, but quickly showing that they know how to play Dragunov well. Oh, but Cdai knows the matchup, knows down forward 1, knows to duck the follow-up. Really good stuff. Getting that kick to his left, little off axis. It's all good.
Ooh, nice sidestep there, yeah. Nice sidestep, get to their back. As we see KingRey trying to keep the pressure going, the string sidestep. Strings again. There's the heat activation.
I just love the volleyball spike out of the air. That's a heat smash on a float.
Yes.
And the heat dash. And the shoulder, not enough damage. Oh, don't give him a chance, because then the mix will go unlimited.
Into the final round of this game. Oh, nice. Cdai immediately getting the launcher. Gonna push into the wall, activate T. Yes, he does. Nice combo. Now he's gonna keep the pressure going, but KingRey answers back with his own. Now he's answering back with the strings into his own heat activation. Covers his health, pummels him in the wall.
And it was all Cdai to start. And it looked like he was going to quickly send him back to the character select. But, you know, just Dragunov, just showing how dangerous, a simple game plan, you know the stuff he's coming with, and then suddenly you get splatted against the wall, and every game plan you had goes out the window. As we take a look at the replay, the running 2 hit, the string hit, and then right after adjusting and moving with him, the kicks into the heat, into the wall, taking his lunch money, redeeming a Matcherino code, getting the Oki, and a simple down 4. You love to see everything.
Yeah, there is a lot of good stuff there as we go immediately into our next game here between KingRey and Cdai. No character switch here. We're going to the Coliseum.
Yeah, I was going to say the Coliseum's going to be an interesting pick here. I think it favors both of them in different ways.
Oh, I can definitely see that, especially with Huarong with the mobility, being able to have more room to work. Dragunov being able to have more room to apply pressure.
You give him enough room to run, he will do that as many times as he needs.
Every time. Oh, God. Oh,
Shoutouts to the chat. Has KingRey forsaken Asuka? No, no, no. He just wanted to do a grown man beatdown every once in a while. And great pressure, sliding in under it, taking the follow-up, going on the heat smash, and opting to keep the pressure and just watching a movie before sliding in and getting the 7 golden letters. This is suddenly match point when Cdai came out of the gates running, activating against it, getting parried.
Wow. Beautiful parry. Cdai answering back with a skyrocket launcher of their own. But KingReyJr. still in good position. Sidesteps the skyrocket, gonna keep the pressure going. Doesn't get the combo. Seems like they're in a bad position in terms of distance to get that combo. Cdai with the Rage Art, that hits. That lands perfectly.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out the Matcherino code for helping with the frame data. Oh, all right, you want to stay down? I will take those 2. mirroring the same axe kick, getting the back 3 for a little bit of Oki.
Nice throw
Running up
break.
and throwing and missing. Oh no, these misses! And that is end around syndrome at its finest. Very, very, very hit confirmable kills just put into nothing.
And right now we're seeing KingRey try to apply some more pressure with their strings, but Cdai gets the quick launcher with the uppercut.
Wrong with a rare display of his arms.
Unusual for Hwarong, very unlike people of his kind, but as we see here, ooh, KingReyJr with the launcher, getting the elbow strike. This is gonna come real close.
Oh, and the heat dash,
This
and
is
I think it's gonna be enough. Nope,
There
sorry,
it
you got
is.
it.
Just barely, yeah, just barely enough. And just like that, KingReyJr, 2 games to nothing, eliminating Cdai from our tournament as KingReyJr advances.
KingRey just not even needing to pull out the Asuka, but again, maybe it's a matchup thing too. I can't say I know what's the difference between the two of them pushing on each other, but you know, sometimes, as we pointed out in chat, you just want to put a beat down. Sometimes you want to get some free wall damage, and sometimes you feel like being the destroyer of worlds, and Dragunov will make you feel powerful any day of the week.
Yeah, Dragunov is that sort of character that if you just want to feel like putting a hurting on someone real quick, he's a good character to do that with. As we see here in the replay, we see the strings here starting to find space there. Armors through what Cdai is up to, and then as Cdai had a moment of hesitation, KingReyJr launches into the combo, keeps it going all the way through, activates heat, goes through heat dash, and then throws out one more hit to finalize the combo, ending the round and advancing in the tournament.
As we take a look at our entire bracket, it has just been stacked, and it's been a wonderful tournament. We saw PLing taking their first match against Cdai pretty dominantly. We saw Wizzy and EXO have a down to the wire every single set here, and Wizzy pushing through, and Wizzy's going to be playing PLing in our winners final. Code Red and Debaser, Trojan having a great match against KingReyJr. Again, don't look at the score. It was a lot closer than it even looked. Only 2 flips away from bringing both rounds back. EXO and Debaser, as we saw, and finally Cdai and KingReyJr, the new Dragunov legend.
Yeah, right now KingReyJr seem like they've got a little more to be worried about in regards to the tournament team. We see everybody using 1 character, and KingReyJr is going, I've got 2. So even as KingReyJr advances, there's got that worry of a character switch there. That's a whole other aspect of the mental game there. Now you have to be prepared for 2 potential problems here. So we're going to see what comes out of KingReyJr and EXO in the upcoming losers semifinals. But in the winners finals, we got PLing with the Ling Xiaoyu and Wizzy with their own Dragunov, which, I mean, we still have that bounty. Is PLing going to be the one that completes the bounty in this tournament?
I mean, why are we talking about pop bonuses when we're only 12 codes away from getting all of our Matcherino codes?
I mean, that's also true. That's also a quick way to contribute to the tournament. For those who haven't gone to the Matcherino, there should be a link in the chat, !Matcherino in the Twitch chat to pop up the link as it is right there. You can log into the Matcherino on the top right corner, log into pretty much anything you've got. You've got an old Club Penguin account, it'll probably work for you. If you log into Twitter, Facebook, Discord, Twitch, old RuneScape Classic account, shout out Maya for that one. You log into any of those, then you'll be able to log in, and then as you log in, you'll see a blue button on the right side of the screen that says claim code, and absolutely free, no extra charge, you will then contribute 25 cents to the Matcherino pot, to the prize pot, for these players to get paid out.
There are over 150 people watching this stream. We only need 12 more people to claim a code. Come on, be a hero. I will shout out every avatar and name I see. Get the last of these codes redeemed so we can give these players respect, give them the pay they deserve. It's EVO weekend, big money. The least you could do is contribute to this pot. You can also do it if you're feeling extra generous. That special payday, that special bonus time of the month. If we hit all of these codes, I will throw something into this pot. Let's get some incentive going there. Also, let's not forget all of our famed old legacy introductions. If you have an old Neopets account, I'm sure that would log into a Matcherino link. If you got an old Angel Fire website that you're still hosting your reg images on, you know, we can put that in there. If you have your ICQ number, it will somehow work in some way.
Oh my, ICQ, wow. That's a throwback. That's a throwback. I mean, why not go a step further? If you're one of the about 10 people who still use PhotoBucket, you can log into that account right now too on the Matcherino. Log into that and see if that works. Anything will work on the Matcherino at this point. I feel we're still. I think we're still waiting on like the full like conglomeration of everything, but I think we got most of everything to work now.
We start manifesting legacy logins, and we're just gonna make some, you know, old assembly coder just hate their life trying to integrate a login that won't work. But I mean, I love it, and shout outs to the Matcherinos, shout outs to our Nightbot, but I will fight the Nightbot on one thing. We don't need any more Chloe discourse. We don't need any more Chloe buffs. There is only one woman in line to get the next DLC buff, and that is Anna, right?
I'm all down for Anna. I far prefer Anna over Chloe. I'm not a lucky Chloe person, so you've got my vote on this one, Maya. You got my vote 100% on this one. I am not a Chloe person. I am an Anna Williams person. I'm a Williams sister person. You got it. I am not.
I will vote in whatever Harada pull for your next character. As soon as we get Anna, I will join any other fandom. I will ask for Michelle. I'll ask for Lei Wulong. Oh, actually, I did promise Pepper Beef. I'd promise and ask for Lei Wulong. So I'm pot committed for a male character. But please, anybody but Murdoch and Fakram, please tell me I'm wrong. Harada, throw us some surprises, please. And of course, Harada would say, don't ask me for... But, you know, I will still beg, and that's actually what I did at Combo Breaker. I'm going to be really cringe and admit it. My partner and I walk through the door of Combo Breaker. My partner introduces themselves and just thanks Harada for everything. And where does my shitty brain go? It goes, please, you got to give me my girl in a dress, please.
As you kneel before the altar of Harada, you have been given one opportunity. And it is to beg.
It is the beg, and then somehow Kazuya gets buffed. So I don't know, you know, don't ask Harada for anything because you're going to get like a monkey paw situation where something else happens. But speaking of something else happening, we're going to get back into our match. Really excited for this. This is going to be PLing, and oh, does it look like KingReyJr. is going to be sticking with it? Oh no, it's Wizzy, my bad.
No, it's Wizzy. It is Wizzy, yes. We are in winners... finals here with PLing versus Wizzy. So this is going to be an interesting match. This is the match I've been waiting to see for reasons exactly like that. PLing just parrying through, getting behind, but Wizzy keeping their composure.
Intimate character knowledge, and even with the knowledge, just having to still be creative.
And just like that, that's round number 8. That's round number 8 taken on the bounty. So the Wizzy bounty has been claimed by PLing.
Oh, we're at 7? Well, that's okay, because PLing is doing hard work right now to make it 8.
So we see here the push going through. Oh, there's 8. Okay, now we go. Now we go. I think it was the disconnect that had me miscount. I think that might have been what I miscounted there. But either way, we're still at number 8. PLing taking that round as Wizzy trying to fight back gets the heat activation.
Yeah, PLing is not playing for rounds, he's playing for matches here and is not slowing down at all.
As we see here, Wizzy pushing forward. Ooh, gets the wall carry, but doesn't get much off of it. Nice, PLing using the wall, but Wizzy saw that coming, was able to counteract that appropriately.
Wizzy just having the presence to not overcommit, to block in the opposite direction. It's very rare that you get crossed up like that kind of way.
Very rare in that regard.
Ready on it, good throw breaks. I think that was more of a check. Kind of keeping the pressure on. Finishing the string, but no punish there. But it's all right. Dragunov can be just as punishing as he needs to be. He sets up the tackle, and yes, he gets it, but good break there by PLing.
good break, but unfortunately in the position that they were at, still prone to get a stomp. Wizzy going crush, kill, destroy, just whizzes right past PLing, and just like that gets bumped into the wall. Wizzy trying to close it out. PLing gets a throw into the wall. Going into the Rage Art just for the finish. Very smart play there to close out by PLing.
Well, that was probably the smart decision, especially with a face press against the wall. It's a different interaction than being wall crushed. And again, PLing just adapting, and there was something else in those interactions that I guess I just didn't understand. We definitely need to go to this replay. Not one, not two, but 3 throws until it worked. Throw break into another instant throw into a, you know what, hop, and the throw we all hate to see coming.
Yeah, really nicely done there, and then closing it out with the Rage Art, like you said, very smart. The faceplant interaction leads to a different sort of interaction as they get juggled. And instead of going through all that trying to figure out the right combo to pick at that moment, instead opted to just go for the Rage Art. And just like that, PLing is up 1 game against Wizzy. 1 game's enough.
Just great knowledge. That's deep, deep level. Because again, if that was a sidewall interaction or a multi-hit interaction, that Rage Art would have not hit. Oh, and starting off with, you know, typical Dragunov things, the axe kick and just simple pressure. Wizzy not showing any change into the ruthless game plan. That's what you need to get done. And still with the pressure, avoiding it and setting up even more pressure.
As we see here, Wizzy catching the AOP with the low kick. The low kick is just paying dividends, but right now PLing gets the throw and now has the opportunity to assert their own momentum, but isn't able to do anything with it as Wizzy answers back with their heat activation.
There is just this scary, like, almost, I compare it to like playing against a Brian Fury where, sure, you know all these unsafe strings, but if he does press it and you are getting hit by it, that's going to be a counter hit into huge damage, and Dragunov's strings working the same exact way.
Ooh, and as we see there that, wow, it just took them right off the balcony into the lower part of the stage as Wizzy's going to keep the pressure going into the wall. Gonna keep kicking, gonna keep kicking, gonna keep kicking, but there, PLing gets up, and just like that, Wizzy gonna keep kicking.
I love it. We call it the controller disconnect moment, where it's, okay, well, can I go this way? Can I go, oh, okay, I need to get up now.
Yeah, that's a very scary bit of pressure there, reversing the momentum from the previous game into this one.
Yeah, you know, normally there's a really long, deep, methodical review. We'll go to the replay, but I just got to tell you, that was just Dragunov running a Dragunov game plan, and that's Oki. That's Oki. That's life. And then right when you finally get clear, you just get a safe. I wonder if this works. Oh, it did? Well, we're going to hold forward and heat dash that. Full wall carry, full wall slam, and thank you very much. That was an auto-played movie for us to enjoy before the winner's final.
All right, both players now 1-1.
Now,
here.
I was going to say, players of this kind of caliber, this is where you're going to see goofy changes in timing and play styles just to make them think the other things are coming. And back against the wall, I'm going to go for that counter. I'm going to wait a little hair longer in AOP and then do that crushing mid. Doesn't get the full wall combo, but the throws, just huge. There's like been at least 8 throws this entire match, and now about 3 of them have connected.
As we can see here, PLing going for the lows, but right there, Wizzy blocks and punishes and then smashes them up against the wall to take the round.
Just every single swing in the wall seems to hurt your soul with Dragunov.
Oh, it does physical and emotional damage as PLing does the deflect, but doesn't get anything off of it, unfortunately, again. There's the low sweep. Now they're going to make something out of this one.
We're opting to extend it, get a little bit of the sidewall, and we're still going to swing an AOP, even far away.
Perhaps with the hope that Wizzy would have walked in that opportune moment, but to no avail as Wizzy keeping composed in the face of this onslaught. But PLing pushing forward.
Yeah, just standing back at the pressure and then finally putting the hands down, going real low, and winning the round with a signature poke.
All right, something simple, something easy, something, you know, nice to do, just a quick poke. But right now, Wizzy's like, I don't want to poke. I'm just going to smash right through and just try to go right through with that hook. Goes for the low sweep. PLing going to AOP, trying to create. This is a Wizzy again, just pushing right through.
Caring more about positioning, and that's the smart move. And then 1 or 2 dashes away from Dragunov, you always have to be scared for the running punch. Great movement, trying to kind of bait it out, moving to the worst section kind of to move against PLing's movement, but it doesn't matter. All that beautiful positioning out the window once we're in a heat engage, but a great parry, reading those buttons back, and again, hesitating and waiting a split second longer just when you felt it's okay for you to press a button, and then a thunderous sweep. It counter hits, it confirms, and it will lead into a rage art. PLing, master of timing, huge difference now on set point.
Right, and with the timing as well, you speak of the time, there was only 7 seconds left as PLing answered back to take that round, and in this round, opening up with a strong launcher there. This time Wizzy answering back with some of their own pressure, taking them to the wall. Now PLing starting to try to answer back, try to go into AOP, but Wizzy kicks them for their trouble. Goes for the low hit, but PLing answering back with some lows of their own. Goes for the hop and the throw, and Wizzy with the kicks to take the round. We are on final round.
Yeah, and remember, this is the winner's final, so it is going to be a 1st to 3. So it is not over no matter who wins this set. This is only just beginning. Yeah, and this is just one of those matches where I just really want to sit back and watch them play, because as quickly as I can call something out, they are changing their tactics and moving around. And there's a huge commitment launch there from PLing. And it's going to lead...
Right. Oh no.
Up and
What?
over! And back
Oh,
into
they-
Dragunov.
Back into the wall, back into the Dragunov in trouble. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Never doubt Dragunov's scary.
Unfortunate.
Never doubt Dragunov's damage. And never doubt a flip away. The flips have been the difference makers in this entire tournament. Can't wait to see the replay here. First, you thought it was over. I read you like a book. And then you thought it was over for Xiao Yu. And simple kicks and a broken wall and a realignment. Not what you wanted to see. Just the simple hit string taking it, and just Dragunov carry just never stops.
Yeah, PLing with the amazing timing there to get the flip, but it was for naught as Wizzy was able to recover properly, send them through the balcony. And now Wizzy is in prime position to try to take this, but PLing, we've seen before, dangerous player, so we'll see what happens here.
Great movement and great launch kick off that leads to the follow-up and the kick. That hurts so much unscaled.
Oh, and just like that, Wizzy answering back with just punching them and bouncing them like a ball off the ground. Wizzy activates heat to keep the pressure going.
Pushing back offing and taking the pressure and reading a parry. Just thinking way far ahead. And the hesitation on the AOP this time, yes, going mid, not low. Not getting the full wall damage. The hatchet kick starting and doing it again. And no, that would have been a full punish. That would have been PLing's round. Oh,
Yeah, they blocked it. They got the stun state where they could have launched from it, but they just didn't do it at that moment, unfortunately. And Wizzy able to recover himself just enough and take the round. And we see the momentum continuing to go in Wizzy's favor here. The blocking on point, nice throw escape there by Wizzy.
Yeah, we call those muscle memory moments where, yeah, a stagger may be 20-something frames and you can do any launcher you want, but sometimes you get so used to punishing with your favorite move or the quicker common move that that comes out instead of your big launcher that you never think is coming.
Right, because you're in that situation, you're kind of in that autopilot zone. As we see here, Wizzy just gets taken to the ground, gets that hard low sweep OTG, and then PLing finishing it off on Wake Up, taking the round, and Wizzy just answering back immediately, just smashing them into the dirt.
Yeah, starting the round with 2 running 2s, wasn't satisfied with the first one crushing. And Heat engaging, getting the hammer off, getting the tackle again. Hasn't really been punished this entire tournament.
Oh, the crush, kill, destroy, answering as PLing goes into Heat and then gets the quick kick and the string to end it as we go into set point for Wizzy. If Wizzy wins, this sends Wizzy into grand finals.
And it's lava time. Who's gonna see who's gonna get it? But like, I feel like Dragunov, you know, slamming you down or doing his command grab, I feel like it does extra damage the way he slams you through lava. Oh, the running
Feels
2
like
hitting hard. The sidestep pressure. The running 2. There's only been 2 moves and it's all he's needed so far.
Right now, PLing activates Heat, trying to keep the pressure going, but Wizzy going for the lows. There's the Heat activation. Oh, this is a scary situation for PLing.
Eats it. Heat smashes it right back. But you know what? Wizzy just not feared, just running right back in and reapplying the pressure.
8 seconds left. Ooh, the kick. PLing's out of pixel. Wizzy unbothered, and doesn't matter, unable to make up the health difference as Wizzy closes it out 3 rounds to 1. PLing sent to losers, and Wizzy first one to advance to our grand finals.
So I'd love to turn it to chat, because let's look at this replay. It was a lot of aggression, not caring about the wall positioning anymore, just being one magical hit away, and then there's the pacing, realizing 10 seconds are left, getting the hit, knowing that follow-up, not needing anything else, and yep, that's scooped. You gotta wonder, maybe with a different kind of scoop and going into Rage Art, that would have stopped the clock, but you still would have needed some kind of follow-up or some kind of hit after. Yeah, let's look at it again, because again, I'm not a Xiaoyu main, especially off the knee catch on the OTG. Can you get Rage Art off of that? No, I think the character's too low.
Yeah, I think they're a little too low, yeah.
Oh, and with no pauses in between.
We're going straight in.
All right, well, this is Wizzy, and this is not Wizzy. This is KingReyJr. and XO as we reset. And remember, this is our losers semifinal, so this will be 2 out of 3, and then the winner will go on to take that rematch, and a very frustrated PLing.
We see here both of these characters. As we said before, both these characters have different styles of pressure, but it's both intense pressure all the same. As XO, XO gets launched into the onslaught by Dragunov, and Dragunov takes the round.
And yeah, just switching both sides on your mind. XO is the Leo player, and KingReyJr. is the Dragunov. No, that is not Asuka on the screen you don't see. But, I mean, in the world of Tekken, you easily have pocket characters.
Yeah, you usually should have at least 1 or 2 pocket characters to accommodate for some of these matchups. As right now, XO keeping the pressure going. There's the low sweep, and that should be the finish for this round. Yes, it is. XO takes that one, and we are now tied around a piece.
Yeah, XO definitely looks a lot more comfortable with this than we would see maybe with Asuka. Just maybe seeing a lot more Dragunov. Statistically, that makes sense. Leo actually being one of the most underutilized characters in ranked play.
As we see, XO sidestepping, KingRey just punching right through them. XO trying to find their openings. Oh, I think he's pressing. Yes, he is, and he eats the Rage Art.
How much damage will it kill? Give us a call.
No.
Right on the money.
There we go.
Oh, the slap away. And then
Oh,
the low.
Ooh, the low. The ReyJr leaving Leo alive just enough for Leo to enact revenge, as EXO is going to keep pushing in on this one. There it is, gets the heat activation.
3, great pressure, keeping it up. And don't forget, still has all of that install throughout the whole duration of heat, so can make a few of their moves safe and can take even riskier gambles and keeps it after their heat. And there it is, burning the glare.
Burns the glare, but unfortunately follows up with a move that left them in an unsafe predicament. But KingRey didn't have the wall to finish it, but it didn't matter as they hit the low sweep on wake up. So now tied 2 rounds apiece, both the final round.
Yeah, the pressure and Ling, it's not even a side character. You know, KingRey moving really, really well, being able to duck under, being able to launch punish everything that they see. This isn't just playing a routine or kind of a flowcharty drag. This is showing all the dangerousness that KingRey already has as a player.
Right, as we see here, ooh, KingRey activating heat, pushing through with the heat dash. This might do it. Oh, that was beautiful. And just like that, KingRey takes the round and closes that game up 1-0 as KingRey.
So we'll check the replay. Maybe we can flip the names, get them on the other side, but...
There we go.
Hey, magical. It's in the editing. And of course, thanks to Max Ninja. Let's take a look at the replay. You know, I was very confident in saying that, you know, maybe EXO was going to take a little bit of a step aside, and just every time the sidestep was correct, there was just a realignment and a quick punish. KingRey devastating with a devastating character. Really nice.
Yeah, we see KingRey with the Dragunov and coming off of their Asuka play. You see the difference in their playstyle really well, and we're seeing that really pay out well for KingRey. They're up 1-0 against EXO, as EXO decides to go for a little bit of a different fit here for Leo.
Yeah, the dapper Leo, but not Dapper's Leo. This is just a dapper Leo.
Unfortunately, price to be paid for wearing a suit that slick as they get launched into a combo, but EXO answers back with a combo of their own, pushing them into the wall. This is going to be scary.
Great block.
Just
Leo
like
says,
that.
I don't want to get beaten my Sunday best, and takes that round back convincingly. Oh, misses the scoop. That knee is so hard to scoop with. It looks like a forward 3, which is a high hit, but it's actually just trying to crouch cancel. Unlike how, let's just say, easier Dragunov might have it doing a crouch cancel for his combo. Leo's got it rough.
Right, and oh, there's the hop kick as KingRey tried to approach. EXO going for the combo, stops it in the middle, probably realized it wasn't the combo they were going for. Oh, and there's a good launcher there by EXO, and EXO taking the round up 2-0.
That's what we want to see. We want to see really good answers, a little bit more risk-taking, and then once there's finally momentum, the scariest part about EXO's game all tournament has been being able to set up all the K&K and box setups that Leo can just absolutely be scary and just as evasive as, let's say, maybe a Xiao Yu.
You could easily say that, yeah, especially with some of the openings that they can open up here. But here, KingReyJr knocking EXO into the wall, taking their lunch money, battering them down, but EXO not daunted.
The plus frames off it, but did not care, do not respect these plus frames. It's just a state of mind. The hop kick will come for us all eventually. Oh, and missing the carry, a little bit of an awkward sidewall, and just punishing with the counter throw. Oof.
We saw, good use of burning out the heat there, but unfortunately, like you said, the counter throw was enough to end it there. As EXO answering back in this round, activating their heat, gonna take KingRey into the wall, answering back, finishes the combo, gets some hefty damage.
I like it. Got the confirm, and instead of going for the hard, like we were saying, the crouch cancel, just instantly says, you know what, I'm going to activate heat. It's my turn, it's my offense, and it's my punish. Don't go low. I'm going to take this round. Very good job from XO. And we are all knotted up 1-1, which is going to beg the question and the replay. But the question is, are we getting an Oscar? Or are we sticking to drag domination? Maybe KingRey sees something in the play, or just maybe he's feeling it.
That would be an interesting switch to see. As we see here, we see XO getting the combo into the wall, and then XO continuing the pressure. Dragunov with his pokes trying to do something out of it. Tried to sidestep, gets the throw escape. Poke, goes for a string, and XO kept the pressure going and answered back to take the round. I mean, there's not much Dragunov can do differently, but here we see KingReyJr sticking with the Dragunov to go into Game 3 of our loser semifinals.
Oh, great punish again every time, ducking the low and getting the best punish for it. The standing kick into the shoulder and just pressure after pressure. You know, this is rare to see in a Dragunov matchup, but yeah, until he was allowed to press buttons, whiffing the launch.
Ooh, nice launch there by KingReyJr. It's gonna push him maybe to the other wall. Yes, he does. Into the low kick on wake up. Good call on that one, and just like that, KingReyJr is up on the scoreboard.
I was going to say, don't give Leo a chance, especially because they can carry 100% wall-to-wall in this round, or sorry, this stage. And the stomp and setting with the high homing, and then finally getting into stance mix-ups again, blocking the down two, getting the punish the shoulder, and just more pressure, armoring through that desperate heat effect, getting the 7 shining letters. XO, really, really good round.
Yeah, really strong round there. As we see KingReyJr trying to get a launcher there now, trying to keep the strings going, trying to keep the pressure, but XO answering back.
Back 1-4, empty, canceling it into a hell sleep, empty, canceling it into more pressure. This is, again, a role reversal. This is not what you'd expect in a Dragunov matchup. Looking for more movement, not swinging these buttons.
Not necessarily, no. And here, XO activates his heat smash, trying to push in, but KingReyJr activates his own. And just like that, XO goes for the sweep into the punch, taking the third round, and XO is now on set point.
That was just such good decision making by XO. Again, jabbing, making you think you're about to get the Leo mix up with stance game, and then hell sweeping you to back.
Yes, it's good mix up and good play between all the tools that Leo can use. As KingReyJr gets the grab,
oh no,
and activates the heat activation.
Yeah. KingRey knew if you're just going to cancel it, that's super punishable. Again, back against the wall, nothing but plus frames against you. Hop kick activated, and oh, missing the wall carry. Is that going to end up costing him?
Might see. Oh, there's the throw, and just like that, KingReyJr ties this up. We are now at set point for both players.
That throw does so much damage.
It's ridiculous, that throw, honestly.
All right, great pokes. The double low special. The wall standing 1 doesn't finish the string. Does tech the throw this time. Doesn't even stick around for another throw, but a third time around's the charm for KingRey. Looking like a very awkward round. Both players trying to change up their style, not be predictable. But there's the heat engager against the wall, looking for another setup. This time, the spring kick not working. I think for the first time this entire tournament on stream. Ready, standing back, down forward 2, good launch, good work, and good night KingReyJr. XO sticking to Leo and sticking to what works, which is relentless wall pressure. Let's look at that replay.
Yeah, as we see here, KingReyJr gets the leg snap, trying to keep something going here, but XO answers back with their own pressure, activates heat, and then, as you said before, the pressure plus the wall, Leo's 2 best friends here. And as we see, gets a launcher, and follows it up the same way. Second verse, same as the first, as XO takes the round and takes the set. XO advancing into our, I believe it's going into our winners finals.
And I do
Correct
want
on
to
that?
shout out, thank
Losers finals. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone because we did, in fact, redeem all of our Matcherino codes. We got payouts, and I'm going to keep up my end of the bargain. I'm going to donate to that pot because, you know what, there's just been nothing but amazing, amazing matches. I'm thankful for everything we've got to see here so far. And I'm glad I got the pleasure of playing EXO in the last two tournaments, both in Paragon and last monthly. Like, EXO is coming up and absolutely showing me why I shouldn't have abandoned Leo back at 6.
Well, right now.
Yeah, but now, shout outs. I'm going to get my composure. I'm going to look up and study a little bit more. We'll be back. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and we're going to be back with PLing and XO, and this is going to be a great one. You're not going to want to miss it. This is the Sweets Esports Weekly, and you are with the Sweets event. characters I don't even play. Seeing his Paul arc has been wonderful, but again, two very, very close matches, won and lost with creative move choices from Lily. And, you know, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And it was something that we got to see both in their match with KingRey and with their match with Wizzy. Again, just highlights to shout out. But every match is special, just like this match. And we are in losers finals. Don't forget, losers finals is a 1-to-3 set. We have XO and PLing. Let's get in the Yoshi-Leo matchup.
Oh, this is going to be interesting, seeing PLing using Yoshimitsu, and they were using Ling Xiaoyu this whole time against EXO's Leo, but immediately getting them into the wall, and oh, it begins. It already begins. The poison mist to the face. 17 seconds in, and just like that, a perfect.
I mean, you know, while we were not watching on stream, they queued up and we had to get the sword slashes to end the round just as quickly as it took for him to dismantle EXO that first round. But now there's movement, now there's better play, now there's let's just maybe slow this down a little bit. And I don't think that's what PLing wants to do in this situation, because if EXO can build that confidence back up, they can just get right back into their stance mix-up game.
Yeah, and right now we see PLing trying to keep the pressure going, but EXO kicks them away. PLing activates heat. EXO activates heat in response. PLing using the poison mist for some good distance clearance here, and EXO trying to keep that pressure going with the heat smash into the low, and EXO takes the round.
That was an important round. We talk a lot about just getting that confidence. Again, you wouldn't be in the finals of any range without a little bit of confidence. But again, confidence in the matchup to press your buttons. It's a world of a difference on a round-by-round basis.
It really is. Oh, and there's the poison mist landing even off the sidestep as PLing finds the launcher into flash, into the... Oh, that might have been a miss input.
This has just been EXO's, you know, number all day. Back against the wall. Is it time? No, I'm gonna be perfectly poised and block. And then finally, when it's gonna work, the hop kick out of desperation, looking almost intentional and really great. But PLing not being shook.
Yeah, PLing again going for the poison mist there, but oh, EXO getting launched, but that trade resulted in nothing. PLing using the acid mist, or the poison mist rather, to create some good spacing, actually using some zoning with the distance that Yoshimitsu actually can take advantage of. Now EXO realizing, there it is, EXO's realizing the mist.
Yeah, going into box stance to duck under it, that is so unique. I love it. And just, you know what, I'm not even afraid of it anymore. I'm just gonna stand in front of it.
Right, using the stance to low profile and advance, but unfortunately got caught with the low sweep there, and just like that, PLing takes the first game.
I think maybe he's just feeling it out, testing a little bit. That's a little bit of lab time. You know what? We can burn that. We got 2 more games to throw away, but we're not going to throw any more away. It's time for EXO to lock in. And let's take a look at that replay. Just rare moments in Tekken where you become static. Again, because I want to punish it, because I don't understand it, or because I'm just mad at it. I don't know, but, you know, I was going to ask you, is it poison breath? I call it bad breath. Maybe I got Pokemon on the brain or something. What's the actual name of that move?
Bad breath is the actual move name in Tekken, yeah. I keep calling it poison mist because I'm used to wrestling poison mist, you know, Great Muda, Asuka, yeah. So, but yeah, the move is actually called bad breath. Yeah.
Okay, and great pushes. We're in my favorite stage. We're in the subconscious. We're in the stomps. We haven't lit it yet. The floor is not acid purple yet.
This mobility between EXO and PLing, finding the spacing, finding the right spots, it's been really nice to see from both players. PLing tries to get the wall combo but doesn't get it as EXO falls out of it. Ooh, the spin knuckles.
Oh, stepping with it and getting a great pull, using the right poke to change against the wall. Wow, EXO really knowing their character well. And R-ring, and oh no! The hit actually pushed him past the punish.
Right, the hit pushed past, but there was also the wall flip, and now PLing with the block, still staying in the pocket too, blocking the throw and taking the round on time up. I respect it from PLing. They stayed in the pocket even when they didn't really have to.
Oh, look to punish it, but just being a little bit off on there, but smart enough, maybe seeing the rest of the tournament where EXO's just leaving the empty hop kick.
Maybe the case here as they go a little low. The delay, nicely done on the delay. But PLing undaunted, trying to keep the pressure, trying to reverse the pressure rather, and gets the launcher. We're gonna get out of this and gets the normal combo follow-up, and just like that, it's up 2 rounds.
I think both of them were surprised. Just the down forward one check kind of poked him out of spin teleport. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was an interesting interaction. Ooh, speaking of interactions, walked right into that one.
Oh no!
There it is.
Oh no, and there's the wall floor break, and this is going to hurt, especially with meter and the setup and another bad breath. This is just becoming the best offensive tool of the year for PLing. And one more time, I swear to you, it's not BM. It is not only a keep out tool, it is a win tool. It is unblockable. And the most frustrating part, I'm hoping that'll show on the replay here. Yes, it will. Now watch, EXO ducked it. But it's all about the frame that you stand up, or if you do a wall standing move that's quicker, it will stand you up into the hitbox because it lingers there. And just like the cranberries, do you have to let it linger?
I love it. And just like that with the bad breath, PLing takes it to right now, going in, I believe we are 2 games now to 0. And this is going to be for PLing's chance to get into grand finals.
And it's just going to be a rematch of the winners finals if that's the case. But I believe in Leo, and I believe in the Dapper EXO, and we can still do it as Leo gets carried away to the wall. And another bad breath just being the tool, but this time fully ripping the hop kick and getting the second hit, almost feeling like it was going to work and committing.
And as we see here, PLing's found the tool that works, just using the bad breath, using that poison mist to keep that distance, to keep that zoning going.
And just standing still and watching it, just saying, okay, that's great, bud. Can we get back to fighting?
Right, but it's one of those things where PLing has the health advantage, blowing some and baits it in, uses the spin to create some distance, baits EXO in, and then goes for the heat smash, and then takes the round quickly. And that's part of PLing's strategy here. PLing has the health advantage, starts using the zoning, and it's up to EXO to try to close that gap.
Oh, and starting and down forward 2, no punish on that, but the flash doing work. And pulling back to a conservative play, maybe expecting the signature hop kick coming, especially back against the wall. Oh, a little bit of a drop on there. And still having enough time to push it, and yes, stepping away from the flash, but the sweep was a little bit televised. Thought coming, gave it the punish, and now PLing is on match point.
And here we go, match. Oh, misses the flash and gets launched for it. EXO gonna take it to the wall. Doesn't get the follow-up there. Gonna try to follow through. PLing goes for the low sweeps into the sit down and then spins out to create distance, but EXO waits for PLing to come to him this time. Smart strategy.
Yeah, it's rare Leo, finds the wall too early. And just opting for the back 2 pressure. You want to spin away? That's great. My homing will hunt you down.
Right, and just like that, EXO has a round on the board. Ooh, PLing sidesteps there and gets the poison mist off of the crouch. Now PLing keeping the pressure going.
Another situation where, again, he ducked it, but just let go of the crouch too early. That hitbox is some cheap stuff.
Yeah, PLing just knowing when to just throw it out there. Trying to flip away, but EXO has them in the corner. Trying to keep them up against the wall. The low stomp, and then bats them back down on wake up. EXO went from 2 rounds down to 2 rounds tied. PLing still on set point, however.
fighting for their life, but not changing too much, just trying to play the safe and scary, still committing to the low sweeps, still committing to the launchers. I do like to see this, and they're not going to play conservative or they're not going to play super casino just because their tournament's on the line.
No, not at all. As you see here, the heat activation. Activates Heat Smash, goes into Firefly, and then knocks him into the ground and does the OTG slash. And just like that, PLing shuts down the comeback hopes of XO. And PLing going into the grand finals, fighting their way out of losers finals. 3-0. As we see on the replay here, the rainbow drop gets throw escaped. They go low, they go into the sit down stance, then they try to go for the overhead. And we see PLing basically really comfortable in their spacing, backed away enough to avoid the shot, armor through the kick, activate heat smash, gives them the pressure, swat them back down, and then into the slash OTG. And just like that, we have our grand finals to come.
PLing saw maybe in our previous matches how well EXO studied the Yoshi matchup and previously was able to duck on command the command grab that comes from the stance that Yoshi has, and was able to adapt with both the high-low and the sweep mix-ups. So maybe just having that presence of mind to just slightly delay, not press for the command grab, overhead slash with the sword. That's the high-level layered Tekken that you love to see when these players know pretty much everything there is to know. Just that slight frame hesitation before doing the mid that you were expecting coming the entire time. Still beats you off, and then the free follow-up. Gosh, really, really, really great work, and PLing picking Yoshimitsu was the correct answer. You know, wasn't just KingRey that needed to switch it up.
Yeah, using another character here.
Yeah, and again, I gave shout outs and much love to everyone. We paid a little bit. I threw my own money in because y'all have been so great in donating. We got all of our Matcherino codes. But if we have any other lovable donators, if we do hit 50, we're going to pay not just number 1, but top 2. And if we hit, I believe it's 100 as the threshold, we would pay top 3. Who never knows? It's been an amazing tournament. I'm glad to throw money in, and don't be shy. Show these players loves. Again, this is the week of EVO. Don't give your money to JDCR. Give your money local. Let's go. These players all are grinding every single week. Come and show them some love.
That's right. We're here supporting our local scenes and the online scenes here. Week of EVO. We're coming here to support the players who are showing up to these events leading into EVO, whether they're going to EVO later in the week or they're just simply here to show their love of the game, to play the game that they love, that they enjoy. And right now, all the Matcherino codes have been claimed. I want to thank you all once again for taking care of that and for claiming all the codes. If you want to contribute further, you are able to, through the Matcherino, you're able to contribute yourself for the prize pot. And we want to see these players get paid out more. We want to see these players incentivized to continue playing in these events, incentivized to continue playing their craft and leveling up their skills in these online events, in these offline events, and also into the EVO week that we have coming up. Whole list of tournaments that are going on in the general FGC for Tekken right now.
I was going to say, we are at $37.50 on the contributions and everything. We are only $12.50 away from paying out top 2. Heck, I want to get it up to 100 so we can pay out EXO as well, because EXO had a run through this tournament. Definitely my MVP this weekly time around. Really great job. Anyone who puts Leo on the map deserves some love. And anyone who can do K and K cancels because I gave up through 2 different Tekkens deserves a lot of shout out. You know, shout outs to the execution monsters, you know, working that much harder for a normal combo. How's it going? Nina's in the chat.
Yes, yes. Everyone who's able to perform that execution, especially on such a high level of skill, like we said, the pressure cooker of a tournament, is on another level. But right now, our grand finals, Wizzy with the Dragon of PLing entering this one with the Yoshimitsu. Important to remember, they have a Ling Xiaoyu as well in the pocket, as Wizzy opens with the most brutal of smashes.
And not 1, not 2, but 3 amazingly scary launchers from Yoshimitsu. We got the knee, we got the elbows, and we got the launch kicks. everything he needs to do incredible damage with an even better carry. These are the carry monsters here.
Right, as we see here. Oh, wow, just immediately just taking him out, finishing the round nice and clean as we go into round 2.
And now we're just gonna play some old Tekken.
Just quick
Little-
pokes. Just,
Little slap, little poke.
yeah.
Oh, and there's that launcher. Oh, missing
like-
the setup.
Yeah, missed the setup, but got the heat activation there, did Wizzy. Trying to spin out to create distance. Doesn't clear the distance much at the cost of their own health there. That's going to... I was about to say, that's going to wind up biting them there. Wizzy catching them on that and punishing, taking them out, closing out the round off of that one bad spin.
Oh, and you know what? Wizzy finally saying, you know what? You're not the only one who can just raw launcher this. I got you. Step, down forward 2, floor explosion. Don't need the combo. I'll chase your spin down. And we got a $5 contribution. Thank you so much, Dave. We are so close to paying out top 2, which is the 2 people you're seeing here. And I'd love to see either of them get paid because they're both putting on a class.
Yeah, both of these players are putting on a performance for all of us here. This has been fantastic to see as Wizzy goes for the tackle, takes out PLing's gray health, launches them into the wall, takes the combo, and Wizzy takes game 1 of our grand finals.
So PLing is on the loser's side, so Wizzy only needs to win 2 more sets to take it, and you have to wonder at what point would we see the Ling? Is it too early, or do you need a little bit of warm-up and a little bit of a buffer set? I mean, my brain is in the, let's keep it, PG-13, but PYS, pick your you-know-what. I really think having PLing go into Ling, whether or not it's a bad matchup, doesn't matter. You've gotten to this level, you've won tournaments before, you can really show your dominance and mastery with this character.
Right, but there's also the flip side of that psychology on if they believe that Ling was perhaps a reason of them losing and being knocked down into losers bracket in the first place. So there's that idea of that psychology of do they switch back to Ling in this moment, and so far they're sticking with Yoshimitsu, trying to do a little something different to deal with the Dragunov instead of going to the Ling Xiaoyu.
Also, yeah, you kind of hinted at it too. These are 2 tournament monsters who have definitely played with each other across countless online tournaments. You could be very much used to their better or dominant characters, so this could be a little bit of a training partner syndrome.
Right, that's a good point. Oh, good launcher by PLing. Catching the axe handle smash with a knee and then taking to the wall. Gonna get the sword up, goes for the charge swing. The low parry by Wizzy.
I do not know what on earth commanded that low parry. I don't know if it was a Pakistani movement buffer or if that was just the hardest of reads, but Wizzy with an amazing low parry and an amazing confirm into the rage art. Really good stuff.
In the whiteout of a blizzard, most would go snow blind, but Wizzy just guided by divine intervention with that low parry. But right now, PLing answering back to start this round by taking away a good 50-60% of their health to start. But Wizzy not intimidated, it looks like, just trying to find that spacing. And there's the bop. And here we go. Now the pressure's starting to come out.
It's almost like, bad breath is the new jab for Yoshi. This is some real tech.
This is the zoning tech that no one was expecting. Just bad breath on everything. But right now, Wizzy just launching, getting the combo, juggling, and then taking the round. Wizzy up 2 rounds here.
Yeah, and again, this is grand finals. We saw it in the losers finals, and we saw it in the quarterfinals. Bad breath is not just some trophy tool. It is actually winning matches and becoming a movement. And it's hard to ever make anyone at a high level stand still, but you will when you see that mist.
Yes, and to your point, good move there by Wizzy, staying on the ground and staying crouched there when they see the bad breath coming. Wizzy's figuring out how to answer that. Wizzy seems like they're figuring out all of the weird movements that PLing's pulling out. I'm liking the adjustments that Wizzy's making. They're winning this set, and they're making the adjustments to counter what's to come. As PLing walks into the low grab, gets dropped toe to the ground, and their legs snapped, and Wizzy's up 2-0.
Wow. Well, we'll take a look at the replay, but again, I got to tell you, there's not a lot to break down in this situation. I understand that there's a lot of needing to variate in timing, small adjustments, but again, even getting the hit confirm, pulling it with the carry, getting heat and the free pressure, it doesn't matter. Dragunov's just going to swing. And let's give him some tools. When he wake up kicks you, sure, it grabs you. When he goes for a low grab, sure, he can cancel it into a high grab. He jumps in the air and clips his legs, sure, we'll turn that into a grab too.
Of course, he just needs more tools in the toolbox. I don't see the problem with it. Clearly, it's fine. Clearly, it's perfectly fine as Wizzy unloads to start this round. If we see this tournament, Wizzy has gone through the winner's bracket in these grand finals. He's going the distance, and it looks like at the start of this, he looks like he's going for speed, trying to take out PLing in short order, and he immediately launches him out of the Firefly and gets the knockout to take the first round.
Wow, this just beautifully put, running him up with a simple check and then back to the running 2 pressure you're expecting. Oh, a little bit of a step on there.
Step again.
Yeah, and it's so hard to point out, you know, in this kind of match with Wizzy, because, again, just playing very, very clean, very, very sharp. And once you think that he's playing back, he goes in just like that, takes you to the wall, and then it's the Dragunov combo you've been dreaming about in your nightmares. And the slam. Tackles have been teched most of this tournament, but not when he wants that W, not when he wants that money, and not when he wants a clean sweep. This is tournament point now for Wizzy, and he runs in and just launches it, says, give me that lunch money now. We are done.
Oh my goodness, just immediately launching them, taking them to the wall, unloading, uncorking everything they've got, breaking the wall, keeping the pressure going, doesn't get the fall through, but his throw breaks in the middle of that and ends it. Crush, kill, destroy, sign, seal, delivered. 7 golden letters from Wizzy to PLing, taking the tournament, taking the grand finals in dominating fashion.
I'm just sitting here, jaw agape. I have gotten mercilessly beat by Wizzy. I have seen Wizzy win many tournaments. I've seen them go through Paragon. I've seen them go through MCA. I've seen them do the Kitsune event. I've seen them go hard on this, but this just felt different. This felt like an annihilation. This felt like a statement. Not to PLing, a masterful player and a wonderful Xiao Yu main, but to the entire tournament bracket. There was just a merciless assault, and that assault was Wizzy. I have to give it, and sometimes it's somebody's night, and that was definitely Wizzy's night. And, you know, again, my MVP was XO, and I am so happy to see them shine and get so deep in this run. And maybe it would have been a little bit of a different matchup, but you gotta wonder, would it have just been some mean running 2s going a different direction?
Oh, it was incredible to see XO, like you said, the execution with Leo and performing at such a high level with that execution is always impressive to see. I feel like with PLing as well, with Ling Xiaoyu and Yoshimitsu, you know, that I feel like that can't be understated as well. Like, we talk about execution at that high level of play. PLing has 2 high execution characters at this level and played both of them to supreme effect. You know, up until they ran into the brick wall that was Wizzy in this situation. You referenced the cranberries earlier. I got one, the best reference I could say for this one was with Wizzy and the Dragunov at the end. We saw that annihilation. That was just pure animal instinct coming from Dragunov in that situation. There was just no answering that at that point. There was something in there. He smelled blood in the water. He saw red. Something happened there. Wizzy just turned it up and did not let up at all. Took the perfect in the final round of this tournament. amazing play, just complete smothering offense against PLing's Yoshimitsu. And again, all the players we saw today were really playing their heart out. I feel like my MVP, you picked XO on execution. Part of me wants to pick like Trojan as a shout out on that as well. Trojan's Lily.
Yeah, and I mean, Dragunov was coming to win that tournament. It might have even been in a different form. Maybe Ray would have had the Dragunov push, but Wizzy just had it in, and Salvation is here. So I'm really, really happy that I was able to commentate with you, Wing. This was a wonderful tournament, and this was just the primer I needed before I get on a plane and frustrate all the bad casino decisions I'm going to be making this week. Y'all have been absolutely amazing. Thank you to the 160-something plus viewers that we got. Y'all really came out in droves. Thank you so much for everyone. We got all of our Matcherino codes redeemed again, and I will always shout out thank you so much, the man in our ear and the overlord of all things, Max Ninja. Thank you so much for another great run tournament. Smooth as always, and the wonderful overlays. And of course, we have to thank the Sweets Events. Thank you for hosting great tournaments. Thank you for donating to many local pots. And thank you supporting for a lot of our communities that don't get the love that they deserve. Thank you so much, TSE. And there's wonderful people. I know Calvinator was streaming a little earlier, and there's plenty of people to check out. Don't forget to check out their merch. Don't forget to check out that sweet black and pink backpack that now I want to grab. But thank y'all very, very much. And I'm going to argue with that Nightbot again. It's been doing wonders. It's been announcing Matcherino codes, but it will not shill for Chloe. We're not taking Chloe before I get my Anna Williams. Winged, is there anything you want to say? Anything you want to shout out or promote before we head out? Please tell us the floor.
Well, right now, first off, before I forget and before this gets too far out, I want to thank everybody for coming along to watch this tournament. Thank you to everyone who participated in this event. I want to wish everyone safe travels and good luck at EVO. Maya, I want to wish you specifically safe travels. Be safe out there and enjoy your time at EVO. Remember to have fun and try not to make too many bad decisions at EVO and as it relates to the matches you might be playing. Good luck out there. Enjoy your time at EVO. Take care, Maya. Want to thank again the producer in our headset and our overlord in the Shadow Realm, Max Ninja, for setting this up and helping us, guide through this tournament. I want to thank the Sweets Events for hosting this tournament. The Sweet Esports Tekken 8 week number 3. I want to thank you for hosting this tournament. Shout out to the Sweets Events, the Sugar Rush Rumble, September 7th and the 8th in Peters Creek Parkway in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm going to give that one last shout out. The Sweets local event, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Mortal Kombat 1, Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6, all being played at that event, at that local event. Again, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So if you want to go and if you're in that area, be sure to stop by. Give that a go. Support your local events. Support your offline. Support your online events. Have fun at EVO, everyone. And I want to thank you all once again for joining us for this tournament. Thank you for stopping by. And take care, everyone.